With the help of the built-in night vision function of the binoculars, he quickly found that there was a large wolf on a street 2 miles away from him. The wolf was around 3 meters high and 5 or 6 meters long, all the fur on its body was gray, but there were some white hairs hidden on its head. Even with the large distance separating them, Luo Feng could still feel the aura the cruel wolf was emitting. This is Luo Feng compared the wolf with the data of monsters in his head. "It's the hunter, Silver Moon Wolf," exclaimed Chengu out of surprise. "I can't believe it's the king of the wolves, Silver Moon Wolf." Luo Feng couldn't help but to be startled. Yes, this is a Silver Moon Wolf. As king of the wolves, even the weakest adult Silver Moon Wolf is at least a medium-level commander. The fur of commander-level Silver Moon Wolves are usually gray, but when they start fighting, all of the fur becomes a silver color, and the white hairs on their forehead occasionally change into the color of blood. It's known for its sinister tricks and murderous madness, and its fur has an astronomical price in society. The skullcap of the Silver Moon Wolf, which has unrivaled hardness and numerous functions, is also extremely high-priced. This is a high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf. Luo Feng used the body size and color of the fur to make his judgment and couldn't help but to take in a breath. A high-level commander, and it's a Silver Moon Wolf. Not all high-level commanders are the same. For example, is a spirit reader and a fighter the same just because they have the same rank? Silver Moon Wolves are born with extreme cruelty. "Look, its abdomen is injured, and pretty badly," said Wei Tai quietly. Suddenly, all the people at the scene turned their heads towards Captain Gao Feng. "Captain, this is the king of wolves, Silver Moon Wolf, a high-level commander. This one Silver Moon Wolf is worth more than 10 high-level commander-level lion mastiff monsters will make tons of money off of this." Chengu couldn't help but to say excitedly, "Captain, hurry and make your decision." Wei Tai also couldn't contain himself on the side. "Captain, this Silver Moon Wolf is moving forward at a very quick pace. It'll soon leave our field of vision. We can't delay anymore. Even if the Silver Moon Wolf is injured, it's not something we can deal with," said Gao Feng quietly. "Clear your minds up, don't let money control you. A heavily injured high-level commander is extremely rare. And needless to say, meeting a heavily injured king of wolves, Silver Moon Wolf, is like winning the lottery. If a high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf wasn't injured, even an advanced warlord wouldn't be an opponent." "Captain, I'll try," said Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Gao Feng hesitated. "Are you confident?" "I'm not too confident in killing the Silver Moon Wolf, since I never killed one before, but I'm 100% sure I can escape," laughed Luo Feng. "People are most jealous of a spirit reader's capability to fly. Spiritual force can be used on inorganic material. Luo Feng can instantly use his spiritual force on his alloyed battle boots, letting him jump up to amazing heights. After that, he can put his shield under his feet and stand. With his spiritual force, he can control the shield, so naturally Luo Feng himself can fly. Flying, this is the capability people are most jealous of. Even a powerful war god level fighter can't help but to be jealous. This is also another reason why all the major powers are fighting over spirit readers." "Okay, Luo Feng, be careful. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then don't force yourself. Safety is the most important," said Gao Feng as he entrusted the task to Luo Feng. "Relax," laughed Luo Feng. With his ghost blade and shield in hand, Luo Feng directly jumped off the rooftop of the 6-story residential apartment Hu Luo Feng started. Descending rapidly, a regular advanced warrior would be able to withstand the impact from jumping off a 6-story building, but Luo Feng didn't have to do anything that foolish. The powerful, shapeless energy was used on the alloyed battle boots below his feet, and Luo Feng's speed decreased rapidly. He softly landed on the ground of the small sector below. Luo Feng directly sprinted at an amazing speed, as nimble as a monkey. Luo Feng arrived on the street with 2 jumps. The rest of the Fire Hammer squad watched closely with their binoculars on the rooftop. So this is Luo Feng's true strength, Wei Tai couldn't help but to express himself. No wonder spirit readers are the most feared bunch out of fighters. This is just too scary with their spiritual force, their speed, agility, etc. Can all reach unbelievable levels, and there's also telekinesis, which is even more messed up. It's messed up. Chingu couldn't help but to nod. Haha, so you should all be happy. Gao Feng slightly smiled, a spirit reader joined our Fire Hammer squad just like that. When they heard this, the others suddenly laughed. Captain, guys, do you think Luo Feng can kill that Silver Moon Wolf? Laughed Zhang Ke as he laid on the ground. Hard to say, hesitated Gao Feng, a high-level commander, level monster, and Luo Feng just barely qualifies as an intermediate warlord. As a spirit reader, there's still hope if he was dealing with a weaker high-level commander, but against the king of the wolves, thankfully this hunter Silver Moon Wolf is already injured. Luo Feng has a bit of hope. There's still hope. The group held their binoculars as they watched Luo Feng run. Like a flash of black lightning, Luo Feng raced on the street. This Silver Moon Wolf sure runs quickly. Luo Feng took a shortcut, thinking that he could stop the Silver Moon Wolf. Who would have thought that there was still a mile between them? It's turning left. Luo Feng suddenly turned left and ferociously jumped over a wall into an abandoned residential sector. He continued taking the shortcut as he chased the Silver Moon Wolf. Hell. 2 relaxing, lying lion mastiff monsters saw the human Luo Feng and stood up. Suddenly, in response, they gave off a low howl. The ground rumbled as they started charging, but Luo Feng didn't alter his course at all as he sprinted. He was also too lazy to dodge. Poochie poochie. 2 throwing knives automatically left Luo Feng's thigh and formed 2 flashes of light. With such a short distance, the 2 lion mastiffs had no time to dodge and had their heads pierced. The eyes of the 2 lion mastiffs were filled with shock as they quickly lost their life. Rumble. They directly fell on the ground, which caused a short tremor. Without any blood stuck to them, the 2 throwing knives formed a line and flew back to Luo Feng's thigh. Luo Feng quietly jumped into a neighboring alley. With a glance, he saw the Silver Moon Wolf that was at the end of an alley around 100 meters away. Woo! The cruel Silver Moon Wolf stopped and stared at the human not too far away. A Silver Moon Wolf, a heavily wounded Silver Moon Wolf. Luo Feng's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. All right, with you, we'll see how strong I am right now. As he said that, Luo Feng approached the Silver Moon Wolf 1 step at a time. The Silver Moon Wolf silently stood in place. The eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf, that was almost 3 meters tall, flashed. At the same time, a weird energy flowed through the fur on its body. Instantly turning into the color of silver, the Silver Moon Wolf became dazzling. Even the white fur on its forehead became the color of blood. A silver-colored body and a blood-red crown. This is the Silver Moon Wolf. Luo Feng moved forward one step at a time and became cautious when he shortened the distance between himself and the Silver Moon Wolf to 50 meters. Whoosh! The Silver Moon Wolf instantly became a white flash of light and was in front of him in a blink of an eye. Speed of sound. With Luo Feng's reaction speed that had been tested frequently at the dojo, he determined this Silver Moon Wolf's speed nears the speed of sound. Luo Feng's face changed greatly and he instantly jumped up like lightning. The Silver Moon Wolf, at practically the exact same time, also jumped up. This jump was just 20 to 30 meters high. Luo Feng could even see the blurred face of the Silver Moon Wolf under the speed of sound, with its hidden cold, blood red eyes. The powerful spiritual force was ferociously used on the alloyed battle boots on his feet, causing Luo Feng to go even higher and dodging the attack from the Silver Moon Wolf. So what if your speed reaches the speed of sound? Can you go faster than my throwing knives? As he dodged the Silver Moon Wolf, Luo Feng pulled out the 6 throwing knives on his thigh. The 6 throwing knives instantly became 6 flowing lights and, like a net, charged towards the Silver Moon Wolf. Having traveled the wilderness for all these years, the Silver Moon Wolf was also extremely intelligent. With its speed, the human fighter in the air shouldn't have been able to dodge its attack. Only one type of person could change directions and speed at will. In the air, spirit readers. When the Silver Moon Wolf realized that the human fighter in front of him was a spirit reader, it couldn't help but to be shocked. But by that time, the 6 throwing knives, like lightning, already arrived. Woo! The Silver Moon Wolf gave out a loud, piercing roar. It couldn't change direction or speed in the air. It could only fiercely twist its body and use its claws to hit the throwing knives away. With such a short distance, Luo Feng's reaction speed isn't fast enough for him to make the throwing knives avoid the claws. Pung pung. 2 of the 6 throwing knives were actually hit, but Luo Feng, who was still in the air, let out a smile even though he let out 6 throwing knives. As of now, he can only guarantee that 2 throwing knives can reach their full power, so the 6 throwing knives were just there to confuse the Silver Moon Wolf. Only 2 of these throwing knives are truly dangerous. Hunter, you're the first commander-level monster to die at my hands. Laughed Luo Feng. Suddenly, 2 of the 4 originally agile throwing knives lost their power, and the other 2 charged towards the Silver Moon Wolf's abdomen. Like lightning, the Silver Moon Wolf was helpless in midair, even though it howled as it tried to use its claws to block the attack. However, Poochie Poochie. The 2 throwing knives pierced through the previous wound, directly piercing into the body of the Silver Moon Wolf. The internal organs of the Silver Moon Wolf were sliced up into pieces, and the enraged Silver Moon Wolf gave its last howl as it fell down. The Silver Moon Wolf fell powerlessly from the air, and its eyes slowly lost their color as it died. It thought about the memories of its life as a Silver Moon Wolf, the king of the wolves. It had been hoping to become a horde leader ever since it was little. It was always doing well, and it was only one step away from becoming a horde leader. However, it was ambushed by a war god-level fighter squad and was heavily injured. Thankfully, it was able to rely on the speed it was so proud of to escape. However, as it was escaping, it encountered a warlord-level fighter squad. If it wasn't injured, it would have been able to easily disseminate them. But it was heavily injured. And this warlord fighter squad continued to haunt it, chasing after it every Time no matter where it ran, that squad was always chasing it. Those sickening human bastards. At least dying to the hands of a spirit reader is better than dying to those bastards. The Silver Moon Wolf was extremely intelligent. It was a high-level commander level king of the wolves that could rival horde leader level monsters in intellect, and horde leader level monsters are usually as intelligent as humans. If it's going to die, it has to die to someone powerful. Pung. The large body of the Silver Moon Wolf came crashing down, causing the surrounding walls to wobble and then fall. Luo Feng quickly descended after it. Huff, huff, I can't believe that I was able to kill a Silver Moon Wolf. Luo Feng stood beside the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf and let out a long sigh. After that, the 4 throwing knives that were dancing around Luo Feng returned to his thigh. There should be 2 more throwing knives. Luo Feng scanned the area. With a glance, he saw 2 pits on the concrete floor ahead. The concrete floor split open from the shaking, and the 2 6th series throwing knives were precisely in these 2 pits. After this scene, Luo Feng couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. The Silver Moon Wolf's speed and power were both unbelievably great. Just in case another squad finds out, I'll dissect this body first. This one Silver Moon Wolf could cost as much as a city. Luo Feng thought no further and immediately started dissecting with his throwing knife in hand. His ghost blade is a 5th series one, which is able to fight with medium-level commanders. His throwing knives were 6th series, and could fight against high-level commanders. Luo Feng ferociously slashed towards the Silver Moon Wolf's wounded, split abdomen with his throwing knife. Luo Feng stared. The fur had long been split open, and yet his full force wasn't even able to cut open half of it. Isn't this too amazing? It's extremely difficult dissecting a monster that isn't wounded, but once they have a large wound, it becomes much easier. Sadly, Luo Feng's strength isn't enough to dissect a high-level commander's corpse. Fuck, looks like even dissecting this monster is difficult, laughed Luo Feng. He then immediately used his spiritual force on one of the throwing knives. The power of his spiritual force was way stronger than the strength of his arm. Poochie, the floating knife, sliced along the split fur. A chi-chi sound rang as the wound slowly expanded. It's still so tiring even when I'm using my spiritual force to control my knife. Luo Feng was surprised. With a beat of his heart, the controlled throwing knife fiercely pierced towards a fine patch of fur. The back of the Silver Moon Wolf was a bit bent, but the fur showed no signs of injury. Luo Feng was startled. That's just crazy. This time I seriously had some bullshit luck. Luo Feng couldn't help but to gasp. Its speed approached the speed of light, and it was so powerful even the defense of its expensive fur is astonishingly high. If it was in perfect condition, I'll probably only have a 20 to 30% chance of victory. If Luo Feng fought with it at its peak condition, then his throwing knives can only attack the eyes, ears, nose, and weak parts of the fur. However, with the Silver Moon Wolf's agility, Luo Feng's chance of victory was indeed very low. To have a 20 to 30% chance of victory is already pretty good. Huale. Huale. Luo Feng swiftly dissected. First, he skinned the mysterious and expensive fur off, and then cut off the Silver Moon Wolf's tough claws. These claws are used as material in making high-grade Koluo alloys, so they are just as expensive. There's also the Silver Moon Wolf's extremely tough skullcap, fangs, and its special 2 eyes. If it was worth something, Luo Feng dissected it and put it into his bag. Many of the special inventions that humans have made are based off of material from various monsters. Got them all. Luo Feng took in a deep long breath. Only a pile of flesh was left of the Silver Moon Wolf's large corpse. Luo Feng moved his throwing knives back to his thigh and side. He used up lots of spiritual force fighting this Silver Moon Wolf, but he used 10 times that in dissecting the corpse. No matter what, it's a big haul. This time, I can get quite a bit of money too. Luo Feng let out a smile. The Firehammer Squad splits the money according to each member's contribution in battle. Even if you're strong, if you don't help with hunting a monster, the Fighter Squad naturally won't give you any money. And Luo Feng killed this Silver Moon Wolf alone. So Luo Feng will indeed receive lots of money. If someone found me next to this Silver Moon Wolf's corpse, I'll be in trouble, laughed Luo Feng. Even an advanced warlord probably wouldn't be able to heavily injure the Silver Moon Wolf. It was probably a war god level fighter, and there was even a tracking signal on the fur. Good thing I got rid of it. Luo Feng didn't want to make an enemy out of a fighter who was able to heavily wound the Silver Moon Wolf. So, run. Luo Feng swiftly left, and only a pile of flesh was left. Under the dark night, the Tiger Fang Squad carefully moved forward in the monster's territory in the city. Fuck sake, that hunter keeps sprinting around in this country-level city. Since it's a commander-level monster, the other monsters are too afraid to anger it. However, we can only move forward slowly. Cursed, a burly, bald man who was walking next to Zhang Zehu. After we kill this hunter, I'll be sure to grill its meat and eat it. If I don't eat it, I won't be able to get rid of my anger. Zhang Zehu grinned and laughed on the side. Don't worry, our tracking signal is on that hunter. It doesn't matter where it runs to. Where's the hunter? Asked the captain of the Tiger Fang Squad in a small voice. Captain, the hunter is around 13 miles away from us, but it isn't moving anymore. Maybe it's resting there, laughed Dong Zi, the heated weapons user, as he held his tracking machine. At this time, the members of the Tiger Fang Squad cheered. It's not moving. Resting, haha. They were afraid that the hunter Silver Moon Wolf would flee. Zhang Zehu laughed. It appears that the Silver Moon Wolf thinks it's hiding in a safe spot and is getting ready to recover. Too bad it doesn't know our power. Go, we can't miss this chance. It's only 13 miles away from here, so we'll get there quickly. The eyes of the captain of the Tiger Fang Squad flashed as he said softly, everyone speed up, maybe we'll be able to kill the hunter this time. The Tiger Fang Squad started moving forward at a much greater speed. Even if monsters are all around the city, a fighter squad would be able to move 13 miles in about half an hour if they rush. Around 40 minutes later. Ahead is the resting spot of the Silver Moon Wolf. Everybody be careful. The captain of the Tiger Fang Squad slightly waved his hand, and the 6 members of the Tiger Fang Squad immediately split into 2 groups and moved around the target from different directions. They slowly surrounded the spot where the tracking machine displayed. Nobody dared to speak a word. A Silver Moon Wolf is very sensitive. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Everybody was moving extremely carefully. Go, the Tiger Fang captain waved his hand, and the other squad that received the signal moved at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 2 squads rushed into the alley from the 2 directions, one in front and one behind. They were around 100 meters away from the spot the 6 members looked towards the spot where the silver moon wolf should be. However, they didn't see their target, only the slight scent of blood in the air. The Tiger Fang captain's face changed. Not good. Virtually all the members of the Tiger Fang squad rushed over to the pile of flesh. Next to the pile of flesh were a few silver hairs. Damn it, cursed Zhang Zhe, who, as he grabbed his hair, someone stole it. Luo Feng knew that fighter squads leave tracking signals on heavily injured monsters. Since the silver moon wolf was heavily injured, there was an extremely high chance of a tracking signal being on it, so he quickly scanned it with his spiritual force and found something on its fur, and directly cut it off. Bastard! The Tiger Fang captain clenched his teeth with a grim face. All this time for nothing. The face of the one-eyed middle-aged man sank. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Tiger Fang captain as he commanded, "Dare to steal food from a tiger, they're asking for death by stealing our things." That fighter squad just dissected the body and would probably rush back to the resupplying base just to be safe. So brothers of the Tiger Fang squad, let's rush back towards the resupplying base as fast as possible. We'll steal it back from them when we catch up to them. Yes, Captain. The 5 members immediately obeyed. Depart! The Tiger Fang captain murderously waved his hand, and the other members of the Tiger Fang squad, who were just as mad, immediately followed their captain towards the resupplying base. Starry night. Under the starry sky, a shadow, as if black lightning, rushed forward in the ruined country-level city. Sometimes it'll run along the street, and sometimes it has to jump through a residential sector. In mere moments, it reached the 6-story residential apartment where the members of the Firehammer squad resided. Luo Feng's here. Yup, seems like he isn't injured. The members of the Firehammer squad watched Luo Feng enter the residential apartment staircase through their binoculars. Luo Feng arrived on the rooftop moments later. "Captain, Brother Chen!" Luo Feng laughed as he yelled. "No injuries, not bad. So, how'd it go? Were you able to kill the silver moon wolf?" No matter how calm Captain Gao Feng was, he just wasn't able to hold back from asking this question. Gu, the Wei Jiao brothers, and even Zhang Ku, who was still lying on the floor, looked at Luo Feng expectantly. Gu even joyfully said, "It looks like Luo Feng's backpack has gotten bigger." Luo Feng laughed. "Brother Chen, your eyes sure are poisonous." "Yeah, I just killed the silver moon wolf. I dissected it and put the stuff in my bag." "You really killed it?" The eyes of the members of the Firehammer squad widened in surprise. A silver moon wolf. The king of the wolves. Regular wolf-type monsters were already rare in the first place. "I got lucky this time too." Luo Feng couldn't help but to say, "I'm afraid that the speed of this silver moon wolf reached the speed of sound. Its attack power was also absurd, and its fur was horrifyingly tough if it wasn't for the fact that it was heavily injured in the first place and had a large wound on its abdomen. It would have been very difficult for me to kill it." "Its speed approached the speed of sound," glared Gu. "That's absurd. Just what you'd expect from the king of the wolves. It can equal a low-level pig-type horde leader," said Wei Tai out of surprise. "Not good." Gao Feng's face changed dramatically. Luo Feng was shocked by the captain. "Captain, what's wrong? What happened?" followed Luo Feng. "The silver moon wolf was already heavily injured, so I'm sure that it fought with some human fighter squad in the past," said Gao Feng hurriedly. "The fighter squad that fought with it might have left a tracking signal on its fur." If this fighter squad chases after us and finds us, we'll be in trouble. Chingu heard and also became shocked. Yeah, we can't mess with a fighter squad that can heavily injure a silver moon wolf. There might be a war god level fighter. When Luo Feng heard this, he couldn't help but to be relieved. Captain, don't worry, I may not have much experience, but I naturally researched a lot about some common knowledge I should know before entering the wilderness for the first time after killing the silver moon wolf. I checked it out, and there was indeed a tracking signal on it. I cut off the section of fur it was on, said Luo Feng. Only after hearing that did Gao Feng and Chingu relax. They were worried about Luo Feng's lack of experience as a rookie since they stole someone else's heavily injured monster. If they manage to chase up, there'll be a problem. Zhang Ku is heavily injured, so our squad can't stay too long in the wilderness. Everybody rest up here. When it's bright tomorrow, we'll depart to the resupplying base, said Gao Feng. Yes, Captain. The group cheerfully responded. Dawn of the second day, the Firehammer squad quietly left the 0201 country level city and headed towards the resupplying base along the old highway. In the military sector's resupplying base, Brother Hey, Zhang Zhe, who was smoking and chatting with some brute with a large mustache in a corner of the resupplying base, have you seen any members of the Fire Hammer squad return recently? Fuck, that little shrimp Luo Feng made me waste 100 million. I'll never be satisfied if I don't mess with him. Not yet. According to the registry, there's no news of the Firehammer squad's return, laughed the large mustached brute. Tiger, if that Luo Feng messed with you, you have to teach him a lesson in the wilderness. You're banned from taking action in the resupplying base. Of course I know that, I don't want to die yet, laughed Zhang Zehu. The government's army manages the headquarters cities and military sectors. Behind the scenes, no matter how much fighters hate each other, they wouldn't dare to fight in the military sectors. If they do, then there'll be tragic consequences. In fact, the resupplying bases are small areas drawn out by the military, so they manage safety and everything else there. Brother Hey, give me a call when that Luo Feng comes back, laughed Zhang Zhe. Who? Sure, no problem, laughed the large mustached brute. Zhang Zehu threw his cigarette butt on the floor, stepped on it, and then laughed. All right, brother, I'm off. Talk to you later. Zhang Zehu then continued walking forward in the resupplying base. It's called a base, but it actually has an atmosphere like a residential sector. Zhang Zehu quickly met the other two members of the squad under a large tree near the gates of the resupplying base. How is it, Tiger? Asked the one-eyed middle-aged man in a small voice. Hasn't returned yet. There's absolutely no news at all, smiled Zhang Zehu. The bald middle-aged man laughed slightly on the side. If not even one of them has returned yet, then I'm sure that they all died in the horde of monsters. It's good if they all died off, there won't be any trouble. The Tiger Fong squad wasn't afraid of the Firehammer squad at all, but if any members of the Firehammer squad survive, there'll be a bit of trouble. Firehammer squad, humph, if you want to blame someone, blame that Luo Feng. Zhang Zehu laughed coldly. Dared to make me spend money? Oh yeah, have you guys found out who stole our hunter? No, the one-eyed middle-aged man frowned as he shook his head. No news at all. The captain is drinking up out of anger in the room right now. I think that, since we haven't been able to meet them on the way back, there's probably no chance of finding out who stole our hunter, said the bald man as he shook his head. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically as he stared At the faraway gate of the resupplying base, the other two noticed this, and turned their heads in response, and their faces also changed completely. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, Wei Qing, Wei Tai, Luo Feng, and Zhang Ku were all at the gate of the resupplying base. A 9, old Gao, seems like you've encountered some trouble this time. The guardsman noticed Zhang Ku's missing arm and wrapped it up. Fuck, don't bring that up, the monsters didn't harm us, but those fucking Tiger Squad members did, cursed Gao Feng. Captain, the Tiger Feng Squad is there, Chingu suddenly roared ferociously. At this time, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad all turned their heads and saw 3 people under the cold shade of a tree not too far away. After seeing these 3 people, all the faces of the members of the Fire Hammer Squad became enraged. Zhang Ku, who was carrying a backpack and was still pale, even shouted, "Don't move." Zhang Zehu and the other 2 saw the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad and were shocked, so they started walking away. In this case, they were the offenders. But they didn't think that Chengu would see them. Still trying to run, yelled Gao Feng. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad rushed over, and the yelling caused quite a bit of attention from the other fighters in the resupplying base. At this time, Zhang Zehu and the other 2 stopped running. If they actually slipped away, wouldn't that be admitting their wrongdoings? Even though they did it, they can't admit it. Gao Feng, what are you yelling for? Yelled the one-eyed middle-aged man as he turned around. Where do you think this is? This is a military sector, a resupplying base for fighters. Is this the kind of place for you to act wildly? If you want to act wildly, look at the spot first, laughed the bald man coldly. No matter what, you can't back down. Still acting arrogant, both of Gao Feng's hands reached for a hammer. He swung his hammers as he ferociously charged at them with red eyes. You're asking for a beating. The faces of the one-eyed middle-aged man, Zhang Zehu, and the bald man changed completely. They didn't say anything, since they were in the wrong. Beep beep beep, an ear-piercing whistle rang, and 12 uniform wearing men split up and charged over from afar. The captain of the squad yelled, "Put your weapon down, no fighting in the resupplying base, or else our guards have the right to kill you." The yelling and the sound of the whistle attracted quite a bit of fighters to this area. It's the Fire Hammer Squad against those from the Tiger Feng Squad. How come they're arguing? Discussed the fighters. The Fire Hammer Squad and the Tiger Feng Squad were quite well known in Jiangnan City. Under the commands of the guards of the resupplying base, the Fire Hammer Squad forced themselves to calm down, since no one is allowed to challenge the military's authority. Stop, an aggressive yell. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a skinny man bringing the other 2 members of the Tiger Feng Squad. Chingu said quietly beside Luo Feng. Luo Feng, this is the captain of the Tiger Feng Squad, Panya. His nickname is Tiger Feng and he uses a saber as his weapon. He isn't someone you would want to mess with. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked. This short, skinny, and seemingly insignificant man was actually the captain of the Tiger Feng Squad. Tiger Feng. Luo Feng carefully looked at the man. Tiger Feng, his gaze then moved towards Zhang Zehu, who was behind his captain. When Luo Feng's gaze was on Zhang Zehu, Zhang Zehu grinned. He then laughed to himself coldly. Keep being arrogant, Zhang Zehu. I will make not just you, but also your entire Tiger Feng Squad suffer. Mark my words. Before Luo Feng entered the wilderness, he thought that the act of Zhang Hao by attempting to break his arms and legs was cruel. now that he looks at his current situation. The Tiger Fong squad only had a bit of hatred towards him, and yet they tried to eliminate his entire squad and pretend that nothing happened. What Zhang Haobai did was nothing compared to the Tiger Fong squad's actions. Captain! Captain! Zhang Zhehu and the other two stood behind their captain. A large crowd was spectating the standoff between the Tiger Fong squad and the Firehammer squad. At that time, the captain of the patrolling squad coldly said, "Gao Feng, Panya, I don't care about what you have to discuss. However, if either of you take action, don't blame me, brothers, let's go." The captain waved his hand, since he was too lazy to watch with his warning. He was pretty sure that these guys wouldn't dare to mess around. Tiger Fong. Gao Feng laughed coldly. "You're sure cruel." Gao Feng, sure underestimated you. I didn't think you would do something so cruel and sinister. First, you secretly attacked us with a sniper rifle from far away, and then you attracted a horde of monsters to surround our squad, giving us almost no chance of survival. Unless someone powerful came and saved us, our squad would have been decimated. The fighters that were watching suddenly went into an uproar. The Tiger Fong squad was too cruel. Gao Feng, don't speak nonsense. The Tiger Fong captain laughed coldly. My Tiger Fong squad did no such thing, so don't blame it on our squad. No matter what, they can't admit that they did such a thing. Once they admit it, his Tiger Fong squad will be in big trouble. My brother's arm was hit off by one of your sniper rifle's bullets, said Gao Feng with a gloomy face. If I said we didn't, then we didn't, said the Tiger Fong captain coldly. If you have proof, bring it to the security agency and let them decide. Don't spout your nonsense here, brothers. Let's go. The captain of the Tiger Fong squad was straightforward and wasn't willing to talk much to the Firehammer squad. Gao Feng, Chengu, and the others all had ugly faces on, and Luo Feng was clenching his teeth in anger. However, Luo Feng was clear his group had no kind of evidence at all, even though there are many cases of fighters killing each other over valuable treasures in the wilderness. Most of them can't bring out any type of evidence either. Since there's no evidence, the dojo of limits wouldn't be able to help out. Humph, let's go, commanded Gao Feng as he coldly watched the Tiger Fong squad leave. The members of the Firehammer squad could only hold in their anger as they left. Resupplying base, a 9 villa will become the temporary resting spot of the Fire Hammer squad. Captain, no need to be angry now, said Luo Feng. We can let those Tiger Fong squad members have their moment of pride. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them after they enter the wilderness. Luo Feng's words caused the angry members of the Firehammer squad to let out smiles. Chengu patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Yeah, our squad has you, Luo Feng. Destroying them won't be difficult. Even 10 years wouldn't be too late for a gentleman to have his revenge. Laughed Gao Feng as he grinned, and we don't even need to wait too long. Anyway, with Luo Feng, the Tiger Fong squad is doomed at this time. The members of the Firehammer squad were all smiling, and even Zhang Ke gave out a rare sigh of relief. Spirit readers all have their periods of rapid growth. Luo Feng's ability is already terrifying, and it'll keep flying up. You can say that the Tiger Fong squad has virtually no hope at all. The Tiger Fong squad aside, let's deal with the spoils we got from hunting the monsters, said Gao Feng. Even though we didn't go out for too long this time, we hunted 4 commander-level monsters: a bloodthirsty tank, a 2-tailed ocelot, a lion mastiff, and a hunter. On their journey back to the resupplying base, Luo Feng and the others encountered a low-level commander-level lion mastiff monster with Luo Feng and Gao Feng there. They easily killed it. However, the resupplying base isn't that big, so it'll be conspicuous if we bring out and try to sell the hunter's materials at that time. We'll attract the attention of the fighter squad that heavily injured the Silver Moon Wolf, said Gao Feng seriously. Yeah. Chingu nodded in agreement. Wait until we get back to the city to sell the hunter's materials. We'll sell the other monsters' materials here, for a fighter squad. It's not the soldier-level monsters that are worth money, but the commander-level monsters. Needless to say, each of the horrifying horde leader-level monsters are worth a ton. As for the high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf, it's not only rare monsters, but also the king of the wolves. Its price will surely be equal to a normal low-level horde leader, so it'll also be worth a ton. Everybody eat and rest. We'll sell them later, smiled Gao Feng. After eating, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad found the representative of the HR Alliance, and directly sold to him the materials of the monsters other than the Silver Moon Wolf's materials. They sold everything. In the A9 villa, the Fire Hammer Squad was huddled around a computer and dividing up the money. Luo Feng collected many materials from soldier-level monsters, whether they're G-level or F-level on average. Each of the soldier-level monsters' materials are worth 6,000. In other words, Luo Feng gets around 120,000 from the soldier-level monsters. The captain was dividing up the money. Wei Tai collected materials from 12 soldier-level monsters, and they're all F-level on average. They're worth around 8,000 each, so it's roughly 100,000 total. The amount of materials that Wei Qing collected from soldier-level monsters. Zhang Ke collected materials from 11 different soldier-level monsters. Alright, next, we'll be dividing the spoils from the commander-level monsters. All the materials from the twin-tailed ocelot was worth around 12 million. Gao Feng looked at the group. I did most of the work in hunting it. If there weren't any accidents, I would get 60 of it, but after killing it, we were attacked by a horde of monsters, and Luo Feng saved all of us. Luo Feng helped a lot, and Zhang Ke received a heavy wound, so since he's handicapped, he'll get 60 of the money from this commander-level monster. I'll get 10, Luo Feng will get 15, and Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chingu each get 5. Nobody has any complaints, right? Said Gao Feng. No complaints, Luo Feng nodded. A rule in the fighter squads: if someone becomes handicapped because of a battle, he gets 60 of the spoils. This also counts as some kind of subsidy. So, out of this 12 million, 2 million goes to Zhang Ke, 8 million to Luo Feng. I get 2 million, Chingu and the others get 600,000 each. Gao Feng inputted the numbers. The lion mastiff monster we killed on the way back was worth 10 million. Everybody contributed quite a bit in this battle, so me and Luo Feng each get 30. Chingu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ke each get 10. No complaints, right? Everybody nodded. Actually, Zhang Ke didn't do anything in that battle, but everybody wanted to give him some money. Zhang Ke himself didn't say anything. A fighter squad is quite compassionate. Luo Feng and I get 3 million each, and the others get 1 million each. Gao Feng slightly smiled. The bloodthirsty tank was worth the most money. It reached 16 million. Chen Gu did the most work. He killed it in one hit, so he Get 60. Everybody else contributed too, so Luo Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ke each get 10. No need to include me naturally. Gao Feng was the richest person in the fighter squad. Usually, Gao Feng did most of the work when hunting a commander-level monster. So all these years, the amount of money Gao Feng makes could be up to 10 times higher than everyone else's. That's why Gao Feng is quite modest if he didn't do much in a fight. In other words, Chenggu gets 9.6 million, Zhang Ku, Luo Feng, Wei Qing, and Wei Tai each get 1.6 million. In total, Chenggu gets 11.26 million, Luo Feng gets 6.52 million, I get 4.2 million. Zhang Ke gets 9.91 million, Wei Tai gets 3.3 million, and Wei Qing gets 3.32 million. Gao Feng reported the final totals and laughed. Of course, we still have our treasure, the materials of the Silver Moon Wolf, which will surely earn us a ton. However, Luo Feng was responsible for tracking, killing, dissecting, and bringing back the materials of the Silver Moon Wolf. He did it all himself. Laughed Gao Feng, so Luo Feng can claim the maximum amount, 80. As for the rest, the 20, we'll split it evenly between the 5 of us. This was a rule in the fighter squads. Even if one person does all the work, he has to give everyone else a little bit too. Usually, when killing commander-level monsters, the person who does most of the work can get at most 60. In this case, where Luo Feng did all of the work, he can get at most 80. Luo Feng, your earnings this time probably exceeds the amount of which I've earned over the past 10 years. Chenggu couldn't help but to yell on the side. You better treat all of us tonight. Yes, you better pulverize this rich man, followed Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Even Zhang Zhe, who, of the Tiger Feng squad, only earned 100 million from 2 years of hard work, and Zhang Zhe, who is in his peak in those 2 years. Before he made even less money. In other words, Zhang Zhe, who probably only made 300 to 400 million from all these years of work. As for Luo Feng, just this one time made him rich. However, not just anybody can kill the hunter naturally. With Luo Feng's power, he can make lots of money. Strength is everything in the circle of fighters, and those with money are usually amazing. Of course, how could I not? I'll treat everyone in the HR Alliance market. Laughed Luo Feng. I'll split the money first and send it to each of your accounts, said Gao Feng as he laughed in front of everyone. He transferred the money he received from before into each account of the members of the Firehammer squad. One by one, everyone in the squad knows each other's username and password for their public accounts. Usually, they divide the money right when they get it. In the afternoon of the same day, Luo Feng and the others rode a train back home. The train is about to enter the station. Customers that are getting off, please prepare your belongings. A recorded sound rang throughout the train carriage, and with a hua sound, the train carriage's door opened. Go! Gao Feng, Luo Feng, Zhang Ku, Chenggu, and the Wei Jiao brothers all walked out. So many people. Luo Feng stepped out the train and saw a huge amount of tourists in the train station. Tons of densely packed people could be seen waiting for the train through the glass of the train station. A main city in a headquarter city has a population of over 100 million, so one can imagine how lively it would be in a train station there. This is called popularity, steaming popularity. Brothers, thank the weapons in our hands, for we have once again returned to the city alive, said Gao Feng, thankfully. We're back. Back to a human city. Luo Feng was also shocked inside even though he was in the wilderness for only 7-8 days. It was desolate, ruined, and empty. The cities in the wilderness can't even be recognized as cities. There were huge amounts of monsters, so Luo Feng and the others always had to tread carefully in fear of being surrounded by them. Only headquarter cities, these are the only safe places for humans to live in. These are the places where civilization exists. Headquarter cities, the final base for humanity. A thought rose from Luo Feng's heart. It's for humanity's cities that powerful fighters stand up as. For me, I can easily kill regular soldier-level monsters and even low-level commander-level monsters. However, even with weapons, a regular person would be in an extremely bad situation against a commander-level monster. Why do countries give fighters special rights? Why does the entire world encourage fighters to hunt monsters? Because the more monsters that are hunted, the safer the human cities become. Hello, I'll probably be able to return home late into the night today. Zhang Ku held his phone with a smile on his face. Yeah, I'll be staying home for an extremely long time, so I'll be sure to please my great wife. Who could have thought that someone who lost his arm could have such an honest, natural smile on his face at this time? Deep down inside, the fighters that fight on the border of life and death in the wilderness are always worried about their families. Luo Feng also called his home's phone Feng. Luo Feng's eyes became uncomfortable as he heard this familiar sound, and he responded, "Mom, I'll probably get back home late in the night, so you guys don't have to wait for me to eat dinner." Tonight his mom was clearly joyful. All right, your dad is outside with your brother. I'll tell them to pick up the phone. No need, I'll be back tonight. Luo Feng's heart felt warm. This is home, the place Luo Feng defends. Luo Feng, go, ride the HR Alliance's special fighter-only car, commanded Gao Feng. The others have already started to leave. Coming. Luo Feng hung up and immediately joined the others. They rode on a fighter exclusive path. At the end of the path was a small area where there were special cars from the Dojo of Limits, Thunder Dojo, HR Alliance, and even some underground alliances waiting for their fighters. As they saw Luo Feng and the others come out, all the chauffeurs cheered up. Go to the Alliance Market. Gao Feng and the others directly went into the Alliance Market's car. Alright. The large, comfortable SUV was started, locked, and with a step on the gas pedal, moved forward. Inside the car, Luo Feng will be at the Alliance Market soon, laughed Chingu as he looked at Luo Feng. Maybe that Su Xian chick from last time is still there. Luo Feng, now that you're back from the wilderness, you better get your feelings across and get that relationship started. You pervert, scolded Gao Feng as he laughed, and then looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, a word of advice. That little girl, Su Xian, managed to become a bar manager in that lobby at such a young age, so she's not just anyone. She probably has some sort of background, so watch for that. Luo Feng nodded. He also had the same feeling in school. Su Xian was extremely normal. However, at the bar in the Alliance Market's lobby, the air around Su Xian was completely different. If we say she was completely shy in the past, then now she's shining like a bright light. Are you guys talking about Lady Su Xian? Asked the driver in a surprised tone. You know Su Xian. Luo Feng looked towards him. Of course I do, laughed the driver. We're always going to the Alliance Market, so all us brothers that go there to chat obviously know about Lady Su Xin, even though she isn't extremely pretty, hee, whoever can marry her would have an extremely relaxing life. Gao Feng's face slightly changed. Don't tell me that she's from one of the great 12 families of the alliance in the country, the Su family. Yes, precisely the Su family. I heard that the Su family's status in the country is pretty high, said the driver as he nodded. Luo Feng was also surprised as he heard this. The alliance is made out of super rich families and corporations from America, Europe, etc. You can say that all the large and powerful families from the whole world formed an alliance together. They control the world's economy together, and all the government's armies have no choice but to peacefully coexist with them. And in the alliance, besides the 9 large families at the top, there are still dozens of other families that are rank 1 in the alliance, corporations aside. Each of these families hold an astonishing amount of wealth and an astonishing amount of power. Fuck, that's too much of a background, glared Chingu. I knew this girl's name was Su, but I didn't think she'd be from the Su family. Luo Feng brother. Even big bro, can't help you get this girl, Su Xin, it's too hard. It is hard, but our Luo Feng ain't bad at all, said Gao Feng. Chingu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ku all started laughing. From their point of view, Luo Feng is a spirit reader whose strength will only become more horrifying. Old Feng. Gao Feng spoke through his phone. Yeah, it's me. Of course we have something good for you, or else why would I call you? It's worth over 100 million for. Sure, alright, no problem. After calling, Gao Feng looked at the others in the eye. I told Old Feng when we get to the Alliance Market, we'll directly go upstairs. Okay, Luo Feng and the others nodded. Moments later, the special car passed the soldiers' security line and directly drove to the gate of the Alliance Market's lobby. The members of the Firehammer Squad all got off the car as its doors opened. Mr. Gao Feng, Manager Feng, is already waiting upstairs, smiled a seemingly capable, pretty woman with short hair and ears. Okay. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others didn't say much more and directly went into the lobby. In the extravagant lobby, there were quite a bit of fighters chatting in the direction of the bar. Luo Feng's gaze scanned the bar. Not here. Then he realized that college begins around this date, and even regular colleges undergo military training when they first begin. And today isn't a weekend, so it's not weird that Su Xin isn't here. Ding. The elevator door opened and the members of the Firehammer Squad went in. Beep. The woman stood in front of the elevator door and pressed 21 foot. She then aligned her eyes with a detector. Beep. Pass. Welcome, Lady Lu. Manager Feng is waiting on the 21st floor, smiled the woman. Luo Feng and the others nodded. The elevator quickly went up and didn't stop until they got there in just a bit. Ding. The elevator door opened. They arrived on the 21st floor. After walking out of the elevator, there was an extremely large resting lounge. Just that one resting lounge was probably around 300 to 400 square meters. In the resting lounge were a few bar sofas, where several people were waiting to meet Manager Feng. However, they saw a squad of fighters that didn't need to wait at all. They just directly walked towards Manager Feng's office. Manager Feng is inside. Please go ahead. Lady Lu directly brought Luo Feng and the others into Manager Feng's office. In the office, Luo Feng looked around. The ornaments around were sparkling and the floor was made out of toughened glass. Below the toughened glass was a River with fish swimming in it. One can see quite a bit of fish below while standing on top of the toughened glass. How luxurious, Luo Feng thought to himself. Gao Feng, looks like you guys really made a bit this time. A bald, old man with a round face left his seat and laughed as he walked over. Here, come over and sit. The group sat on the sofas facing each other on the side of the office. So, what do you have this time? The round-faced old man laughed as he said. Let's see it. Old Feng, I'll open your eyes this time, laughed Gao Feng, a big manager. Like you receives quite a bit of fighter squads, but you'll rarely see something like this. Luo Feng, take it out. Oh, Manager Feng was shocked and his eyes lit up. Luo Feng laughed as he saw Manager Feng's reaction as he took out the precious fur of the silver moon wolf from the backpack beside his feet. He put the fur on the ground and spread it out as if it was a flat silver moon wolf. You could feel the killing intent of the silver moon wolf from it. Hunter Manager Feng was so shocked that he couldn't help but to stand up. Their Manager Feng was so shocked that he couldn't help but to speak in his hometown's dialect. Old Gao, this sure is something for a hunter to be this large. It's probably a high-level commander with the silver moon wolf speed. Even a powerful man who just stepped into the war god level would have trouble killing it. The silver moon wolf speed was indeed shocking when it was heavily injured. It could reach the speed of sound. One could imagine how fast it would be if it wasn't injured. The fur is quite complete, inspected Manager Feng. Looks like the fur was cut along the wound, however it is indeed quite complete. Manager Feng's eyes flashed. The fur of a silver moon wolf is indeed one of the finest materials for clothes in the entire world. Even though this fur had other uses, important figures of the world were willing to buy clothes made out of this fur for high prices. Give me a second. Manager Feng directly ran over to his office desk, and he swiftly took out a locked safe and, while holding it, ran back. Gao Feng, you guys don't have to prolong this anymore, just take out all the other materials of the hunter, laughed Manager Feng as he persuaded. At the same time, he opened the locked safe, which contained a delicate apparatus. After activating it, a red light shone from the top of the apparatus. Luo Feng took out the other things one by one. The special eyes, claws, fangs, the bones of the legs. Quite a complete collection. Manager Feng's eyes were filled with light as the apparatus shone its red light on the fur, and soon after, the eyes, claws, fangs, the apparatus displayed a number on its small screen. Manager Feng's expression was serious as he stared at the number, and at the same time, typed the information through a virtual keyboard. Moments later. These materials are indeed from the same hunter, and this hunter is indeed a high-level commander. Right when Manager Feng finished saying that, Gao Feng laughed on the side as he said, it should be a high-level commander that's nearing the horde leader level. Even in the category of high-level commander level monsters, there are large differences. Monsters that just stepped into the high-level commander level and high-level commander level monsters that are nearing the horde leader level could have huge differences in strength. Naturally, the prices of their materials differ greatly too. Hee, of course, I can't hide that point from you guys, laughed Manager Feng. Alright, name your price. The members of the Fire Hammer squad looked at each other, and Gao Feng's look signaled Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed as he spoke. Manager Feng, what do you think is an appropriate price in the home of limits and the HR Alliance's internet market, there were many prices for a hunter. Luo Feng clearly knew that a high-level commander-level monster would sell for a lower price to the dojo of limits because the dojo of limits would give quite a bit of contribution points in return. As for the HR Alliance market, high-level commander-level monsters are normally in the $50 million to $500 million range. Of course, a hunter is naturally strong, rare, and is the king of the wolves. So its price also has to go above the normal price limit. How about this? These materials are indeed good 600 million Chinese dollars, said Manager Feng after taking a deep breath. Even for him, he rarely makes such huge business. Materials from low-level horde leader-level monsters also usually go for this price. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others already discussed the price before coming. Here Luo Feng read in the fighter discussion boards that someone sold a medium-level commander-level hunter for around 50 million Earth dollars in South America. 50 million Earth dollars is equivalent to 175 million Chinese dollars. If a medium-level commander-level hunter can sell for this much, then this high-level commander level should be worth much more, especially since it's already nearing the horde leader level. Old Feng, your price is too low, said Gao Feng as he frowned. A medium-level commander-level hunter could already sell for 175 million Chinese dollars in South America. 900 million to $1 billion shouldn't be a problem for ours. Gao Feng, don't play around with me. It could never reach the price of 900 million to 1 billion, laughed Manager Feng bitterly. Luo Feng laughed as he saw this. Actually, the squad came to the conclusion that this hunter should be able to sell for around 700 to 800 million while they were discussing Captain Gao. Feng was just scaring Manager Feng by saying this. Hunting this silver moon wolf costed the arm of my brother, said Gao Feng. With an ugly face, I won't say any more. 800 million Chinese dollars if you accept, then we have a deal, otherwise, I can find someone else. Because of our relationship, I directly came to Old Feng without finding anyone else first. Manager Feng glanced at Zhang Ku. Indeed, Zhang Ku lost an arm. Looks like Manager Feng can't pay this price. Let's go. Gao Feng stood up, and Luo Feng immediately started packing up the materials of the Silver Moon wolf. 750 million, my limit, said Manager Feng as he frowned. However, Gao Feng didn't make a sound, and Luo Feng directly finished packing up. Go. Gao Feng started heading out. Gao Feng, 750 million is pretty good already, sighed Manager Feng as he saw Gao Feng and the others heading out. He yelled, come back, we'll do your price. Luo Feng, Gao Feng, Gu, and the others at the door looked at each other and let out a smile. There were a few dozen managers purchasing monsters materials in the HR Alliance market. The HR Alliance market goes by an elimination system. In other words, those who perform the worst every year directly have their position of manager taken away from them. Naturally, a new person comes to replace them under such pressure. Naturally, every manager tries to figure out how to collect monsters materials from fighters in the office. You fighters are too cruel now, said Manager Feng as he was working on the transaction, but he also thanked each manager and even each agent from every sector are all competing against each other to purchase materials from the fighters. As the prices become clearer and clearer, our profits become lower. And lower, seeing how you guys just made 800 million in one breath, it even makes old me want to go hunt monsters in the wilderness. Sadly, an old bag of bones like me probably can't even beat a soldier-level monster. As he said that, Manager Fong was conducting the transactions to each account. Manager Fong, your personal assets probably surpass mine with all your meddling these years, laughed Gao Fong. Luck, sometimes I'll encounter something big, and I'll be able to make a bunch of money. Manager Fong let out a smile. Gao Fong laughed. With this, you're probably going to make at least 8 digits worth of profit. Not that much. Manager Fong shook his head. Okay, done. I transferred 800 million Chinese dollars into your fighter squad's account. Gao Fong and Vice Captain Chen Gu received notices from their tactical communications watch notifying them the increase of 800 million Chinese dollars in their accounts. Old Fong, feels great, laughed Gao Fong. You better take care of me with such hauls in the future, laughed Manager Fong. Now, us managers are also under great pressure. If I can somehow become a regional director of a headquarter city sector, then I'll have things easy. Yeah, nodded Gao Fong. However, powerful monsters are hard to deal with. My brother lost his arm. Ah, yes, losing an arm, sighed Manager Fong as he sighed, although I heard there's a treasure that can make an arm grow again. However, the price of that is extraordinarily high, so a regular fighter would never be able to obtain it. Regrow an arm. Luo Feng's mind was clouded. Right when he became a fighter, Luo Feng also searched for such a special medicine in the internet market. However, he couldn't find any medicine that could regrow an arm or a leg. Luo Feng always thought that such a medicine didn't exist. There's such a medicine, Gao Feng also said out of surprise. Manager Feng, what is that thing? Can it regrow a leg too? Luo Feng also asked excitedly. Wow. His brother has been handicapped all these years. If there's a chance to let his brother stand up again, he'll do everything he can to make that a reality. It's the legendary elixir of life. Don't even talk about a leg or an arm. Even if the lower half of your body is missing, it can grow back, said Manager Fong. However, this thing comes from an existence that far surpasses a horde leader. It's made from the soul of the invincible emperor level monster Earth Dragon. There are just a few Earth Dragons spread around the entire world, so each elixir of life is extremely expensive, and it's also extremely rare. You can't find them on the internet markets. Our alliance also has none of them in stock. The price for one of them has already reached 30 billion, and there's no market for them. 30 billion for one, no market. Luo Feng's heart started beating faster. Right when he thought of his brother sitting on his wheelchair and silently looking out to the scenery outside, Luo Feng couldn't help but to clench his fist. No matter what, I'll let my brother stand up again, for sure. However, Luo Feng knew just how hard it was to make 30 billion. A weak low-level horde leader is worth around 500 million to 1 billion Chinese dollars. Even if you hunt them alone and kill 10 horde leaders in a year, you would probably make only around 5 to 6 billion. Also, it's extremely hard for even a war god level fighter to kill horde leaders. The average war god level fighter probably makes around 5 to 6 billion in a year. Even with that, you would have to work hard for 6 or 7 years. Furthermore, he's not even a war god level fighter yet. It was only out of luck that he was able to meet this heavily wounded hunter. There's no way he can get lucky every time. Even though it'll be hard to make 30 billion Chinese dollars, it's not impossible with the sleeping potential in my spiritual force. However, killing an earth dragon, Luo Feng laughed bitterly in his heart. A horde leader is already extremely horrifying. An existence that surpasses a horde leader, the emperor level, the strongest monsters on earth. There are also humans that surpass the war god level 4. Example, the strongest fighter Hong and the second strongest thunder god. Both surpass the war god level. However, these existences are extremely rare. Killing an earth dragon. Even the strongest human fighters on earth can't be 100% sure that they can kill it. Haha, elixir of life captain, when one of you guys reach the level of the world's strongest fighter, Hong, throw some small cash at me so I can buy one elixir of life, laughed Zhang Ke. The other members of the Firehammer squad couldn't help but to laugh. Reach the level of Hong. Such a person can fight against the government's entire army alone. For these types of people, 30 billion is indeed small cash. However, how many people on this world can reach that level? Go, let's eat, laughed Gao Feng. In a restaurant on the 3rd floor of the HR Alliance Market, there were dishes all over the table, and the members of the Firehammer squad were all grouped in front of a laptop on the side. Captain Gao Feng swiftly scanned his finger on the scanner, typed in the 3 one-time passwords, and entered the Firehammer squad's shared account. 800 million Chinese dollars. As we said before, Luo Feng did all the work, so he gets the highest possible 80. The rest of us will split the 20. No complaints, right? Gao Feng looked at the group. The group nodded and Luo Feng laughed. Fighter squads had all sorts of rules. Some of them try to make the members compete while others promote unity. Luo Feng gets 640 million, the rest of us get 32 million. Gao Feng swiftly transferred the money. Beep. Transaction successful. Notifications appeared one by one on the laptop screen. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his own tactical communications watch, which displayed that his balance has increased by 640 million. Today, Luo Feng's treating us, laughed Gao Feng as he yelled. Yeah, we gotta make this rich guy pay, said Chingu with an unsatisfied look. Geez, just this one time and you've almost caught up to the amount of money I've made over all these years. I'm envious. The members of the Firehammer squad were extremely cheerful as they chatted freely and ate and drank merrily. Every time they leave the wilderness, they leave the border of life and death. In the wilderness, especially in ruined cities, you're always worried nobody dares to relax in those cities since there are just way too many monster hordes and commander-level monsters there. Drink. Come, us brothers will have a drink. Feels great, old Zhang. We've been brothers for almost 10 years, who knows how many times you've saved me on the battlefield. Well, no need to say any more here. Cheers. The people around this table were sad because Zhang Ku was retiring, but they were hopeful towards Luo Feng, the spirit reader. Everybody's feelings were complicated, so they ate and drank merrily until around 9 p.m. Only until then did they find a room in a nearby tea house to rest in. In the room, everybody had a clear cup of tea in front of them. Zhang Ku is going to become an instructor at the dojo, said Gao Feng to the group. In the future, we'll have 5 people in our Firehammer squad: me, Luo Feng, Chingu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing. And since Luo Feng's a spirit reader, his strength surpasses mine. I'm sure his growth in the future will be even more amazing. Nobody was unhappy because of Luo Feng's strength. A strong fighter in a squad means a higher chance of survival for the squad. The squad will have an easier time hunting monsters and make more money. For example, if Luo Feng didn't kill the hunter this time, the other members of the squad wouldn't have earned 32 million even though Luo Feng got the majority of the money. They still received way more money than they got from their previous earnings. However, out of us 5, Luo Feng is the strongest. I hope that we won't be a burden to him, said Gao Feng. The faces of Wei Qing and Wei Tai changed slightly. Both of them were advanced warrior-level fighters, so they were indeed a burden. Captain, I'm still a rookie, Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. Luo Feng, that's not what I meant, smiled Gao Feng slightly. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, you brothers, don't think too much either. What I meant was that we should raise our goal for the monsters we hunt in the future, so the first goal for our Fire Hammer squad will be making every member a warlord level fighter. Captain Wei Tai couldn't help but to say, my brother and I still have a bit to go until we reach the warlord level. I know that. Gao Feng laughed confidently. I have an idea, tell me what you guys think. Luo Feng nodded, and Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Qinggu also listened in. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Qinggu, you 3 each buy 1 A-grade genetic medicine, said Gao Feng. That way, with just body fitness level, Wei Tai and Wei Qing will be able to directly enter the low-level warlord level. Qinggu's power and speed will also greatly increase. Luo Feng slightly frowned. There are currently 2 mainstream genetic medicines, Grade A and Grade B. Grade B are for regular people, which let them become fighters. However, those who rely on the genetic medicine to become a fighter will just have average strength in the future. A-grade genetic medicines are for fighters to use. After using them, their strength can multiply many times. Of course, if your strength was already very high, then the genetic medicine won't be as effective. However, 1 A-grade genetic medicine, even with the dojo's half price, costs 360 million Chinese dollars. Captain, I've worked for so many years, and, even if I add today's earnings, I only have 430 million, frowned Wei Tai as he said, with my rate of growth, it seems that a low-level warlord is basically my limit in the future. I won't have many options to make money, so if I throw all my money out right now, how much will I have left when I retire? People always have to think about the future. Money isn't easy to make after working for 10 or so years. He only made 430 million, and to use 360 million to buy a genetic medicine, then wouldn't he be investing everything he worked for in that? Captain, I use heated weapons, so I have to spend quite a bit of money using 360 million like this. Qinggu was also a bit hesitant. No worries. Gao Feng slightly smiled. You won't need that much money to buy an A-grade genetic medicine. When I just became a fighter, I was also a rookie at that time. I joined a fighter squad and made a brother for life. As of now, that brother is an advanced warlord. He has connections to get a genetic medicine for just 200 million. 200 million. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Qinggu were shocked. Just 200 million. Luo Feng was also completely shocked. Half price in the Limit Homes internet market is basically the lowest price you can get. Even half price needs 360 million, but Gao Feng can get it for just 200 million. Then I'll go ask my good buddy to buy some for us, and then you guys can pay me after I give them to you. That way, you'll believe me, laughed Gao Feng. However, there is something he didn't tell them, only those and his brothers. Internal organization can get that discount. The members of the organization also aren't allowed to sell their things to outsiders, since the organization's prices will inflate and go through other problems if that happens. However, Gao Feng was willing to give his own money so that Chengu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing won't have to, since, in terms of wealth, he has much money than all the other members in the squad. In the future, everyone in the squad will be warlord level, smiled Gao Feng. Slightly, Chengu will be responsible for suppression, etc., Wei Tai and Wei Qing will be responsible for cleaning out the normal soldier monsters, while me and Luo Feng will go for the commander-level monsters with our squads. Efficiency will surely be able to kill large amounts of commander-level monsters. The amount of money we'll make will be at least 10 times higher than we made in the past. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be excited inside. According to what Gao Feng said, everyone in the Fire Hammer squad will become elites, a squad full of warlords, and with his spiritual force, the power of this squad will be crazy. Even though Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chengu were surprised by their captain's suggestion, they still nodded in agreement. In the end, they also knew clearly that one of the members in the Fire Hammer squad will grow at a rapid rate. If they can't keep up, then in time, they'll be abandoned. After that, Luo Feng and the others split up in the HR Alliance market and returned to their respective homes by train. Yangzhou City, Mingyu Sector. As of now, it was already deep into the night. A fighter-only car, a Volkswagen Touareg SUV, encountered no resistance as it entered the sector. Beep. The Volkswagen Touareg stopped in front of the entrance to the limit hall. Chengu, Zhangku, and Luo Feng's homes were all gathered in front of the limit hall's entrance. Homes of dojo instructors, like Chief Instructor Wu Tong, were also there. Luo Feng opened the door and got off the car. The first thing he saw was his father and mother standing and his brother sitting in his wheelchair. Brother Luo Hua was the first to yell. Luo Hua, Dad, Mom. Luo Feng hugged his parents, and his brother Luo Feng was able to feel his parents' joy. Chengu and Zhangku were also with their family members. However, the faces of Zhangku's wife and daughter were filled with tears. Even though they already knew beforehand that Zhangku lost his arm, they still cried. Wife, daughter, I'll be with you guys forever now. You couldn't see any sorrow on Zhangku's face. Brother Zhang. Luo Feng stole a glance. There was an extremely high possibility of the Tiger Feng squad attacking the Fire Hammer squad because of the feud he had with Zhang Zehu. The three heroes of our dojo have returned safely. It's quite late now, so let's all get some nice rest, laughed Chief Instructor Wu Tong. The group laughed as they split up, and Luo Feng and his family members returned home. After returning home, Luo Feng was finally able to completely relax. On the first day he returned, he didn't train and just relaxed. Wearing his loose dojo uniform, he took a relaxing walk in the sector. Afternoon, the September sun was still ruthless. Luo Feng, take a trip to the dojo, called Chengu through his phone. The captain's here. Oh, I'll be right there. Luo Feng immediately rushed towards the dojo of limits. In a bar on the dojo of limits' first floor, Luo Feng, Chengu, and Gao Feng were sitting together. The drapes covered the window on the side to prevent the sunlight from shining in. Luo Feng, here are the 2 9th series throwing knives you wanted, laughed Gao Feng as he handed them over. a total of 45 million. Hurry up and transfer the money, you rich man. I won't mind accepting any extra tip if you're willing to give some. Ninth series throwing knives. Luo Feng immediately accepted the delicately wrapped box. After opening the box, the interior was split into 2 sections. Each section had a knife in it, and both of them were black. When Chengu and the others asked Gao Feng to help them purchase the genetic medicine, Luo Feng asked the captain to help him buy 2 9th series throwing knives right now. Good. Throwing knives are very important to Luo Feng. Whether throwing knives or other weapons, the prices keep going up. Throwing knives are cheap because they're small and use very little material. Even a high-level horde leader-level monster would have trouble destroying a 9th series throwing knife. Captain, I transferred 45 million. Luo Feng directly transferred through his cell phone. Didn't even give $1 extra, said Gao Feng purposefully. Luo Feng, you have so much money now, so why don't you buy a better blade, a better battle uniform, laughed Chengu. He just received his genetic medicine, so he was in an extremely good mood. Luo Feng shook his head. Throwing knives are light and don't use much material, so I can afford them. A blade and uniform. A 9th series ghost blade is 3 billion Chinese dollars. A 9th series battle uniform is even more absurd. In total, it'll be 12 billion Chinese dollars. How can I afford that? The price difference between soldier level, warlord level, and war god level weapons were indeed very large. So he'll just buy throwing knives. If even a horde leader can't rip open that battle uniform, then it wouldn't be weird for that uniform to be extremely expensive. And with his advanced warrior level fitness level, even if he's wearing an 8th or 9th series battle uniform and it remains intact after the attack from a horde leader, the impact of the attack would be enough to destroy his vital organs. Even if a beggar wears robes, he wouldn't become royal if his body is warrior level and his battle uniform is war god level. That's a waste of a battle uniform. A battle uniform is way more expensive than throwing knives, laughed Gao Feng. Luo Feng is right. His 5th series battle uniform is appropriate for his current body fitness level. Luo Feng, said Gao Feng. Luo Feng looked towards the captain. Right now, Chengu and the 2 Wei Jia brothers are all going to use the genetic medicine. The genetic medicine will need around a month's time to completely show its effect, and after their strength increase, they'll also need 1 or 2 months of training to get used to their stronger power. So we'll probably rest for 2 or 3 months. After 2 or 3 months, we'll enter the wilderness again, said Gao Feng. Chengu also nodded. I understand, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. I'll take this chance to train. I gained quite a bit from this time's trip into the wilderness. Now that I'm back, I'll train productively. Okay, laughed Gao Feng as he nodded. If we want to meet again, let's meet in the main city sector. Coming here from my home takes quite a bit of time after all. All right. Luo Feng and Chengu nodded. The main sector city is the center of the entire headquarters city. It's extremely convenient to go there from Yangzhou City or any other surrounding city. After the captain left, Luo Feng brought the 2 throwing knives home. That night, in Luo Feng's home's training hall, there was a transparent piece of glass with a width and length of around 1 meter in the middle of the ceiling like water. The moonlight shone through the glass. Sitting in the middle of the training hall, Luo Feng could see the infinite starry sky with a glance through the glass. The two black throwing knives were encircling Luo Feng. The dark, golden ball is still in my realm of consciousness, and it holds a large amount of spiritual force. It's just that my body isn't strong enough to withstand so much spiritual force, Luo Feng thought to himself, so what I need to do now is to raise my body fitness level as fast as possible. As my body gets stronger, my spiritual force will naturally get stronger too. It'll keep growing until one day the dark, golden ball vanishes. After that, Luo Feng started practicing bitterly and seriously according to the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual and the DVD that came with it. The technique, Lu Guang, the Daoyin technique, 9-stage Han Yuan, and the blade technique, Thunder Blade. And Luo Feng has already completed the first stage of the Thunder Blade in the wilderness. Pu. Deep into the night, whenever Luo Feng does a chop, an uppercut, or a slash, he uses the force exertion techniques from the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Each attack incorporates 2 stages of force exertion, which means that Luo Feng's body's muscles instantly exert another force each time. Exerting another force instantly when slashing is a huge burden on your bones, muscles, cells, etc. After practicing for around half an hour, Luo Feng became so tired that he couldn't even move as he sat on the floor. The force exertions from the 9-stage Thunder Blade actually bring a tremendous burden on every portion of your body. After resting for 5 minutes, Luo Feng started practicing the Dao Yin technique, 9-stage Han Yuan, the originally exhausted body, as if relaxing in a hot spring, became comfortable and soft. After practicing the blade and Daoyin techniques, finally, Luo Feng started undergoing the most basic genetic training technique that even the most powerful fighters of the world must follow, Wu Xian Xiang Tian Shishi. After training, Luo Feng felt like every single cell in his body was starving. This caused the genetic energy he absorbed to be crazily swallowed up every time he practiced, caused the limit to rise 1 minute, 2 minutes as time went on. Luo Feng became more and more shocked. Finally, every cell in his body, as if stuffed with food, couldn't absorb any more. The amount of genetic energy I absorbed today is double the amount I absorbed in the past. Luo Feng was completely astonished. The instruction manual said that, the more I practice the 9-stage Thunder Blade, the more genetic energy I'll be able to absorb. I can't believe it was this much. Luo Feng didn't think it would be this absurd, despite the instruction manual's explanations. When someone practices until they become so tired that they're unable to move, it means that there's too much uric acid in their muscles, which is when all the muscles in your body become tired. The body and many other cells didn't really join in the exercise, but Luo Feng's 9-stage Thunder Blade force exertions causes the body and cells to join in too. Just like someone's appetite becomes larger after exercising a lot. When the body and cells use up lots of energy, their appetite increases greatly, allowing them to absorb much more genetic energy. I'm only on the first stage, and yet the amount of genetic energy absorbed increased by so much. How fast will I be after getting to the 9th stage? Not only will I be able to train quickly, but my blade's power will also increase greatly. No wonder you can become the strongest fighter on the entire world. Number 1 speed and number 1 body fitness, gasped Luo Feng out of amazement. What does it mean if your body fitness level increases quickly? For Luo Feng, it means that the amount of spiritual force he'll be able to handle will also increase greatly. Starting from this day, Luo Feng approached his limits every day as he trained himself, and he finally found the best way to train, which is undergoing Lu Guang as he swings his blade. The speed doesn't have to be quick, but each slash and step has to be serious. After exhaustion, he starts training his Dao Yin technique. After undergoing Dao Yin technique training, he would have restored quite a bit of strength. He'll once again train his technique and blade technique and then undergo Dao Yin technique training again. Only in the end will he start his genetic energy training. This method of training is the most efficient. This process takes around just 6 complete hours, which is also the best way for Luo Feng to raise his body fitness level. Actually, with the help of the spirit reader's large amount of spiritual force, his body fitness level naturally improves quickly, and Luo Feng is also training in the world's ultimate technique, the 9-stage Thunder Blade. So his rate of improvement is even more startling. Luo Feng was improving every single day. In a blink of an eye, a month's time has passed. Each of Luo Feng's swings caused powerful winds to form in the training hall, which naturally dissipated when hitting against the walls. This Dilla was designed by the Dojo of Limits, so naturally the training hall was carefully made. A call from the captain. Luo Feng walked to the side and picked up the phone. Luo Feng, it's been about a month. Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing's strength have increased by quite a bit after using the genetic medicine. I think that we should meet a bit, asked Gao Feng through the phone. As of now, the strongest person in the Fire Hammer squad is actually Luo Feng, and Luo Feng's position will become more and more stable in the future. So Gao Feng asks for Luo Feng's opinion first. Alright, we haven't seen each other for a while, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. This past month, he has been completely obsessed with training. However, his swift improvement indeed feels really great. Okay, let me see, we'll go to the HR Alliance market, since they have the best service, said Gao Feng. When is a good time? Luo Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he remembered Su Xian's words. In the next few days, school will start for me, but during college, I'll be the manager here on Fridays and the weekend. Captain, I think we should meet this Saturday, said Luo Feng. Saturday, alright, this Saturday. Year 2056, October 7th, Saturday, the day where the 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad agreed to meet at the HR Alliance market. Noon. A coupe with beautiful curves that gave off an air of elegance slowly drove into the HR Alliance Markets Plaza and stopped directly in front of the gate to the HR skyscraper's lobby. Luo Feng, who was wearing a casual shirt, got off the car with Chenggu. The doorman greeted them as they entered the first floor of the building. Alright, please wait, sir. Luo Feng just stepped into the lobby and, with a glance, saw the professional Su Xian in a white shirt at the faraway bar, smiling as she chatted with some fighters. She couldn't help but to notice a shadow approaching the bar, and with a closer look, joy appeared in Su Xian's eyes. Luo Feng yelled Su Xian as she smiled. Su Xian. Luo Feng smiled as he was next to the bar. Give me a cup of pure tea. Oh yeah, do you have time for us old students to chat? Su Xian hesitated for a bit and then laughed as she asked the other waiter. She then walked out of the bar as she laughed. There aren't too many guests here today, Luo Feng. Let's go chat over there. At this time, Chenggu, who was sitting on a couch far away, gave Luo Feng a big thumbs up. In a quiet corner of the bar, Luo Feng and Su Xian sat face to face. Luo Feng, when did you come back from the wilderness? Did you just get back? Su Xian sat quietly as she held a teacup. The green tea caused the transparent cup to give off a green light. I've been back for a while, answered Luo Feng. Su Xian let out a smile and couldn't help but to laugh as she said, You've been back for so long, and you didn't even come to see your old classmate, or could it be you're looking down on me? You're the only person in my senior class that became a fighter, so I want to brag about you when you become famous one day. Haha, Su Xian, which college are you at now? Asked Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Su Xian, the two sat here as they chatted freely. They talked about some of the things going on in their lives right now, even though Luo Feng had a crush on Su Xian, which Su Xian was aware of. None of the two brought up that topic. They just sat here and chatted normally and quietly. Luo Feng himself was quite satisfied with chatting normally. At this time, a youth wearing a black shirt and black trousers walked out of the elevator. He glanced at the corner of the bar and saw Su Xian and Luo Feng. Who's Xian talking to? Frowned the youth as he looked carefully. It seems to be Luo Feng, who was an elite student in Su Xian's high school senior class. He knew a lot about those in Su Xian's high school and has looked over the data on the famous ones like Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai. The youth let out a cold smile. Xian has brought up Luo Feng at home when we were eating before. Looks like they have some sort of relationship. The youth quietly sat on the other side of the bar. Luo Feng was having a good time as he chatted with Su Xian, but it seemed that someone from the bar was calling Su Xian's name. Su Xian stood up and apologized. Sorry, Luo Feng, I need to work now. Don't mind me, laughed Luo Feng. Xian, is this your friend? At this time, a man's voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a handsome youth who looked kind of similar to Su Xian. The youth stood on the side as he smiled towards Su Xian and then towards Luo Feng. Su Xian was joyfully shocked. Brother, you came to the market today too? Yes. This is my old classmate, Luo Feng. Brother, I need to go work now, so you can chat with Luo Feng. Alright, go ahead, laughed the youth as he nodded, and then he turned his head towards Luo Feng. Hello, Luo Feng, let me introduce myself. I am Su Xian's brother, Su Gang. Brother. If he can get Su Xian, wouldn't this guy be his brother-in-law? Hello. Luo Feng stood up to shake the other person's hand. Hello, Luo Feng, laughed Su Gang as he sat down. I've heard of your name a long time ago in my sister's high school, and that there were only 3 elite members, and that you were one of them. And I also heard from my sister that you're officially a fighter now. Luo Feng laughed as he nodded. Ah, how amazing, an 18-year-old fighter, praised Su Gang, and then laughed. Wasn't my sister quite low-key in school? Yeah, no one could tell that her family is super rich, laughed Luo Feng. Su Xian was indeed quite plain and quiet back then. A smile bloomed on Su Gang's face. Haha, well, my grandfather is worried about the madam of the family becoming spoiled, so he let her attend a normal school instead of an elite school, so that she could be together with the general population and live with them. Now that I see it, my sister has indeed performed quite well. Luo Feng frowned a little. Madam of the family. He already knew that Su Xian was the madam of the Su family. Didn't my sister tell you about her family's circumstances? Asked Su Gang in a confused tone. She didn't, but I know the Su family, smiled Luo Feng calmly, one of the 12 Families of the HR alliance in the country. Luo Feng understood the meaning behind Su Gang's words. Su Gang didn't say it himself, but used another topic to bring this subject out. Su Xian is the madam of the Su family. Oh, so you know, said Su Gang thankfully. Actually, even a large family like us has a large family's troubles. For example, sometimes we can't marry who we want to right now. Quite a bit of gifted young men are going after my sister, like Wang Xingping from Kyoto City, and the intermediate level warlord level fighter from our Jiangnan city that is just 21 years old, Guahai. Luo Feng was startled. Others going after Su Xian. That Guahai is quite cheeky, insulted Su Gang as he shook his head. Isn't he just a warlord-level fighter? What does he think he's playing at? Our Su family has quite the position on even an international level. How can we let the madam of our family marry an unpromising fighter? Maybe that fighter will just die in the wilderness someday. Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng, don't you agree fighters walk on the border of life and death, so they have a high chance of dying? How can I let the madam of our family marry a fighter, right? Laughed Su Gang as he asked. After seeing Luo Feng's expression, he laughed as he said, oh, don't get the wrong idea, I'm not talking about you. Luo Feng was in an extremely bad mood. Not talking about me. This Su Gang just has to bring this specific topic up, which is giving him a clear message. The madam of his Su family has no chance of marrying a fighter that could just die to anything. So, Luo Feng, you better not get ahead of yourself. Actually, said Su Gang thankfully, compared to that, I prefer that Wang Xing Ping more. Wang Xingping is the young master of the Wang family in Kyoto. The Wang family is also in control of large amounts of wealth. If he just stays home and gives the command, quite a bit of fighters will work for him, so he doesn't have to risk his own life. As a brother, I want my sister to live a stable life, sighed Su Gang. Compared to a fighter, young masters with large amounts of wealth are the perfect match for my sister. Fighter. For example, families like my Su family and the Wang family, which one doesn't have a crowd of warlord-level fighters under them, and I don't even have to mention the numerous warrior-level fighters, laughed Su Gang as he shook his head. Su Gang clearly doesn't care much about fighters. He cares even less about warrior-level fighters. He has the capital to do so. As one of the 12 families of the HR Alliance, they indeed have a large amount of warlord-level fighters and an extremely massive amount of warrior-level fighters. Luo Feng, a sound carried from far away. Luo Feng turned his head and looked. Captain Gao Feng and the Wei Jiao brothers have arrived and were sitting next to Chenggu. Luo Feng laughed as he yelled, Captain, I'm coming now. Young Master Su Gang. Luo Feng laughed as he looked at Su Gang. Su Gang let out a smile. Actually, after saying that much, Su Gang believed that his message has been clearly sent to the other person. His family even belittles a 21-year-old intermediate-level warlord-level fighter, so you, Luo Feng, a rookie fighter, should know his place and stop bothering my sister. Young Master Su Gang, your Su family sure is great, being able to control a crowd of warlord-level fighters, smiled Luo Feng. However, I wonder if your Su family can command a war god fighter at will. Su Gang froze. War god, how many of those are in Jiangnan City? His Su family does have a war god level fighter, but that's just because the Su family is coaxing that fighter with large amounts of money. I wonder if your Su family would be able to meet an existence that surpasses A war god followed Luo Feng. Su Gang's face became even worse. An existence that surpasses the war god level, like the strongest fighter. Hong, an existence that equals an entire army even if his family wants to. Meet the strongest fighter on earth, they don't have the right to and don't even talk about trying to equal them. Compared to Hong and Thunder God, the Su family is just like an ant. Young Master Su Gang, we count as friends, so I'll remind you don't look down on fighters. Luo Feng looked at Su Gang. Su Gang treated him with no respect, so why should Luo Feng respect him? After saying that, Luo Feng turned his head and walked away. The cold air from the lobby's air conditioner was calming while the soft music was flowing like a river. However, there was fire in Luo Feng's heart. For example, families like my Su family and the Wang family, which one doesn't have a crowd of warlord-level fighters under them, and I don't even have to mention the numerous warrior-level fighters. Su Gang's words repeated over and over again in Luo Feng's head. Su Gang, didn't you say all of this to get me to back off and stop going after your sister? Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Don't worry, Luo Feng, will definitely reach the peak of the fighters. A fighter that is treated equal by a government's army at that time. I'll have your Su family accept me with smiling faces. Of course, he'll go after Su Xian. However, he'll have the Su family accept him with smiling faces and a low profile as they do. Fighters are the ultimate power of the world. The so-called super families, in front of the strongest fighters, are just scum. In this moment, the noon of year 2056, October 7th, Luo Feng's first contact with Su Gang caused his ambition to begin. As he saw Luo Feng leave, Su Gang lightly sipped from the cup in his hands, and added, Luo Feng, oh Luo Feng, I was being polite and tried to leave you with some face. By saying this, I hope you understand that if you continue to bother my sister, you can't blame me for using certain tools. Su Gang laughed as he finished drinking the wine in his cup. Xian, I have some stuff to do, so I'll be going first, said Su Gang to Su Xian at the bar, and then left the lobby. Third floor of the HR Alliance Market, one of the rooms in a tea house. Luo Feng laughed. Chingu, you chatted with Su Xian for such a long time too. Me, it seems that she's a bit interested in you. Seems like it won't be too hard for you to get her, and then Su Xian's brother came and chatted with you for such a long time. Could it be that it's because he recognizes you as a brother-in-law? Me as a brother-in-law? Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh, since brother Chen didn't hear what Su Xian's brother, Su Gang, said. Don't speak nonsense, it's mainly because we used to be classmates in the past, laughed Luo Feng. Gao Feng couldn't help but to laugh as he said, since you guys used to be classmates, then that makes it even easier for you. Don't you see that many of the couples that get married now used to be classmates? Yeah, Luo Feng, keep it, encouraged Wei Tai dramatically as he laughed. That girl, Su Xian, is really quite good. Quite a few fighters compliment the manager of the Underground Alliance's bar on Fridays and weekends. Perverts all over try to play at this manager, but they're too scared given her background. Luo Feng laughed. Play at the madam of the Su family. The people with those kinds of thoughts in their head probably won't even know how they died. Captain, let's not talk about this, laughed Luo Feng. Let's talk about the important things. All right, laughed Gao Feng. Hey, you three, how are your body fitness levels going? Wei Tai put down his teacup and was the first to speak. Captain, my fist strength is around 9,650 kilograms, my speed is 102 ms, and my reaction speed test results qualify for a beginner warlord. So you count as a beginner warlord now, nodded Gao Feng. Captain Wei Qing also spoke. My fist strength is around 9,510 kilograms, my speed is 106 ms, and my reaction speed test results qualify for a beginner warlord. Both Gao Feng and Luo Feng slightly nodded. Haha, it's my turn, laughed Chengu. My fist strength is around 7,100 kilograms, my speed is 81 ms, and for my reaction speed test results, I got excellent for a beginner warlord. Brother Chen's reaction speed is so quick, Luo Feng couldn't help but to praise. Gao Feng laughed. He uses guns, so he already possessed a quick reaction speed in the first place. With the help of the genetic medicine this time, it became even faster. Looks like you can use guns with an even higher rate of fire now. It was quite rare for the reaction speed of a fighter that used heated weapons to reach the beginner warlord level. And Chengu got a grade of excellent for a beginner warlord. Alright, you three, in conclusion, it seems that the effects of the genetic medicine are showing. Gao Feng looked at Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Wei Tai, you brothers still have to keep working hard even though it's been around a month. The effects of the genetic medicine haven't completely disappeared yet. If you keep training, you can still get some of the effect out. Understood. Wei Tai and Wei Qing nodded. Gao Feng looked towards Chengu. Old Chen, it's time to change your machine gun. Yeah, it's time to change it, nodded Chengu. Chengu's heated weapons are a machine gun and a heavy sniper rifle. The fastest rate of fire his machine gun is capable of is 300 rounds per minute, which is 5 rounds per second. With Chengu's old reaction speed, he could make 4 of these rounds hit 4 monsters' heads, and the final round will hit the 5th monster's body. In other words, for Chengu, his machine gun is basically firing at non-moving targets. This requires a horrifying level of reaction speed. Chengu's reaction speed is probably hundreds to thousands of times higher than the people before the Grand Nirvana period, so it's not weird that he is able to do this. I'll probably get a Type RG-112 heavy machine gun. It has a caliber of 12.7 mm and carries immense power. Chengu's eyes lit up. The fastest rate of fire it can reach is 1,500 rounds per minute. This machine gun is basically the gun with the highest rate of fire that a fighter who uses heated weapons can use. If the rate of fire increases even more, then there's no point as of now. There are machine guns with rate of fires that can reach 700 to 800 rounds per minute. Some can even go above 10,000 rounds per minute. However, that's not efficient. For Chengu's current reaction speed, he can make sure that all 10 bullets fired in 1 second will hit the head of a monster. This is efficient. Old Chen, buy your gun and then practice with it. Make sure you get used to it. Gao Feng slightly smiled as he nodded. Wei Tai, you brothers should also train at home. Even though your body fitness levels rose, you still need to transform that power into fighting strength. Make sure you're able to completely use every ounce of power. No worries, Captain, nodded Wei Tai and Wei Qing. Luo Feng let out a smile as he watched this scene. This is how the fighters of China think you should find a way to completely turn your power into fighting strength. Control your power skillfully is how people in the East think. The Westerners also have their own way of thinking. As of now, the strongest Fighter on Earth, Hong, is Chinese. The second strongest fighter, Thunder God, is mixed between the East and West. However, he also has some Chinese blood in him. Some of the thoughts in Chinese martial arts are very popular in today's society of fighters. Captain, Brother Chen, Brother Tai, Brother Qing Luo Feng looked at the group and laughed as he said, "I bitterly trained at home for a month and I can feel that my strength has increased by quite a bit. However, I feel that the best way for me to improve my techniques is to fight against monsters. No matter how you swing your blade at home, you're just imagining your opponent. That way of practicing can never compare to real combat experience against a real monster. So, I'm going to go into the wilderness alone and practice my technique and blade technique," said Luo Feng. "What?" Alone? The faces of Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others instantly changed. "Yes," laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. Actually, he already had these thoughts before, but he wasn't completely certain. The words from Su Gang have touched him. If he wants to become the strongest fighter on Earth, then he has to be decisive, so Luo Feng decided to use the most efficient way to improve his skill. "That's too dangerous," said Gao Feng. "No, Captain, I'm just going to the 0231 country-level city next to the military's resupplying base to train myself," explained Luo Feng. "I won't be going to any of the other larger cities." 0231 country-level city, next to the resupplying base. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the Wei Jiao brothers all let out a sigh of relief. The monsters surrounding the resupplying base are pretty weak. Monsters like Horde leader-level ones wouldn't dare to stay in a city right next to the military's resupplying base, so most of the monsters in the cities surrounding the resupplying base are soldier level. There are a few commander level monsters, but they are mostly low-level commanders. Even intermediate level commanders are very rare, since there are barely any commander level monsters. Each commander level monster has hundreds to thousands of soldier level monsters under its command. Since there are gigantic hordes of soldier monsters and barely any commander level monsters, how do the fighter squads kill them? You can say strong fighter squads wouldn't even bother with these kinds of cities, since there's not much of an incentive. Since that city is near the resupplying base, laughed Luo Feng, I can hunt during the day to improve my blade technique and return to the resupplying base at night to rest, since it's near, and with Luo Feng's speed, he can naturally go back and forth between the country-level city and the resupplying base. That 0231 country-level city indeed doesn't have any strong commander-level monsters. However, there are a ton of soldier-level monsters. Wei Tai couldn't help but to say, if you get surrounded. Tai, would Luo Feng even be afraid of being surrounded? Laughed Chen Gu. Wei Tai and Wei Qing froze, and then laughed. Monster hordes are horrifying, but spirit readers are the group of people that are least afraid of them. Not only can they attack them from the front, but just with their spiritual force, they can jump all the way to the top of an apartment building. Monsters can jump pretty high, but how can they compare to a spirit reader? Then can fly. Good idea. Gao Feng couldn't help but to praise Luo Feng. Even I feel like practicing with my hammers now. However, I don't have the power to guarantee that I'll survive in a horde. Luo Feng, when are you going to leave? Asked Chen Gu. If nothing happens, I'm going to prepare today and then leave tomorrow. Laughed Luo Feng. Captain, send me a message when you guys are ready to leave to the wilderness. On the path of the strong, It takes one bitter step at a time to get to the peak. Since he decided to enter the wilderness, Luo Feng naturally doesn't hesitate anymore. Afternoon in Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector, Luo Feng told his dad, mom, and brother about his plans. Ever since Luo Feng decided to become a free fighter, his father and the others have mentally prepared themselves for the fact that Luo Feng will be leaving the city often. Night, the starry light shone through the square-shaped glass in the training hall. A video was playing on the white wall of the training hall. In the video, someone was fighting against a huge bear monster that was around 8 or 9 meters tall. As the man fought with the monster one-on-one, the sturdy trees fell. The mountain rocks split apart, and the ground cracked. It was a horrifying scene of destruction. The man was as fast as lightning, and a sound of thunder was hidden in his blade. The video's explanation echoed through the training hall. This is one of the videos in the discs that came with the 9-stage Thunderblade instruction manual. An A-rank monster, boulder bear statue. Even with its gigantic body, its speed still reaches the speed of sound. Luo Feng listened to the explanation with his heart in shock. This is a clip of a professional who is trained in the ways of the 9-stage Thunderblade and was fighting against the A-rank monster boulder bear statue. The boulder bear statue ranks number 2 out of the bear-type monsters, according to the level classifications. H level, G level, and F level are soldier levels. E level, D level, and C level are commander level monsters. Low level, medium level, and high level respectively. B level, A level, and S level are horde leader level. This boulder bear statue is a medium level horde leader, whose power is unrivaled. Even a cannon can't blast open its rock-like skin. That's tougher than diamond. With such a huge body, its speed still manages to reach the speed of sound. Of course it'll be classified as horde leader. It's not much for its speed to reach the speed of sound. However, the power that boulder bear statue holds is much more horrifying. Boom. After a bit, with a sound like rumbling thunder, the gigantic head of the boulder bear statue directly flew in the air. Are you done recording? When we get back, sell it, and don't forget the copyright fees, teased the powerful fighter who just killed the boulder bear statue. The sound carried throughout the training hall. As for his face, it was clearly edited and very blurry, so nobody could tell who he was. As the video ended, the screen on the wall returned to the menu, where there were large amounts of channels available. I wonder when I can get to the point where I can kill even a boulder bear statue in one slash, thought Luo Feng to himself. The super strong fighters battle with the boulder bear statue was turned into a video, which showed that he was very confident he could easily kill the boulder bear statue. He's probably an advanced level war god. The discs that came with the 9-stage Thunderblade are prohibited on quite a few channels. Quite a few channels on powerful fighters are about training in the way of the 9-stage Thunderblade. However, out of all the channels, only one of them has Thunder God himself in it. The video about Thunder God showed him training by himself in a training hall, with just a simple training scene like that. Luo Feng couldn't tell what was so special about it. Clearly, there are quite a few powerful fighters training in the way of the 9-stage Thunderblade all around the world. Luo Feng looked up towards the sky out of the square-shaped glass, and saw the limitless starry sky. Starting from tomorrow, he's going to start his bitter training. With a heartbeat, he turned off the projector in the training hall and went to the first floor. The door to his brother's room on the first floor wasn't completely shut with a glance. Luo Feng saw his brother, on his wheelchair, in front of his computer desk. However, he wasn't looking at his computer, but had his head lowered and was playing with his cell phone. Luo Feng lightly knocked. Luo Hua raised his head and turned towards Luo Feng at the door, and couldn't help but to say, "Brother, you don't even knock anymore. You're the one that didn't close the door," completely laughed Luo Feng as he entered and closed the door behind him. "What are you doing texting with your girlfriend?" "Yeah." Luo Hua let out a smile, laughed, and nodded. After Luo Feng saw his brother's goofy look, he could clearly tell that Luo Hua truly liked the girl named Xiaonan. "What, this Xiaonan looks like Luo?" Feng wasn't too sure either. However, when Dad and Mom push his brother's wheelchair to the park, they see the one named Xiaonan, and it seems like she left a pretty good impression. His parents have way more experience in life and are better at judging a person. If they think she's good, then that Xiaonan is probably actually good. "Has Xiaonan brought you to meet her parents?" asked Luo Feng. "It's way too early for that," laughed Luo Hua as he shook his head. "Xiaonan is only a freshman in college this year, so she still has 3 or 4 years left before graduating. Xiaonan isn't in a rush to tell her parents, and I'm handicapped. Xiaonan probably has to think of some way to tell her parents. It'll be troublesome to just tell them directly. Most parents don't want their daughters marrying handicapped people." As he looked at his brother's bitter face, Luo Feng's heart hurt a bit. His handicapped status is the scar on his brother's heart. No matter how tough he acts, he can't act with complete confidence in front of Xiaonan. In other words, he has low self-esteem. Well, keep at it. I'm sure her parents will be understanding," comforted Luo Feng. "There's no rush anyway." That night, Luo Feng chatted with his brother for quite a bit. After a good night's rest, he was fully equipped with his backpack, shield, and blade by dawn, and was ready to head into the wilderness, and this time, alone. Jiangnan City, Northern Military Sector. After the train stopped at the military station, Luo Feng and some other fighters got out of the train carriage. The wilderness. Luo Feng took in a deep breath as he took the trail to the resupplying base alone. Very quickly, he arrived at the resupplying base. "Luo Feng, just you?" The guardsman at the resupplying base's gate looked at the message displayed by the scanner and then looked towards Luo Feng with a shocked expression. "You were with the Firehammer squad before. How come you're alone now? Coming to the wilderness alone is very dangerous." "Haha, am I looking for death? I've been to the wilderness before, so I know the dangers. Hurry and give me the key," laughed Luo Feng. "You have a point. You've been here before, so you know the dangers." The guardsman laughed as he handed over a key. "H322, since you're alone, I gave you a small-sized villa." The Firehammer squad went to a larger villa. Since they were a squad, one person naturally doesn't need that much space. "Oh yeah, the name's Wang. It's fine if you call me Brother Wang." Luo Feng. "If you ever get any materials from monsters, you're welcome to sell them to me. I'll be sure to give you a satisfying price." "Alright." Luo Feng received the key and headed towards his villa. Beside the window, on the second floor of one of the villas in the resupplying base, a few men were looking down as they watched Luo Feng walk past. "It's Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng from the Firehammer squad, Captain. Should we take this chance to take him out?" The one who said that was indeed Zhang Zhe, who of the Tiger Feng squad. The Tiger Fong captain walked beside the window and looked down silently. Luo Fong quickly left his field of vision. The Tiger Fong captain coldly said, "How come he's alone? Did you guys see the other members of the Firehammer squad?" "We didn't see them." The other members of the squad shook their heads. "Luo Feng's alone," said Zhang Zehu confidently. "I saw him enter the resupplying base's gates alone. I didn't see anyone else with him." With that, Zhang Zehu's eyes lit up. "Captain, we were the ones who made the first move against the Firehammer squad. Most importantly, the Firehammer squad knows that we were the ones who did it, so we're enemies now." "You said so yourself, that we need to completely destroy this enemy, to stop them from threatening us anymore." "Yeah," the others nodded in agreement. The most dangerous thing about making a move on others in the wilderness isn't the act itself, but the chance of them surviving and finding out who did it. Don't rush. The Tiger Fong captain spoke coldly. "Yes, we have to destroy them completely. When we get the chance, we have to obliterate the Firehammer squad." However, Luo Feng is alone. He's just a normal warrior-level fighter. Once he enters the wilderness, he's sure to stay in a safe area. It won't benefit us much to kill him. In fact, it'll just stir them up. The other squad members nodded in agreement. What the captain said made sense. The person who poses the largest threat against us is actually Twin Hammer Gao Feng, said the Tiger Feng captain seriously. Gao Feng himself is quite strong. He's about my level, and he's been in this field for 10 or so years already, so he has many connections and knows quite a bit of strong people. If he really goes all out on us, we will suffer too. So, don't act unless completely necessary. If we act, we have to kill Gao Feng first. After that, we can take out the little shrimps, said the Tiger Fong captain indifferently. Clearly, the Tiger Fong captain didn't take the other members of the Firehammer squad seriously at all. "The captain's right," nodded Zhang Zhe, who, after that, he laughed coldly as he glanced out. "We'll graciously let the shrimp Luo Feng live for just a bit longer." In the H322 villa of the resupplying base, there were 3 bedrooms, 2 lobbies, and 1 large bathroom. Luo Feng took off his equipment, took a bath, and then put on a relaxing robe. "Hello, I'd like a portion of the 12 meal, with 3 dishes, and soup also. Change the drink to tea." Luo Feng hung up and laid on the sofa. "After lunch, I'll head out towards the 0231 country-level city." Luo Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. "I'm going to train bitterly for around 2 months, going back and forth between the city and the resupplying base. I might bump into the Tiger Fong squad sometime. If I see them, I'll follow them secretly." Right when he thought about their act towards his squad, Luo Feng's heart was filled with unlimited killing intent. This kind of killing intent has no hesitation at all. "When we get to the wilderness, I'll directly obliterate them." Luo Feng's gaze scanned the area outside of the window. "Tiger Fong squad, I hope that I'll be able to bump into you guys during these 2 months. As for the Tiger Fong squad, Luo Feng didn't take them seriously at all. With his current strength, it'll be enough to destroy the entire Tiger Fong squad. After eating lunch, Luo Feng put his battle uniform on, carried his shield and blade on his back, and inserted the 8/6 series throwing knives and 2 9th series throwing knives into the pockets on his thighs. After that, Luo Feng left the fighter resupplying base. Today was a dark day. The air is quite fresh though. Without wielding his blade, Luo Feng headed into the wilderness. The piece of wilderness in front of him was probably farmland in the past, however, after a few decades, it has been filled with weeds. Luo Feng searched for a path with the shortest weeds to continue on. After getting past that part and walking for around half an hour on the old, ruined highway, he arrived at the 0231 country-level city. Pu. Luo Feng cut off the tail of a lion mastiff, took the tendon out, and then put the tendon in his bag from the resupplying base to the country city, in just a short trip of 100 miles. Luo Feng already killed around a dozen normal soldier-level monsters. Free training every day where I can even earn money off of it. Where would you find something like that? Smiled Luo Feng slightly as he continued to walk in a ruined residential sector. There were quite a few monsters lurking around in this deserted sector. Luo Feng raised his head and spotted a monster's shadow on the third floor of a residential apartment in front of him. Officially begin training. Luo Feng ferociously stepped on the floor, causing a rumbling sound and splitting open the concrete floor, and flew towards the balcony of that third floor like a cannonball. Days of slaughter begin. After a few days, most of the monsters in the city have already perished since Luo Feng started lurking in this 0231 country-level city. Unlike other monsters, Luo Feng doesn't kill them immediately. He'll first fight with them for a bit for practice, and then take action. Luo Feng always brings a bulging bag of the most important materials from the monsters back to the resupplying base. The resupplying base's Wang Wei was also very astonished by Luo Feng's efficiency. Luo Feng's third day of training. Looks like you killed 198 monsters today, around a dozen less than yesterday, and most of these are high-level soldiers. I'll round it up for you, 15 million, how's that sound? Luo Feng's 7th day of training. Damn, Luo Feng, you're crazy. You killed 210 monsters today, too. I'll give you a price of 16 million. It's not like we only traded once or twice. So I'll tell you now, brother, killing soldier-level monsters isn't that easy. Many of them form hordes, so you won't be so successful every time. Make sure you don't get surrounded. Luo Feng's 16th day of training. Crazy, 182 monsters, just around average today. However, the quality of the materials are pretty good, and there are even snake-type monsters. I'll give you 15 million. TL note as in Luo Feng's nickname. Luo Feng's 21st day of training. Crazy, tell me, have you found a certain location where soldier-level monsters act independently, and when you kill them, another one will quickly appear? The fighter resupplying base wasn't that large, so it was impossible to hide. Rumors about Luo Feng quickly spread around the entire resupplying base about a crazy person who kills soldier-level monsters every day for money using quantity over quality. One low-level commander-level monster could be worth around 10 million, but you can quickly catch up to that price with 1,000 high-level soldier-level monsters. However, killing 1,000 high-level soldiers is much more difficult than killing one low-level commander. Most soldier-level monsters act in hordes, so it's extremely rare to find them acting independently. That crazy Luo Feng, he's killing soldier-level monsters like mad. How does he do it? How is he able to kill so many in a day? Who knows, and even if someone knew the secret, who'd be willing to tell? However, I heard that he's able to earn around 1 million every day, nearing 2 million. If this goes on, he'll be able to make 50 to 60 million in a Month in a year, that's 500 to 600 million, which is comparable to powerful warlord-level fighters. 365 days a year, killing soldier-level monsters like crazy every day. No human can take that. Don't know, but that crazy has been going on like this for a month. There were tons of people discussing about Luo Feng in the resupplying base. For the warrior-level fighters, they admired Luo Feng warrior-level fighters aren't able to make money that easily, even advanced warriors like Zhang Zehu and the Wei Jiao brothers only make around 50 to 60 million in a year. For the beginner and intermediate levels, 10 million a year is pretty good, and Luo Feng earns 50 to 60 million in just 1 month. Crazy. Of course, for the warlord fighters, they're just amazed for a bit. They wouldn't waste their time on things like this. As for the powerful war god fighters that occasionally enter the resupplying base, they would just sigh, this kiddo is quite crazy interesting. 11/29/2056, the sky was dark and the winds were harshly blowing. On the first floor in some city market, 10 huge horned boars were howling as they continuously mobbed one youth. The howling kept rumbling throughout the city, and a few shelves were already smashed into pieces. The horned boars were completely enraged and attacked crazily. The youth had a hexagonal shield in one hand and a ghost blade in the other. He swayed like a butterfly while his movements caused a few afterimages to appear. One word: quick. Attack. Luo Feng, who kept dodging, instantly moved the ghost blade in his hand. In this instant, a few slight sounds like thunder could be heard. Oh, indeed. They said that once your blade reaches a certain level, the air around it will start making this sound. The blade drew across the neck of every horned boar with unrivaled accuracy. Combining that with his footwork caused the power to be even more amazing. Even though there were many horned boars, only 2 or 3 could attack Luo Feng at the same time. Every time he killed 1 or 2, Luo Feng was always able to use the corpses of the monsters to find some opening and avoid getting slammed by the monster horde. Even many warlord fighters can't handle their surroundings so accurately. Pu. The fresh blood of the horned boar shot out like water from a fountain. In just a moment, half of the couple dozen horned boars were killed, and another 10 horned boars ran away after things turned bad. This isn't good. If it's not a high-level soldier, it's not worth money. Luo Feng picked out 19 high-level soldiers out of all the corpses of the horned boars. He cut off their horns and put them into his bag. The horns of a high-level soldier are worth around $8,000 if I sell them to the underground alliance. As for the other corpses of the horned boars, Luo Feng was too lazy to bother with them. However, Luo Feng didn't really like collecting the horns of the horned boars. Not only were they a bit heavy, but their prices were just average. Since his bag has limited space, he only collects materials from around 75 of the monsters he killed. The actual number of monsters he killed every day was over 300. It couldn't be helped. Who was the one that made the reproduction rate of the boar-type and dog-type monsters so high? After leaving the city that reeked of blood, Luo Feng came to the roof of a normal 6-story residential apartment to rest. After training for the past 50 days, my technique barely steps into the weight class. Luo Feng didn't use all of that training to just kill every time he fought with a small group of monsters. Luo Feng first undergoes technique training, and then he kills them. This way, Luo Feng's efficiency would be very high. Of course, in the past 50 days, Luo Feng was in danger around 20 or so times. Since the howls of the dying monsters occasionally attracts even more monsters facing a few hundred to even over 1,000 enraged monsters, Luo Feng could only use his spiritual force to flee in panic. You could say, without his spiritual force, Luo Feng would have died around 20 times already. But it was because he possessed his spiritual force that Luo Feng was able to use such an insane training method for over 8 hours a day every day. He's surrounded by large amounts of enraged monsters. The effects of one day of Luo Feng's training could equal a month of an average fighter's training in the wilderness, and an average fighter only enters the wilderness a few times a year. With these 50 days of training, along with the Luguan technique from the 9-stage Thunder Blade, Luo Feng finally barely steps into the Ruwei class. My technique steps into the Ruwei class. However, my blade is still only on the first stage of the Thunder Blade. Luo Feng constantly tried to unleash the second stage, but unfortunately, he couldn't. However, who knows how much more control Luo Feng has over his power? Know that in the past 50 days, Luo Feng killed over 10,000 monsters. 10,000 monsters. Most fighters wouldn't kill that many monsters in their entire lives. Such an enormous amount was what created Luo Feng's precise, clean, and sharp blade technique. The biggest thing Luo Feng gained from the past 50 days was experience. The experience of fighting on the border of life and death, remaining calm, and making decisions. Now he is able to calmly find a chance in a battle to the death, and attack. Every fighter training in the Ruwei class possesses this ability. It's already 5 p.m., time to go back. Luo Feng took a look at his tactical communications watch, and directly jumped off the roof with his backpack on his back. A few moments later, Luo Feng was in a pretty good mood as he walked along the highway. Suddenly, he felt a tremor and couldn't help but to turn his head. What he saw were 3 shadows panicking as they sprinted far away on the highway. Sometimes they would sprint and sometimes they would leap over 10 meters far. These shadows were extremely quick. The one running in front is Wandong. With a glance, Luo Feng recognized one of the 3 that were running. He was precisely the Wandong that was the only one in the fighter combat exam able to compete with him. And behind them were a dark mass of monsters. Each of the monsters were only around 30 centimeters large, just barely larger than a human's palm. However, these little monsters formed a sea of monsters, causing Wandong and the other 2 to drop their blades, shields, etc., and sprint for their lives. A rat-tied Luo Feng was shocked. Even a war god-level fighter has no chance of surviving after being surrounded in the infinite rat tide, also known as the rat disaster. The black rat tide seemed infinite, and was wide enough to cover the whole highway. It seemed to stretch on for over 100 meters, with each rat monster being 30 centimeters in length. There were definitely over 10,000 monsters in this rat tide, and this rat tide counts as a small one. Even a war god will die if he gets caught in it. So Luo Feng only had one choice. Run. Luo Feng immediately started sprinting on the highway. Who? Wandong and the other 2 had threw away their blades, shields, and other weapons a long time ago. Each of them were sprinting as the rat tide behind them chased incessantly. The distance between them shortened from 20 meters to 15 meters, 14 meters, 13 meters. Fuck. What's taking the army so long? If they don't come soon, we're dead. Wan Dong and the others cursed in their hearts and clenched their teeth as they accelerated, increasing the distance between them and the rat tide. They directly pulled away to 30 meters. Only after that did Wan Dong and the other two start decelerating. I can't run anymore. Me neither. Wan Dong and the other two exchanged glances, and all of them were in bitter pain. Their maximum sprint speed is way faster than this rat tide, but since it's their maximum, they won't be able to maintain it for long. For example, it was pretty good for the humans before the Grand Nirvana period to run 100 meters in 10 seconds. 100 meters in around 10 seconds. But what about 1,000 meters? Can they do that in 100 seconds? 10,000 meters, could they do it in 1,000 seconds? In fact, before the Grand Nirvana period, the record for the male's 10,000 meter run was around 1,580 seconds. Fighters now are the same. Wan Dong and the others can run 60 ms in their maximum sprint speed, but they've been running for nearly half an hour now. Right now, they can barely keep up a speed of 40 ms. Only when the rat tide nears them do they force themselves with their lives on the line to run faster. Wan Dong and the others have ran about 300 miles. One could imagine how tired they are. Hurry up and come, army. This is pretty close to the resupplying base. How come the army still isn't here? Wan Dong and the other two were starting to lose feeling in their legs. Their muscles were too tired to run any faster. And Luo Feng maintained an astonishing speed of 60 ms while carrying his blade and shield. Wan Dong and the other two have used up most of their energy, but Luo Feng is still in peak condition. Luo Feng was already pretty far from the rat tide, so he quickly lost them. With a glance, Luo Feng saw a deep blue shadow coming from far away in the sky. At first, he thought it was some sort of flying monster, but as the deep blue flying object neared, Luo Feng realized what it was. It was some sort of flat, round, saucer-shaped military aircraft. Most of the military's aircraft are made in this shape, since it's easier to attack and defend against flying monsters in the air. Army. It's the Army's aircraft. The exhausted trio suddenly gave an excited yell, and each of them started accelerating. Luo Feng, who was still sprinting, also slowed down. He raised his head and watched the military aircraft rush towards the monster horde. When it was around 100 meters above the ground, it started hovering perfectly above the monster horde. With Luo Feng's eyesight, he saw a gigantic cannon come out of the bottom of the aircraft. Rumble. A never-ending flame started ferociously shooting out the cannon, directly covering the rat tide below. The temperature of the flame was probably a couple thousand degrees, and most of the rat monsters were burned alive. Suddenly, the usually neat rat tide crumbled entirely. They ran in all directions while giving off horrified yells. However, under the cage of flame, most of the rat monsters were directly burned to death. A portion of the rat monsters ran into the abandoned fields beside the highway, directly burrowed into the ground, and disappeared. You four fighters, a grade 3 rat tide has emerged in a 1,000-mile radius. Please return to the resupplying base. It's not too late to come back to the wilderness after the rat tide. Alert has been called off. A sound carried from the aircraft. Suddenly, it split the air as it flew away, headed off to save the other fighters. Wan Dong and the other two let out a deep, long breath. We've kept our lives. We were so close to being finished. These three were extremely tired. Luo Feng Wandong couldn't help but to yell into the distance, anything to eat, give us something to eat to drink. Luo Feng laughed as he came over. The Wandong in front of him wasn't cold and sullen like before. He was exhausted and filled with joy after sprinting for his life for around 300 miles. His body used up an astonishing amount of energy. Luo Feng took out a bag from the side pocket of his backpack and took out 3 balls. These 3 are high-energy candies, HM, and here's a sack of water. Luo Feng handed them over, and each of them swallowed the high-energy candy. The water in the sack was split up and quickly finished. Luo Feng, thanks, said Wandong, thankfully. Let me introduce to you the one beside me is called Wang Ke, the other is called Jiang Tu. I've long heard about Crazy's famous name, said the handsome Wang Ke as laughed. Crazy, your one high-energy candy tastes better than the most expensive delicacy. I was starving, but now I feel much more comfortable, said Jiang Tu, who had a huge beard. Luo Feng walked and chatted with Wandong and the other 2. How'd you guys encounter the rat tide? That military aircraft said, a grade 3 rat tide. The city Luo Feng was in was too close to the resupplying base, so he didn't have a chance to personally experience the rat tide. I've finally seen how powerful the rat tide is, Wandong couldn't help but to say. Before, we were resting on the rooftop of a residential apartment in a country city, but suddenly, large amounts of rat monsters appeared all over the entire city. It was truly infinite. We were so scared that we immediately used steel wires to escape from rooftop to rooftop. We didn't dare to go down. Luo Feng was astonished. He was completely able to imagine a scene with an uncountable amount of rat monsters appearing in a country city. Thankfully, our squad was in the suburbs of the country city. We clenched our teeth, picked an alley with the fewest rat monsters, and ran for our lives. However, on the way, we encountered another rat tide. We didn't have a choice. Our squad could only split up and run, making the rat tide split too. We were lucky. We ran to the highway, and only a small rat tide was chasing us. While running, Wang Ke and I met this Jiang Tu guy. He pretty much went through the same experience we did. Wandong laughed bitterly as he said, I wonder how Captain and the others are doing. In a place with many streets and alleys, they could split up and run, causing the rat tide to split up too. However, they didn't dare do such a thing on the highway, since only the abandoned fields were beside it. It's harder for humans to sprint in these fields, and the geographical environment of the fields doesn't really have much of an impact on the rat monsters. That's why everyone runs on the highway and aren't willing to enter the abandoned fields. Luo Feng and the others arrived in the fighter resupplying base at this time. A large amount of fighters were gathered at the gate of the base. Crazy, I knew that you wouldn't die. Crazy, did you see old Lu and the others in the 0231 country-level city? As he walked into the resupplying base, quite a few fighters who recognized Luo Feng came to give their greetings and ask questions. Since a rat tide explosion is an extremely dangerous case, thankfully, this was just a grade 3 rat tide, so it wasn't too dangerous. If it was the legendary grade 1 rat tide, then even the entire Jiangnan headquarters city would be in danger. Old Wang, have my captain and the others returned yet? Wandong started asking around. Haven't seen them. Your captain and the others aren't back. It's not recorded here. Today was a sad day for the resupplying base. Quite a few fighters lost their lives. As for the 3 war gods that entered the wilderness today, one of them was actually surrounded by the infinite rat tide and was lost in it. The rat tide crazily attacked with all they had, and killed a war god. Yes, today, a human war god has fallen. There aren't just soldier-level rat monsters in the rat tide, there are also commander-level existences, and the leader of the rat tide is extremely intelligent. Once they select a target, they'll disregard everything else. It was said that while that human war god was struggling, around 10 skyscrapers were destroyed, causing millions of rat monsters to die. Sadly, millions of rat monsters means nothing to the rat tide, which contains billions. Because of that, this war god died. Rumble, the dark clouds rolled and the harsh winds covered the entire land. Sometimes, the sound of thunder could be heard, and with one of the thunder's explosion, heavy rain started pouring. On the rooftop of a villa in the resupplying base, Luo Feng sat on the balcony. "Captain, I'm fine. I was pretty lucky, didn't get surrounded by the rat tide." "Brother Chen, yeah, I'm fine." "Brother Tai, haha, you can hear my voice, of course I'm fine." Luo Feng received several phone calls, since a grade 3 rat tide event only appears around once a generation. Because of that, most of the fighters in Jiangnan City knew what happened every time a rat tide case occurs, or the even more horrifying ant tide. Many human fighters die in this case. A human war god has fallen, a big loss to the entire Jiangnan City. Just a grade 3 rat tide caused so many people to die. Then what about the legendary grade 1 rat tide? Or the legendary war between humans and monsters? The war between humans and monsters is the war between 2 civilizations, the war between 2 races. Once the war begins, countless kinds of monsters appear. Ground monsters, all sorts of flying-type monsters, monsters that use quantity of quality, monsters with immeasurable power, burrowing monsters, poisonous monsters, monsters with flying attacks and sound wave attacks. The ground and the sky are covered with countless monsters. There are also burrowing monsters in the ground, and monsters in the lakes. Things like the rat tide and the ant nest are just a portion of them. This is the most horrifying war. Monsters are the enemies of us humans right now. The monsters have complete control over the sea. On the ground, humans have the advantage, however. Monsters have the advantage in the sky. Humans are forced into headquarter cities and to counterattack from there. Luo Feng never realized this in the past. He always felt like monsters were just being slaughtered by fighters. But today he finally realized monsters are entirely capable of wiping humanity off the face of the earth. If humanity goes extinct, what's the point of talking about family? What's the point of talking about cultures, ethics, and morals? My strength isn't enough, not even close to enough. Luo Feng gazed at the infinite sky and earth. Boom. Ka. The thunder roared, and a flash of lightning came crashing down from the sky. Thunderbolt. Luo Feng stared at the lightning in the faraway sky and suddenly grasped something in his heart. Boom crackle. Lightning bolt after lightning bolt came crashing down from the sky. Sometimes 2 flashes of light will wrap around each other like snakes in the sky to form a lightning bolt. Even a horde leader wouldn't want to get hit by the almighty lightning bolt. The astonishing voltage would probably instantly turn them into dust. Fierce, sharp, destroying everything. Luo Feng sat on the balcony of the rooftop as he muttered while watching silently. With Luo Feng's technique training these past days, his technique finally barely steps into the Ru-Wei class. As for his blade technique, Luo Feng is only able to control his sword's power after killing over 10,000 monsters, and adding the amount of control that the 9th-stage Thunder Blade already needs. Luo Feng's current control over his blade is already way above Wei Tai and Wei Qing's. However, Luo Feng wasn't able to complete the 2nd stage of the 9th-stage Thunder Blade. He has always wanted to complete the 2nd stage. Know that this instruction manual is extremely powerful. The 1st stage gives you 140 of your original power, but the 2nd stage gives you 210. It gives you a full 50 increase from the power in the 1st stage. In other words, an advanced level warrior can wield the strength of a beginner level warlord. And the 9th stage of the 9th-stage Thunder Blade is 700, which is 7x the original. An advanced warrior can wield the power of a beginner-level warlord. This is the power of the 9th-stage Thunder Blade. However, the only person who has mastered all 9 stages in the entire world is the creator, Thunder God. Yeah, like this. Luo Feng, who was always practicing his blade technique, watched the lightning before him. As he watched, he grasped something in his heart. After a short moment, he immediately went down to the 2nd floor to get his ghost blade. After that, with his ghost blade in hand, he started practicing in the heavy rain on the rooftop. The lightning in the distance started dying down. According to the explanation from the instruction manual, every blade master has their own conception. According to the scroll, you have to raise the limits of your blade technique to advance in the 9th-stage Thunder Blade. This lightning bolt. Luo Feng started swinging his blade over and over in the heavy rain. Xiu. Unlike before, Luo Feng was trying to grasp the feeling in his heart while training. The feeling he felt when he watched the lightning bolts, the quick, explosive, and extremely concise feeling. Luo Feng's blade drew a light as it slashed around. Burst, burst, burst out. Luo Feng tried to follow the feeling in his heart, to unleash another force from his body. It should be like this, but how come I can only unleash the 1st stage and not the 2nd? The rain was pouring, but Luo Feng was completely immersed in the world of his own blade. He had no time to worry about rain, and tonight, Luo Feng surprisingly didn't undergo any genetic energy training. He just kept unleashing the 9th-stage Thunder Blade. However, doing this over and over again caused Luo Feng's body to become very tired. But Luo Feng didn't want to stop, so every time he swung his blade, he simply paused a bit before swinging again. Dawn of Day 2. The rain has stopped a long time ago, and a faint glow started to appear from the sky in the east. The winter's chill was already quite apparent at dawn, but Luo Feng, who was completely wet, hugged his blade as he sat on the balcony and frowned. Just what am I missing? Luo Feng himself thought that he should be able to unleash the 2nd stage. Even the inner parts of his body were already starting to unleash a 2nd force, but every time it seemed like it was about to come out, it fell short. In the very end, just missing by a bit. Drip. A droplet of rain fell right into a puddle on the balcony of the rooftop. The calm surface of the water rippled and gently spread to all directions. Luo Feng felt something in his heart. An idea appeared in his mind. The scene he witnessed with the destructive lightning bolts, that was extremely sharp. However, the ripples caused by a droplet of rain were extremely gentle. Just not for long. Your body fitness level can only go so high. The 9th stage is there to give You an explosive strength 7 times greater than your own. However, if you keep pushing towards that limit, how could your body withstand that? Luo Feng eagerly stood up and, with his ghost blade in hand, directly slashed across the area in front of him. The blade moves relatively quickly in its first movement. However, instantly add another force and another, add 2 of them consecutively. The blade slashed across the air. Rumble, a sound rang. Luo Feng's right arm, for an instant, basically bulged up for a bit, clearly becoming larger than his left. Just like that, Luo Feng retracted his blade and had a joyful smile on his face, just like the smooth, gentle surface of water. The deepest parts of his body's muscles naturally connected the 2 forces, and these 2 forces instantly increased the ghost blade's speed to an amazing heights, like lightning. Second stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, finally completed. Just with his blade technique, Luo Feng is able to reach the strength of a low-level warlord, adding his Ruwei class technique to that. Even a regular low-level warlord wouldn't be a match for him. In extreme joy, Luo Feng ran down the stairs and immediately ordered breakfast. Through the phone, he happily and cheerfully finished his breakfast and prepared to undergo genetic energy training. Not right. My blade did get stronger, but it only has brute force. Luo Feng shook his head and immediately picked up his ghost blade again. I am perfectly capable of controlling exactly when I exert the 2 forces. That way, I can make my blade less predictable. Luo Feng started swinging his blade in the training hall. Since he exerts his force 2 more times, Luo Feng's blade changes 2 more times. This is the difference between someone training in the 9-stage Thunder Blade and an average person. The blade was weird and erratic. Swing, and again. The images of the lightning bolts crashing down from the sky kept appearing in Luo Feng's mind, and the images of the water droplet causing the ripples. This was the feeling he was searching for every time he swung his blade. He needs to find a blade technique for himself. The 9-stage Thunder Blade simply gives him a technique to increase his force. Luo Feng needs to experience and find a blade technique that most suits him. And he needs to conceive a technique that can let his body withstand the force of the 9-stage Thunder Blade with no drawbacks. Immersed in the creation of his technique, the fatigue of his muscles didn't affect Luo Feng's excitement at all. Every time he swung his blade, the technique became more and more erratic. The blade even occasionally made light shockwaves from the 2 faint vibrations it received when drawing through the air. Luo Feng had no idea of how much time has passed. Xiao. The blade drew a light like lightning, and like fog it had some sort of feeling similar to a misty trance, but in just that instant, the blade, like a lightning bolt, disappeared. It's that Luo Feng finally had a smile on his face when he casually swung his blade. The muscles of his body were relaxed. He would then instantly exert a force and then go back to the relaxed state. Changing states like this over and over again will allow Luo Feng to be able to fight for a longer duration in battle. According to the instruction manual, I finally got past the basic part and started on the part of conception. I just barely touched the border though. Luo Feng was extremely happy. What should I call my technique? Since I got my inspiration for this technique from watching lightning, I'll call it Thunderbolt. Luo Feng finally had his own technique. Even though my blade technique, Thunderbolt, was just created, I'll keep Improving it in the future, said Luo Feng silently. He lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. It was already 2 p.m. from last night until now. He spent almost 20 hours practicing his blade technique. In just a few days, the Fire Hammer Squad will assemble my technique and my blade technique have improved, so I'll go back and rest for a few days. Luo Feng was in a joyful mood. After eating lunch, he gathered his things and got on a train headed to Jiangnan City from the resupplying base. Around 50 days of training and killing over 10,000 monsters enabled Luo Feng's technique and blade technique to reach new heights. And the blade technique he created, Thunderbolt, has finally taken shape. Today, even though it was simple and plain, he created it when he was just 18 years old. Nobody could say what kind of level the blade technique, Thunderbolt, was capable of reaching. Yangzhou City's Mingyu sector, Luo Feng's home. In the lobby, Luo Feng was currently merrily eating dinner with his parents. And brother Luo Feng only stayed in the wilderness for 7 or 8 days. The first time he went, however, this time he was gone for nearly 2 months. Even though they kept in touch by a phone, the joy of actually meeting Luo Feng way surpasses talking through a phone. After dinner, Luo Hua's room. Luo Hua, what are you writing? Laughed Luo Feng as he asked after seeing a Word document on his brother's laptop with a lot of words on it. Reviewing the losses in last month's stock and patching up my theory on the stock market, laughed Luo Hua as he replied, brother, this main theory of mine actually took a few months to build up. However, to actually complete it will take much longer than that. Luo Feng laughed. Luo Hua, don't tell me about this. I have no idea what you're saying anyway. Oh yeah, how have the stocks been the past 3 months? They haven't been good, a huge drop of 10. However, the stock I chose count as quality stocks, so with some manipulation, I was able to earn around 50 in the last 3 months, said Luo Hua with a face of confidence. After seeing that, Luo Feng also let out a smile. Actually, Luo Feng also researched a bit about stocks on the internet. As of now, the stock market is completely globalized. However, the situations in each region are different. The stock market could entirely collapse, and some regions could undergo inflation, some places could be attacked by monsters and undergo astonishing deflation. Under these random situations, it's extremely hard to trade stocks. Oh, in other words, you earned 10 million, said Luo Feng in a surprised tone. Since Luo Feng earned a lot from the hunter 3 months ago, he lent his brother 20 million. Even though he had faith in his brother, it would be too risky to lend him too much money. Pretty good. Luo Feng took out his phone, quickly entered the internet bank, and made a transaction. Beep. Luo Hua took out his phone and was shocked. He received a message saying that his balance has changed. Your card ending in 3206 has increased by 50 million. On 11/30/21/51. Brother, 50 million, said Luo Hua out of shock as he looked towards his brother Luo Feng. 50 million was no small number as of now. Chinese dollars are quite valuable. The exchange rate between the Earth dollars is only around 3.5 even for many rich Chinese businessmen and merchants, making them pull out 50 million isn't too realistic. Luo Hua, keep working, I'm sure you can do it, laughed Luo Feng. Luo Hua's eyes flashed and he nodded seriously. Controlling such a huge amount of money as he entered the stock market gave Luo Hua a sense of accomplishment for a handicapped person like him, he has made the stock market his career a long time ago, he has played through all types of stocks since a few years ago, and is finally confident in what he does. You can say, he already has the foundation of a master. However, even a master can fail in the stock market. Because of this, there is a lot of psychological pressure. "Don't stay up too late," said Luo Feng as he laughed and went downstairs. 50 million, Luo Feng didn't really mind his training in the past 2 months. Has earned him over 80 million. The amount of money he made was admirable too. Many fighters, but unfortunately, they can't learn Luo Feng's method. Luo Feng is a spirit reader, and if Luo Feng really wanted to make money, he could use his spiritual force to kill large amounts of commander-level monsters. Last night was stormy, but tonight, the stars were bright. The starlight shone through the glass in the second floor's training hall. Luo Feng was swinging his ghost blade over and over again at an extremely high frequency, and every time he swung his blade, he pushed himself to his limit to unleash the 9-stage Thunder Blade, and since he bitterly practiced for 20 hours straight in the resupplying base, swinging his blade at an extremely high frequency would tire him out in just 30 minutes. After that, Luo Feng would undergo his Daoing technique training, 9-stage Han Yuan. Finally, he would undergo the genetic energy training, Wu Xian Xiang Tian. Shishi Luo Feng, who was undergoing Wu Xian Xiang Tian, sat cross-legged and couldn't help but to let out a face of joy. He clearly felt that all the cells in his body were crazily gobbling up the cosmic energy. After finishing the first stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, my training rate almost doubled, and now, after completing the second stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade, every cell in my body became even more hungry and can absorb even more genetic energy. Time passed minute by minute. After a while, as if all the cells in his body joyfully burped, none of them could absorb any more and were completely satisfied. After finishing the first stage, my training rate doubled. After finishing the second stage, even though my training rate didn't raise as much as the first time, it still increased by around 30. Luo Feng was amazed. The 9-stage Thunder Blade was indeed amazing and unrivaled. With that Daoing technique, his training rate increased even more. I trained bitterly at home for a month and then trained in the wilderness for 2 more months. I wonder how much my strength has increased from these past 3 months, thought Luo Feng expectantly. Indeed, Luo Feng was improving rapidly every single day for the past 3 months. Since he's a spirit reader, his spiritual force has been subtly making his body stronger. This is one reason why spirit readers grow so quickly also. Luo Feng is training in the 9-stage Thunder Blade and has been fighting on the border of life and death for the past 2 months. All 3 of these factors combined have made Luo Feng's rate of growth around 5 to 6 times faster than an above-average fighter. I'll go test for a bit in the limit hall tomorrow to see how strong I am. Luo Feng wanted to see the results of his bitter training. Dawn, around 5 a.m. Luo Feng was headed towards the limit hall. Crazy, up so early. There were a few fighters doing their morning practice in the sector. Crazy, I heard you made a ton these past 2 months. You better treat us to something. Treat us brothers in this sector to a cheerful, good meal. Quite a few fighters laughed as they gave their greetings. Nobody knew much about Luo Feng's huge earning from the Hunter Silver Moon Wolf, but quite a few people in the circle of fighters recognized Luo Feng. From the crazy slaughtering he did, killing 10,000 soldier-level monsters in 2 months is indeed a crazy battle record. So getting the nickname Crazy isn't so weird. Also, because of this, Luo Feng has gained much more respect from everyone. No matter how stupid someone is, killing 10,000 monsters will make you extremely experienced. Practice makes perfect. Alright, no problem, want to go tonight, laughed Luo Feng. After entering the limit hall, a reception lady in the lobby saw Luo Feng and yelled, "Mr. Luo, so early, there aren't even any people here yet, would you like something to drink? I'll arrange for it." "Not right now, but prepare some tea and dessert, I'll eat it when I come down," laughed Luo Feng, and then he directly went upstairs. Limit Hall, 6th floor. Luo Feng was extremely thankful as he looked at the gigantic training hall on the 6th floor. This was where he went through the prospective fighter exam. Who knew that, in a blink of an eye, that prospective fighter from before is now a true elite fighter? Luo Feng turned on the fist strength machine and the speed testing machine. After turning on the speed tester, Luo Feng stood on the track. "Let's see my power." Luo Feng, who was relaxed, instantly shot out with a HU sound like an arrow leaving its bow. In a blink of an eye, he rushed through the track and started slowing down. Luo Feng looked at the speed tester, and the display showed 78.6 ms. Not bad. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Normally, 60 ms is what you would need for your body fitness level to reach an advanced level warrior, and 90 ms is what you need to reach a beginner level warlord. "Let me test my strength." Luo Feng walked in front of the fist strength testing machine, took in a deep breath, and let his force explode. Boom! The fist smacked into the tester like a cannonball and ferociously shook the whole thing. The display showed 6,121 kilograms. Usually, 4,000 kilograms counts as an advanced level warrior and 8,000 kilograms counts as a beginner level warlord. Of course, this is just a number that estimates your strength. Your true skill is determined not only by your body fitness level, but also by your record of slayed monsters. Body fitness is just a portion of your strength. Now let's test the 9-stage Thunderblade S force exertion. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and then suddenly opened his eyes. He exerted force through his feet, which caused the entire floor of the training hall to shake a bit. The powerful force instantly carried from his feet to his waist. Kakaka, each section of Luo Feng's spine held up, and the powerful force carried to his right arm. At the same time, his waist and back let out 2 connected force exertions, like the rippling on the surface of a puddle. Connect. Second stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade, 210 power, explode. As Luo Feng's fist moved, it continuously accelerated. It brought along an explosive shock wave as it directly smacked into the machine. Boom! The target fell down and then slowly straightened itself again. The display also paused for a bit before showing the number 12,928 kilograms. Alright, Luo Feng let out a smile on his face. 6,121 times 21 is 12,854. However, fist strength is just an estimate, so it can be a bit higher or lower. In other words, Luo Feng's full power nears 13,000 kilograms of force. His actual body fitness level is an advanced level warrior's. However, with the 9-stage Thunderblade, he reaches the beginner level warlord, and he is way past the required 8,000 kilograms. A beginner level warlord's fist strength is usually between 8,000 kilograms and 16,000 kilograms. Finally, let's test my reaction speed. Luo Feng entered the reaction speed testing room and switched it to the beginner level warlord mode and set it to begin in 5 seconds after. Pressing the red button, Luo Feng swiftly ran into the circle. Inside the circle. After around 5 seconds, beep beep, the cannon of the reaction speed tester machine started rotating faster and faster until it reached an astonishing speed. After that, little rubber bullets shot out of the dozens of muzzles in the main cannon, which flew towards the red circle. So fast Luo Feng stood in the middle of the red circle and started moving swiftly. His steps were light, yet quick, and very relaxed. If you could find someone who has the same reaction speed as Luo Feng, they probably wouldn't be as relaxed as him, because Luo Feng's technique has reached the Ruwei class. With the Ruwei class technique, Luo Feng is able to maximize his dodging ability. Pew 2 bullets hit Luo Feng, but Luo Feng didn't hesitate and kept dodging. 1 minute later, the cannon stopped rotating. Luo Feng then walked to the display and looked carefully. 60 seconds, 21 hits, 0 contacts with the red light. Excellent. Luo Feng was amazed at this grade. He was actually able to receive a grade of excellent on a beginner level warlord's reaction speed test. You can clearly see the results of the Ruwei class. Actually, this reaction speed testing machine technically tests your dodging ability. And your dodging ability is dependent on your speed, reaction speed, awareness, etc. However, this is the best way of testing it. 78 ms. Fist strength of 6,121 kilograms. I can make it near 13,000 kilograms at best. Reaction speed test, beginner level warlord, excellent. Luo Feng was extremely satisfied with the results. He was clear that his body fitness level should make him an advanced level warrior, but with help from the 9-stage Thunder Blade and Ruwei class, he's able to make his attack power and reaction speed reach a beginner level warlord. After testing, Luo Feng went downstairs cheerfully. In the lobby on the first floor, quite a few fighters were sitting and chatting. Crazy. Luo Feng chief instructor Wu Tong was also there and laughed as he said, "Did you come this early to watch the prospective fighter exam? You didn't watch the past few times. Well, this time is good too. Come and see how these rookies test. Maybe you can test them when the time comes." Luo Feng froze. Prospective fighter exam. Yes, today is 12/1. Every first day of the month is the day of the prospective fighter exam. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. This world is indeed quite interesting. 5 months ago, he was a member of the dojo that came here to test. At that time, his family still lived in a cheap home. In a blink of an eye, he's now living in the Mingyu sector and is easily making millions. You should still do the testing, Uncle Wu. At that time, I'll drop by and take a look, laughed Luo Feng as he sat on the side. A waiter immediately brought tea and desserts. Crazy, a dojo uniform wearing man, who was also an instructor at the dojo of Limits, laughed as he said, "I heard that you killed over 10,000 monsters in the past 2 months, and that they were mostly high-level soldier level monsters. Then have you reached the beginner level warlord level?" Seems so, nodded the person beside in agreement. Wu Tong also nodded. There's no way that an advanced level warrior could kill all these monsters so easily, even if Luo Feng hasn't reached the beginner level warlord level. He's basically at that level. I remember that Luo Feng is Training in the 9-stage Thunder Blade, so it seems that the 9-stage Thunder Blade has shown its effect. Luo Feng froze. Isn't that why? He killed over 10,000 monsters in a bit less than 2 months, and most of them were definitely high-level soldiers. Indeed, it would be really difficult for an advanced-level warrior to have such efficiency. No wonder they all think that he has reached the beginner-level warlord level. The 9-stage Thunder Blade is extremely hard to train in, and the price for that instruction manual is extremely expensive, said the other fighters. Yeah, it is very hard, laughed Luo Feng as he nodded. I just coincidentally had some small breakthroughs. Oh. Everyone there, including Wu Tong, noticed that Luo Feng had a different look. In his eyes, the 9-stage Thunder Blade is an ultimate instruction manual. Quite a bit of people have bought this instruction manual, but quite a bit of fighters have also failed to just enter the first stage training in this instruction manual. Means that you'll be able to dominate your battles. Luo Feng, a sound carried from outside. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Brother Chen. Luo Feng, I heard you came back, but I didn't think you would be here so early, laughed Chingu as he walked over. Oh yeah, are you planning to go to Senior Lu Gang's memorial meeting tomorrow? It's such a big case, so we're all going. Luo Feng, you come too when the time comes, said Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Luo Feng sighed with emotion, and then nodded. Of course he has to go to such an event. Their senior, Lu Gang, who passed away in the Grade 3 Rat Tide, was a powerful war god. Even though Luo Feng didn't personally experience a rat tide, he was in the wilderness when the rat tide exploded. He couldn't help but to feel sorry for the dead, seeing how his senior has passed away. Naturally, Luo Feng will go and pay his respects. On the day of the prospective fighter exam, Luo Feng and the others watched the Tender Juniors test. There were a total of 8 people, and 3 of them passed. There was actually someone Luo Feng was familiar with out of these 8 people. An elite member of the Xi and Region's Dojo of Limits. However, this elite member didn't pass. Day 2, dawn. The temperature was low in the funeral parlor of Jiangnan City's Heroes Hall. Security was extremely tight since many people were coming to pay their respects to their senior, Lu Gang. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were all gathered together, and all 5 of them wore black. There are quite a few people here today, said Chingu as he took in a breath. Luo Feng looked around, and just the surrounding streets were all filled with people who have come to pay their respects. Most importantly, today is the first day of mourning, so only fighters, family members, high-ranking government officials, etc. are allowed to come. And from tomorrow until the 7th day, the regular citizens are allowed to come in to pay their respects. Even so, there were over 10,000 people gathered here, and all of these people were upper-class people in Jiangnan City. Some of them were at the top of large businesses, the government, and the army. There were also a huge mass of fighters in the group of fighters. There were even powerful war god level fighters. If a war god dies, it is normal for the other war gods to come pay their respects. The national television came too, said Luo Feng as he watched their vehicle. A war god's memorial meeting is broadcasted across the entire country, said Gao Feng. Thankfully, barely any war gods die across the entirety of China each year. Only fighters that are ranked war god or higher can get broadcasted across the entire country. Warrior and warlord level fighters will never be able to enjoy such great treatment. Also, only the top generals of the army receive this kind of treatment too. Look, it's the mayor of Jiangnan City, he's over there, the leader that frequently appears on television. Look over there, it's the head of the Su family, one of the 12 families of the HR Alliance. After Luo Feng heard about the Su family, he couldn't help but to look over. An old man who was a bit fat and had white hair all over his head, seemed to be around 80 or 90 years old. However, he naturally had an aura of high authority around him. Behind him were 4 of his subordinates. Over there is the powerful war god level fighter Zhu Geshan, he's our chief instructor Zhu Getao's brother. Quite a few fighters were discussing. The people who came here today were indeed important people, whether in the world of the government, the army, businesses, or fighters, all of them were at the top. The memorial is starting, said Gao Feng as he looked ahead. However, we have to wait for a bit before we can enter. Let's wait, we rarely get to see all of these people, laughed Chenggu. Luo Feng and the others stood by the street and waited in the back with a large amount of fighters. The VIPs had already started to enter. Beep. A gloomy, dark saucer-shaped fighter aircraft directly flew over from far away, and the army surrounding the Heroes' Hall didn't attempt to block it. And the powerful war god fighters, the mayor of Jiangnan City, and all of the top officials in the army and government that entered the memorial all came out to greet. A big one has arrived, Chengu's eyes flashed. Damn, what kind of person came? Even Gao Feng was shocked. The people who were at the scene were already at the top of China's upper class society. For example, the war god fighters were at the top of the fighters. The mayor of Jiangnan City is, without a doubt, a top official. There are only 6 headquarter cities in China, so he is much more important than a governor before the Grand Nirvana period. However, all of these people have come out to greet. Who is it? Luo Feng looked carefully. All the fighters, and even the reporters from the national television, stared closely. Nobody dared to make a sound. Complete silence. The saucer-shaped fighter aircraft slowly descended, and its mechanical door opened. A thin man who had an aquiline nose and whose clothes were black came down the steps of the fighter aircraft. It didn't seem like he was in a good mood, and tears could be seen in his eyes, just his presence caused the people in a 10-meter radius to feel like they were falling into darkness. He is the deity in that radius. Mr. Zhu, a powerful war god fighter, spoke. The aquiline-nosed man sighed and didn't say anything. The war god fighters, the mayor of Jiangnan City, and all the top officials from Kyoto City and the army nodded and headed straight towards the Heroes' Hall. The other people followed behind him. Complete silence. Only until after these important people entered did discussions start to rise. From outside. Who is that guy? Luo Feng was full of curiosity. This is, without a doubt, the type of man who was at the top of China. War god fighters rarely greet even a country's leader. Usually, war god fighters don't respect high-ranking officials. No idea. Chenggu and the others shook their heads. Gao Feng's ears moved a bit, and then he said quietly, someone ahead said that the guy just now is named Zhu Shi. I heard of the name Zhu Shi back then. He was an extremely famous war god level fighter. However, I haven't heard of him since he rarely showed himself. I read on the internet that this Zhu Shi has already surpassed the war god level and is one of the peak existences. An existence that surpasses the war god level. Luo Feng and the others took in a deep breath. Holy. An existence like that can go head to head with an entire country. A whole country has to bow down to this kind of person. This is indeed one of the top existences of human society. No wonder all the top officials of the businesses, government, army, and even war god fighters came to receive and greet him. You can say such a person is like a god to humanity. Demand. Grief echoed throughout the entire Heroes' Hall, from the government officials to the generals of the army to the war god-level fighters. All of them paid their respects. Even the national television was carefully recording this scene as the reporter described what was happening in front of the camera. Soon, it was Luo Feng and the group's turn. As the crowd flowed, the 5 members of the Firehammer squad quickly entered the Heroes' Hall. There was just a gigantic photo at the memorial meeting. Just a photo, not even a body, thought Luo Feng to himself with amazement. Indeed, once you die after facing the infinite rat tide, not even your bones will remain. Luo Feng and the others respectfully bowed 3 times while being surrounded by the sounds of grief. Silently kneeling beside them were the powerful war god fighter's wife and daughter. Luo Feng and the others quickly left the area. The mood of the area outside the hall seemed to have relaxed a bit. It wasn't so oppressive like the mood in the hall. Senior Lu Gang was unfortunate, sighed Gao Feng as he shook his head. He just happened to fall into the middle of a rat tide, and the leader of the infinite rat tide surely determined that Senior Lu Gang was a top fighter of humanity, so it was willing to give up everything to kill him. And once the rat tide is willing to do so, there's no escaping it. Luo Feng said in a small voice. From what I heard from the scenes captured by the satellites, a couple dozen skyscrapers fell and millions of rat monsters died in Senior Lu Gang's struggle. One can imagine the scene. Before, Luo Feng, Wan Dong, and the others were only being chased by a small rat tide containing around tens of thousands of rat monsters. And there wasn't even a single commander-level rat monster in that small rat tide, or else how come the rat tide couldn't catch up to Wan Dong and the other speed? Even such a small rat tide was able to give Luo Feng such pressure. When he thinks about a scene of being surrounded by billions of rat monsters, he couldn't help but to shudder. The fact that the war god fighter was able to kill millions of rat tide monsters in such a short time showed that he was extremely powerful. If Senior Lu Gang was a bit more careful from the start and tried to avoid the center of the rat tide, he wouldn't have died, sighed Gao Feng. The cold outside the Heroes' Hall was heavy, and the streets were filled with those from the circle of fighters, the government, the army, and people from family corporations. Luo Feng, a sound carried over. Luo Feng turned his head and saw Su Xian in a black outfit not too far away. This outfit gave Su Xian a small feeling of coldness. Su Xian, you don't have class today? Asked Luo Feng. Today is Saturday, so I came over with my family. Su Xian couldn't help but to laugh. Luo Feng paused, and then laughed at himself. Saturday, oh, I can't even remember the day of the week. Once I stopped going to school. After you become a fighter, the day of the week doesn't matter at all. When he was still going to school, he was crystal clear on the date. Now that classmate Luo Feng is a fighter, he's different from us other classmates, said Su Xian purposefully. Luo Feng and Su Xian chatted like this on the side of the street. And Su Gang, who was currently chatting with a middle-aged lady, caught a glimpse of Luo Feng and Su Xian together, he couldn't help but to frown, and then apologized to the middle-aged lady beside him. Director Zhang, I have some things to attend to. We'll talk about this dividing case later. The middle-aged lady smiled as she nodded her head. Su Gang walked to a close spot and paid attention to Luo Feng and Su Xian out of the corner of his eye. With Su Gang's vision, he could clearly see Luo Feng and Su Xian's expressions clearly. They were having an enjoyable time, which made Su Gang's face even worse. Sister is a prideful person, so she usually doesn't like to talk to guys of the same age. How come with this Luo Feng? Sister Su Xian has already reached the required age for marriage, so Su Gang was extremely attentive to her love life. No matter what, he did not like Luo Feng. A fighter who'll die off who knows when, and he's still bothering my sister. The deeper they go, the more bitter hardship my sister will have to go through in the future. Su Gang was enraged. This Luo Feng, I already told him tactfully last time, if he knows, then he should stay away from my sister. He fails to appreciate my kindness. Su Gang was clearly mad, but what can he do? Even if he's mad, he won't foolishly charge in. Su Gang's gaze unexpectedly landed on someone not too far away, and with a heartbeat, I'll let Luo Feng have some pain and know his place. As he thought that in his heart, Su Gang headed towards the left. Master Su, a seemingly handsome youth whose head was shaved, laughed as he gave his greetings. Guahai, laughed Su Gang. I didn't think I would see brother Guahai here. I thought you were still in the wilderness. Senior Lu Gang's memorial meeting is a huge thing. How could I not come? The handsome youth looked towards the hero's hall and shook his head as he sighed. Back then, I received some pointers from Senior Lu Gang. Who could have known that such an awesome, powerful fighter like Senior Lu Gang would? Su Gang felt like Guahai was actually sad, and he secretly shook his head. This Guahai isn't even that close to War God Lu Gang. Isn't he putting up too much of a show? As a merchant, he was unable to understand the feeling between the fighters. Fighters that walk on the border of life and death never forget their favors. Naturally, one would never forget a senior's advice for the rest of their lives. Guahai, my sister came here today, too, laughed Su Gang. Su Xian. Guahai's heart skipped a beat. Where? Su Gang laughed bitterly, and then showed the direction with his eyes. Oh. Over there, chatting with a young fighter. Guahai saw Luo Feng and Su Xian far away and slightly frowned. He said in a surprised tone, as far as I know, Lady Su Xian rarely talks to fighters, so I'm guessing that this young fighter has a special connection with her. Even though he liked Su Xian, Guahai didn't believe that Su Xian had to like him back. He does have a special connection. Su Gang shook his head. They used to be classmates, so my sister is on quite good terms with this kid, or else she wouldn't be talking so much with him. Guahai nodded. Indeed, Su Xian rarely talked to young men. Even though he had quite a bit of self-control, Guahai couldn't help but to feel a bit jealous. This kid, I warned him before to stay away from my sister. However, it looks like he has some plans of his own for my sister. Su Gang looked at Guahai. This kid doesn't even look at his own position, a warrior-level fighter, who knows when he'll die, and he still dares to chase after my sister, a commoner chasing after royalty. Guahai frowned, but couldn't help but to feel a bit proud inside. Young people can't help but to compare themselves to others. As of now, he's already an intermediate-level warlord, and he's only 21 years old. Su Gang, you're right, a warrior-level fighter will have a hard time in the wilderness, who knows what he'll die to, nodded Guahai, if that kid really cares about Su Xian, he shouldn't her. I think so too, followed Su Gang. Guahai looked at Luo Feng, and asked, oh yeah, what's his name? He's named Luo Feng, and just became a fighter not too long ago, said Su Gang. Luo Feng. Guahai frowned, crazy. Su Gang froze and looked at Guahai suspiciously. What crazy? Crazy is a nickname only someone who is skilled would receive a nickname from. Others usually, people don't even get nicknames even when they want them. Guahai looked towards Su Gang and frowned as he said, this Luo Feng has a bit of fame in the circle of fighters. You underestimate him, even though he just became a fighter not too long ago. He killed over 10,000 soldier level monsters in just 2 short months, and I heard that they were mostly advanced level soldiers. I estimate that he has the skill of a beginner level warlord. Killed over 10,000 monsters, 2 months, Su Gang blinked twice. And, you said he's a beginner warlord level, a 18-year-old beginner warlord level fighter? Su Gang couldn't help but to exclaim. Guahai nodded. Su Gang widened his eyes as he turned around to look at Luo Feng, who was currently joyfully chatting with Su Xian, and couldn't help but to curse. This kid pretended to be weak and tricked me. Who knew he was such a person? A 18-year-old beginner warlord compared to a 21-year-old intermediate warlord. As for potential, Luo Feng's is slightly higher. Su Gang's attitude changed a bit. Who knew that this crazy also liked Su Xian? Guahai let out a smile. Interesting, interesting. Luo Feng is actually called crazy, this nickname. Su Gang was amazed beyond belief. However, killing around 10,000 monsters in 2 months, this is indeed quite crazy. He was completely shocked, but Su Gang quickly regained his composure as he examined Luo Feng from far away. The merchant quickly came to a conclusion. This Luo Feng is still young, but he's already a beginner-level warlord, and the conditions he had back home weren't good at all, so being able to come to this stage is indeed quite rare. I'll look at it this way: if he's able to become a war god-level existence someday, then I'm afraid that my dad and the others will have no choice but to let sister marry him. However, a fighter is ultimately a fighter. Even Lu Gang can die, so who knows when he'll die. Whatever, I won't think any further. I'll just see how Luo Feng will grow from here, thought Su Gang to himself. Indeed, a warlord level fighter is really nothing to a big family like the Su family. The memorial meeting was still ongoing, but some fighters were already starting to leave. After the 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad left, they immediately started searching for a nice-looking hotel with a classical style. The owner of this restaurant knew that there were quite a bit of people attending the memorial meeting today, since the memorial meeting was broadcasted across the country. Once he saw the direction Luo Feng and the others came from, along with the fighter-only car beside them, the owner of the restaurant immediately understood who these 5 were and led them to the best room on the 3rd floor. All right, go now. Chingu quickly ordered some dishes and waved his hand, signaling the waiter to leave. The most beautiful female waiter of the restaurant snuck a peek at them and then obediently left the room. I was in a pretty good mood today until I saw the bastards of the Tiger Fong squad. Just seeing them completely destroyed my great mood. Gao Feng couldn't help but to say out of anger while clenching his teeth. Before they left, Luo Feng and the others met the Tiger Fong squad, who also came to pay their respects. Captain, there's no need to get so angry over those bastards, it's not worth it. Wei Tai shook his head. After we enter the wilderness, we'll find a chance to get rid of them. Laughed Wei Qing coldly. Luo Feng frowned and scanned the entire room with his spiritual force to make sure there weren't any hidden listening devices. After seeing Luo Feng like that, Gao Feng laughed as he said, Luo Feng, no worries, this restaurant counts as a high-class one, so people who eat in rooms like these are usually quite important people. Classified information frequently goes around here. If the owner of this restaurant dares to eavesdrop, he's looking for death. Chingu also spoke. Who cares if someone is eavesdropping? We just talked about killing people, but we didn't kill anyone yet. We can't even talk about it with our mouths. Luo Feng laughed in agreement. Captain, are there any annoying figures behind the Tiger Feng squad? Asked Luo Feng. If there are, then we have to be cautious. TL note, no matter where I looked, it said Firehammer Squad, but considering the context, I'm pretty sure it's the Tiger Feng Squad. It could just be a typo, but this is the first time I've ever seen a typo like this on all the sources I checked. Who could there be? Gao Feng sneered. It's not like their parents are war gods. Oh yeah, senior war god Lu Gang has 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. And the oldest son and daughter are warlord-level experts. Only the second son's strength is average. Sighed Wei Tai. These experts are just not the same. Even the daughter is so powerful already. Oh, 3 children and 2 of them are warlord-level. Luo Feng was shocked. That's quite normal. Gao Feng said, Luo Feng, you haven't been in the circle of fighters for a long time, so you probably aren't too sure. Actually, a powerful fighter's children will also be quite powerful. For example, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, is an existence that surpasses a war god, and his sons and daughters are all war god level. Luo Feng blinked twice. He really didn't know about this. It's quite simple actually, laughed Gao Feng as he continued. When a fighter trains, every cell in his body absorbs genetic energy, perfecting the genes in his body. The genes of his body continuously get better, and in that process, the stronger the fighter, the higher quality his genes will become. And when he marries and has kids, those genes are passed on to the next generation. It's not weird for children of the exceptionally powerful fighters like Hong, Thunder God, and Zhu Shi to reach the war god level, because their genes are already great. However, this doesn't carry completely. If they aren't as powerful as their parents, it'll lead to each generation getting weaker and weaker. Eventually, the genes of that family will become average again. Luo Feng nodded. Genes are indeed passed when having children. The children of powerful fighters have an advantage right at birth. The door opened, and the waiter came in with the food. Okay. After the waiter put everything on the table and left, Gao Feng sighed as he said, actually, if humanity keeps on going like this, the genes of the powerful fighters will spread around, therefore increasing the quality of all the genes of humanity. However, when a weak person marries a powerful person, their children could be quite normal. So, it's very hard to raise the quality of the genes of humanity as a whole. Powerful people raise the quality of humanity's genes, while weak people lower them. However, one point is clear: as time passes, the genes of humanity as a whole will continuously rise in quality. One day, almost all of humanity can become fighters. Luo Feng slightly nodded at Gao Feng's conclusion. Of course, for every single human to become a fighter, who knows how long That'll take 500 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years, laughed Gao Feng as he shook his head. Evolution for all of humanity is indeed a slow process. Luo Feng and the others quickly finished lunch and, after the dishes were taken away, ordered some tea. Old Chen and Wei Tai and his brother have pretty much gotten used to their strength. Let me see, we'll go into the wilderness these 2 days, said Gao Feng as he looked at the others. Anyone have any opinions? How about the day after tomorrow, spoke Chen Gu. Luo Feng nodded. Let's depart on the day after tomorrow. However, Captain, where are we going to this time? Haha, Chen Gu laughed. This time we surely won't be going to those small country-level cities. Our squad is much more powerful than it was before. Saying that the squad as a whole has increased in strength by at least 10 times is no exaggeration. Let's go to a major city area. Wei Tai and Wei Qing's eyes flashed. In the past, they were only willing to fight a bit in prefecture-level cities. How about we get arrogant and try the 003 city, said Gao Feng quietly as he took in a deep breath. 003 city. Luo Feng and the others were completely shocked. 003 city, what does that represent? You could say it's one of the most horrifying areas in all of Eurasia. This place is near the sea, so there are large amounts of ocean monsters. This city also has one of the highest building densities, so the amount of monsters here has reached an alarming amount. There are many Horde Leader level monsters, and even monsters that surpass the Horde Leader level live here. Large amounts of top fighters come here. Fighters from other headquarter cities in Asia also come to this area just for this city. Here is where human fighters and soldiers slaughter each other. Here is where the center of China's economy was before the Grand Nirvana period. Shanghai City. Their Wei Tai and Wei Qing were both shocked. That's too much, the difficulty gap is too great. Wei Tai couldn't help but to say, how about we go to 023 city in Old Suzhou first? No matter how arrogant, anyone would tremble in fear after hearing the name of 003 city. This place is where the real dragons, snakes, and alligators appear. Gao Feng looked at the others and laughed, scared. Who's scared? Whoever goes to 003 city will get major bragging rights. Chen Gu's eyes flashed. Go, of course we're going. 003 city is a gigantic city. Anyway, probably more than 10 times larger than the other cities. We're just creeping along the border. What is there to be afraid of? Luo Feng, what about you? The group looked towards Luo Feng, since he was the top fighting force of the squad. Luo Feng contemplated. Of course, Luo Feng knew about the legendary 003 city. What 003 city means to humans today versus what Shanghai meant before the Grand Nirvana period, they are both special. Okay, we can go, but we have to go slowly from the suburbs, nodded Luo Feng. Of course we're going slowly from the suburbs, or am I tired of living? I don't want to die yet, laughed Gao Feng. Some of my old friends are all drifting around 003 city, that is where all the top fighters appear. Humph. Of course we're gonna have to start going there too. Being able to survive in 003 city is a symbol of strength. Because there are large amounts of alligators there are large amounts of commander-level monsters even in the suburbs, and along the riverbanks are quite a few Horde Leader-level monsters, so those without strength wouldn't dare go to 003 city. Alright, then everyone get some rest, we'll depart tomorrow, towards 003 city, laughed Gao Feng. Alright, to 003 city. The blood of Luo Feng and the others were boiling. After the third day, Luo Feng and Chenggu left the Mingyu sector and grouped up with Gao Feng, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing at the HR Alliance Market to head towards the resupplying base in the southeast. The military sector in the southeast was way larger than Jiangnan City's northern military sector. This resupplying base is also way larger than the resupplying base in the northern military sector. After getting the key, Luo Feng and the group couldn't help but to take in a breath as they walked inside the resupplying base. The amount of villas in this resupplying baseway surpassed the northern sector's amount, and with a glance, you could see large amounts of fighters in every area. In terms of strength, the fighters here have way surpassed the fighters of the northern sector. Of course they're way stronger, exclaimed Gao Feng. 003 city is near the sea. The uncountable amount of monsters in the sea have split the continent and threatened the mainland along the Huangpu River. This resupplying base exists to deal with those sea monsters, and the fighters are mainly here to deal with the monsters inside the 003 city. Compared to the monsters of the land, the monsters of the sea pose a much larger threat to humanity, because the area of the seaway surpasses the area of the land, and the entire sea is the monster's territory. One could imagine just how many monsters are in the sea. Look, that's a poison devil gun, isn't it? HMHM, holy shit, isn't that a war god level? Fighters rarely appear in the northern military sector, but we just got here and we already saw one. Not surprising, 003 city is one of the few large camps for the monsters in all of Eurasia. Professionals from other headquarter cities come here too, not just from our Jiangnan city, so it's not weird for so many strong people to be here. The Firehammer squad looked down from the rooftop of their apartment and were all surprised. The fighters here truly came from all parts of the world. We'll eat, and after lunch we'll head to 003 city, said Gao Feng. Moments later, the 5 fully equipped members of the Firehammer squad left the resupplying base. It's the Firehammer squad, they came here too. I heard that the rookie, Crazy, who just joined the Firehammer squad is quite strong. He's an beginner warlord, so he's sure to improve rapidly. The people inside the resupplying base laughed as they discussed. Crazy Wandong, who was chatting with his friends in the shade of a tree, couldn't help but to turn his head at this time. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad were headed towards the gate of the base. Dong, this Luo Feng is in the same batch as you, right? Spoke the burly brute beside him. Yeah. Wandong nodded. We became fighters in the same group during the grade 3 rat-tied explosion from last time. I even met him. I wouldn't have thought that he would come to the military sector in the southeast. The captain of Wandong's original squad died in the rat-tide from last time, so Wandong and the others joined another fighter squad and came here. Dong, keep at it, don't lose to this Luo Feng. The burly brute smacked Dong's chest. Wandong watched Luo Feng's shadow disappear at the gate while having complicated feelings. When they participated in the prospective fighter exam together, they were both scouted by dojos who knew that in a blink of an eye, Luo Feng has already made his name in the circle of fighters while he's still a rookie that needs to work hard. If you mention Crazy of Jiangnan City, most people would know what you're talking about. Know that making a name for yourself is an extremely difficult thing to do. Or rely on a earth-shattering battle. Or rely on a special battle record like Luo Feng killing 10,000 monsters in 2 months. Or, rely on the buildup of your fame over tiring months and long years. 4. Example, Chen Gu and Zhang Ke spent a dozen years building up their fame before they were known. And now, Luo Feng counts as someone with quite a bit of fame. He was like me back then, and now he's already someone who has a bit of fame. In the circle of fighters, I can't lose to him. Wan Dong clenched his fists. With his target Luo Feng right in front of him, Wan Dong didn't dare to relax. Along the highway, Luo Feng and the others walked for around 2 days until they finally reached the outskirts of 003 City. The sky was gray and the Firehammer squad treaded forwards carefully, into the house. Yelled Gao Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng and the others swiftly entered a shop on the street. Bleeding. Quack quack. Only after the few hundred birds that covered the sky flew past did the Fire Hammer squad carefully come out. This is where the monsters gather. It's their biggest camp in all of Eurasia. Not just land monsters, but all sorts of flying monsters are here too. Warned Gao Feng in a small voice, and since it's near the sea, amphibious monsters appear too, so everyone, make sure to be careful, and even more careful. Understood, Captain Luo Feng and the others nodded. Everyone knew how dangerous it was here when the group of flying monsters from before attacked. They were only able to keep their lives because of the terrain and Luo Feng's explosion. Our target is a small sector 2 miles away, called Wanke Dream City, said Gao Feng in a small voice. This Wanke Dream City takes up an immense amount of land, large enough for 1 million people to live there right now. There are quite a bit of monsters there, since it's on the outskirts of 003 City. Horde leader-level monsters are rare. It's suitable for us to wander around there for a bit. Okay, the others nodded. Everybody be careful, whether the sky, the ground, or even underground. Monsters can appear from anywhere. Gao Feng waved his hand. Depart. Luo Feng's ghost blade was already unsheathed, and Chen Gu's RG-112 heavy machine gun was ready to fire at any time. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad carefully moved forward and didn't dare to let down their guard for even a moment. They were completely different from the time they were in the small country-level city. Howl, growl, die. An earth-shaking growl rumbled over from a few dozen miles away, and even some humans enraged howls. What monster? Chen Gu couldn't help but to turn his head towards the origin of the sound. That's towards the city sector, where real ichthyosauruses and alligators appear. There are quite a bit of horde leader-level monsters and war god-level fighters there, said Gao Feng in a small voice. If you don't have the power of a war god, going there is suicide. In 003 City, powerful fighters from not just China, but also Russia and India are there. Luo Feng and the others nodded. For a short 2 miles, not even a minute is needed if they explosively sprint. However, the Firehammer squad spent half an hour to reach the Wanke Dream City sector that was abandoned dozens of years ago. In this half an hour, Luo Feng and the others killed 2 snake-type monsters, 30 regular soldier-level monsters, and a low-level commander. I heard it was dangerous, but I didn't think it would be this dangerous. We were so careful, and yet we were still forced to fight a low-level commander. Chen Gu's eyes flashed, just what you'd expect from 003 City. Go, hurry upstairs. Gao Feng waved his hand. Luo Feng and the others carefully and swiftly entered an apartment building. This building had 18 floors, and from the 1st floor to the 12th floor, Luo Feng and the others met around 10 monsters. On the 12th floor was a room around 100 square meters. While we're here at 003 City, this house will be our temporary resting spot, spoke Gao Feng. Luo Feng also nodded. Unlike other cities, 003 City has large amounts of flying-type monsters, so you can't rest on the rooftop. If you rest on the roof, you're looking for death. Look, there. Gao Feng stood on the dusty balcony and pointed towards the south. Look there, at the place that's completely covered in mist. Luo Feng and the others walked there. Indeed, around 10 miles away, a few buildings could barely be seen in the mist. It was impossible to see any further than the broken sign there. That location was strangely covered entirely by the mist. 003 City is actually mostly covered in dust. All sorts of monsters' howls and birds' cries could be heard, and the rumbling of the tens of thousands of monsters was uncountable. That's the core of this sector. It used to be a Nor convenience store, but now there's a high-level horde leader monsters residing there, said Gao Feng sternly. No matter what, we won't approach that area. I heard that the high-level horde leader there has 2 low-level horde leaders, large amounts of commanders, and uncountable amounts of soldier monsters there. It's the tyrant of a 20 to 30 mile radius. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. A high-level horde leader and 2 low-level horde leaders. What kind of group is this? Of course, they can only be a tyrant in the outskirts like this in the city. Horde leader level monsters are everywhere. Gao Feng waved his hand. All right. We'll rest for the night. Tomorrow, we'll start our journey in the 003 City. Yes, Captain. Luo Feng and the others exchanged glances and let out smiles. Bleeding. The couple hundred bird monsters flew past from above the small sector, and some of them even flew past the apartment buildings. The closest monster was just 20 to 30 meters away from Luo Feng and the others. Everyone enter the rooms and rest. The windows of the rooms aren't big, so the flying monsters can't fly in here today. Chingu and Wei Tai, you two rotate and keep watch for the night. In 003 City, even if Luo Feng and the others want to sleep, they have to let someone keep watch. Nobody dared to relax, for this was an amusement park to the monsters, a den to the humans, and a battlefield to the fighters. After the night, dawn. Luo Feng stood on the balcony of the 12th floor. The winter chill of the morning touched his face, startling Luo Feng's spirit. It's around 5 or 6 degrees below zero today, laughed Gao Feng. It is a bit cold. Luo Feng looked down from the balcony and saw a monster hunting for prey, but right in the morning, there are already quite a bit of monsters in the area. Look, there are around 12 monsters in my field of vision, and 3 of them are commander-level. HMHM, 003 City is indeed the camp of the monsters. Gao Feng laughed. Indeed, in a regular city, a commander usually leads around a few hundred regular monsters. They have lots of authority, and in the city that Luo Feng stayed in to train his blade technique, a commander-level monster had around a few hundred to even a few thousand monsters under its control. In a city, the fewer the commanders, the more monsters each one can lead. But in 003 City, even in the outskirts, a commander-level monster only has around 2 to 3 soldiers with it. Sometimes they have none, becoming a leader without any followers. These are all weaker commanders. They don't have many followers. As for the stronger commanders and even horde leaders, they'll have tens of thousands of Followers Gao Feng turned his head to look at the others. Everyone, wake up, let's go hunt the monsters below. Let's go brothers, let's earn some money. Chenggu couldn't help but to laugh as he said, "This 003 city is full of opportunity, commanders are everywhere." The eyes of Wei Qing and Wei Tai flashed. 003 city is dangerous. But chances exist together with danger. There are many powerful monsters here. And if you don't have enough skill, you'll easily die even if you're powerful. Once you get surrounded by a horde, you're also finished. However, the commanders here don't have many followers, so it's much easier to hunt these commanders. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng was in front of the staircase, and after using his spiritual force to scan the corners, waved his hand. No problem, no monsters in a 20-meter radius. Monsters usually lie in ambush from the corners, and Luo Feng's spiritual force is the best detector. Being with a spirit reader is fantastic, smiled Chenggu. Everyone watch yourselves, don't make a sound. Monsters' ears are very sensitive. Gao Feng glared at Chenggu, and Chenggu immediately shut up. Luo Feng was leading while Gao Feng was in the back. Wei Tai and Wei Qing were on the two sides, and Chenggu was in the middle. Luo Feng's gaze landed on a three-horned boars around 100 meters away. One of the horned boars was extremely large and its horn was black. Unlike the usual gray fur, its needle-like fur was black. All of this pointed to its identity. Low-level commander. It's that, Luo Feng said quietly. I'll take care of that horned boar ahead. Everyone, watch the surroundings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng charged ahead while the four in the back naturally spread out. According to the formation, they were watching for other commander monsters, or if there were other human fighters trying to interfere. How the commander-level horned boar saw the human Luo Feng rushing alone, and immediately held its speed shot to 100 ms, which is around 360 km/h. And that horned boar was charging straight at Luo Feng with its body size. The force of impact would be enough to even smash open a truck. Luo Feng held his ghost blade and kept his regular speed of around 60 to 70 ms. The two met. Luo Feng's speed instantly rose, and with a step, he accurately dodged to the centimeter. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's blade was drawing up. As the blade went, it increased in speed twice, making the blade blurry. It became a blinding light. The cold light of the blade was like a thunderbolt, and it drew across the neck of the horned boar. The light of the blade was like a mist from a dream, and instantly dispersed. Blade technique thunderbolt first success. Poochie poochie. The two seemingly simple slashes from Luo Feng's ghost blade instantly slashed across the necks of the other two soldier-level horned boars. Rumble, the commander-level horned boar, who lost its life, continued to sprint for around 10 more meters before falling to the ground with a rumble. It slid on the ground for a few dozen meters before smashing into a large, tough tree that has been growing on the side for dozens of years, causing the entire tree to shake a bit before stopping. Nice job, destroying a commander-level monster with just blade technique alone. Chenggu and the others huddled around. You've improved quite a bit. Gao Feng was also happy, and he was already heading over to dissect the corpse of the monster. My technique, along with my blade technique and bountiful experience, made killing a low-level commander so easy. Luo Feng was amazed and sighed. Since he killed over 10,000 monsters, Luo Feng was able to remain perfectly calm when dealing with these monsters, enabling him to use his blade technique to their maximum. Using the smallest amount of strength to instantly get rid of the opponent. Alright, dissection complete. Gao Feng let out a smile. Let's see, we can hunt quite a bit of commander-level monsters today. Go to the next one. Luo Feng also let out a smile. Everyone in the Fire Hammer squad were in high spirits. In 003 City, even though they knew that they were going to be able to hunt many monsters, once they actually started fighting, Luo Feng realized, holy shit, they weren't killing monsters, they were basically printing money. Even a money printer wouldn't be able to make as much money as Luo Feng and the others were making right now. The materials of a low-level commander are worth around 5 million, 15 million. The materials of a medium-level commander are worth around 10 million, 100 million. The materials of a high-level commander are worth around 50 million, 600 to 700 million. Of course, there are some exceptions, like some extremely rare monster, or some high-level commander that's approaching the Horde leader level. Naturally, the prices for their materials will be higher, but most of the monsters fit the price range above. The Fire Hammer squad killed around 10 commanders a day. Of course, most of them were low-level commanders. The amount of money they made was simply shocking. After fighting for 10 days, Luo Feng and the others killed 92 low-level commanders and 3 medium-level commanders. The estimated price for them is probably $1 billion, since they fought hard for 10 days. Luo Feng and the others were quite tired, so they took a good day to rest. After that, they kept hunting monsters, and it's just that the monsters in the area have clearly decreased by a significant amount. The 15th day. On the 12th floor of the 18-story apartment building, Luo Feng and the others were resting. Captain, we rarely see any low-level commanders near this area anymore, said Chenggu hopelessly. It can't be helped, we've been killing quite cruelly recently, laughed Gao Feng, but no need to rush, monsters come in groups. According to my estimations, the amount of monsters here will start increasing within 10 days. All we have to do is quietly defend here, since we're familiar with the area. Luo Feng also nodded. Even though this area was big, Luo Feng and the others memorized it completely these past few days. Looks like 003 City is still the best for making money. Wei Tai couldn't help but to be amazed. Even though Luo Feng and Gao Feng mainly did all the work, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chenggu still benefit greatly after dividing the money. Each of them will get over 100 million. Before, in the small cities, commanders were rare. Wei Qing and Wei Tai probably couldn't earn 100 million in a year, but now they passed that amount in just 15 days. Of course, the bigger the gain, the bigger the risks. In these past few days, Luo Feng and the others also encountered an assault from a flying monster. Thankfully, they hid in the house and relied on Luo Feng's throwing knives to scare them away. Tons of money, it's not a lot at all, laughed Gao Feng. It's normal for a spirit reader to earn billions a year. The only reason we're able to stay here is mainly thanks to Luo Feng. Haha. Chenggu, Wei Qing, and Wei Tai couldn't help but to start laughing. Captain, don't say that it's because of your help that killing these monsters became that much easier. Luo Feng was telling the truth when he said that it's impossible for one person to pay attention to all of his surroundings. Some squads have 3 members responsible for keeping watch and to remove potential dangers. And only with the help of an intermediate warlord like Gao Feng will Luo Feng's efficiency be high. Luo Feng and the others talked in a relaxed manner, but their voices weren't raised high. Chingu looked down through the laser aimer of his heavy sniper rifle and suddenly said, "A big one's here." What Luo Feng and the others basically immediately came over and looked through their binoculars. Luo Feng looked carefully. In an apartment building far away, the corners were filled with vines and moss. And in these vines was a gigantic snake that was 20 meters long and as thick as a person's waist. The snake's body had black stripes, and the closer they got to its head, the thicker they became. The very end of the gigantic snake split into two triangular snake heads, and both of these heads had a bulge on their foreheads. Is this the snake-type monster, black-striped, that has lethal poison? Cursed Gao Feng under his voice, and this is even a mutated snake-type monster, twin-headed black-striped snake, and it's almost growing a horn and becoming a dragon. Luo Feng also took in a deep breath. A mutated black-striped snake, that's almost a dragon. This thing shouldn't be messed with. A black-striped snake that's about to become a dragon, it's surely a high-level commander, and nearing the horde leader level. Gao Feng's expression was extremely serious, and he said in a small voice, "And since it's a mutated twin-headed black-striped snake, its venom is many times more powerful than a regular black-striped snake. It also has 2 venom sacs, and each of those venom sacs are worth double the amount of a non-mutated black-striped snake. In other words, this twin-headed black-striped snake is worth the same amount as 4 black-striped snakes of the same level. A black-striped snake that's about to become a dragon is worth around 400 million, so this twin-headed black-striped snake is worth 16 billion. The price is comparable to a regular low-level horde leader monster." After Gao Feng said these numbers, the heart rate of the others started increasing rapidly. They have killed hundreds of commander-level monsters over the past few days. But all of that is not even close to the amount of money that the twin-headed black-striped snake is worth. Obviously, killing stronger monsters earns money at a higher rate. Of course, this twin-headed black-striped snake is extremely dangerous. Once you get bit by it or get poisoned by it in any way, it's certain death. Gao Feng said lowly, "And it has 2 brains, so both heads can attack the enemy together. Are we doing this?" Gao Feng looked towards the other members of the squad and finally laid his eyes on Luo Feng. Everyone was silent as they looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was the one to make the decision. A twin-headed black-striped snake would make them tons of money, but at the same time, it's extremely dangerous. I'm in. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. "Captain, what about you? With his spiritual force, his dodging would be unpredictable." Luo Feng, "Help me a bit if there's trouble." Gao Feng clenched his teeth. "Fighters are supposed to walk on the border of life and death. Wei Tai, give me your shield." "Here, Captain." Wei Tai had no hesitation as he gave his shield to Gao Feng, and Gao Feng put one of his hammers on the ground. He had a shield in his left hand and a hammer in his right. He laughed at himself. "After all this time, I still rarely use a shield in combat. However, this twin-headed black-striped snake is just too dangerous. If I don't use a shield, I'll actually be quite scared." "Captain, I'll attack from afar and you attack up close," said Luo Feng quietly. "If something happens, I'll use my spiritual force on your shield or hammer, and you can use that force to dodge away." Understood. Gao Feng nodded. Luo Feng looked at the other three and said, I'll go down with the captain. You guys stay here. Oh yeah, Brother Chen, aim with your sniper rifle and make sure nobody tries to take advantage of us and steal the kill. No worries, I'll keep aiming below, laughed Chingu slightly. If you want me to fire, just notify me directly. Okay. Through the tactical communications watch, members of a squad can keep in touch any time. Captain, let's go. Luo Feng and Gao Feng speeded down the stairs against a monster of this level. Chingu and the others could do nothing to help. Luo Feng and Gao Feng reached the ground and, using their memory, went along a ruined, stony path towards the location of the twin-headed, black-striped snake. Boom. Hiss, the ear-piercing hiss of the snake carried over from far away. Luo Feng and Gao Feng exchanged glances, and the tactical communications watch slightly vibrated at the same time. Luo Feng lowered his head to look, and a line of words appeared on the tactical communications watch. 3 people suddenly appeared and are currently in an intense battle with the twin-headed black-striped snake. Gao Feng also received the news and said quietly, didn't think that some other group would get to it first. However, let's go take a look. Let's go. Luo Feng also nodded. The two of them rapidly got close and quickly arrived at the corner of a residential apartment. Past the corner, Luo Feng caught a glimpse of the 3 men currently fighting against the twin-headed black-striped snake. Around a few dozen meters away, the 3 men looked like they were from Western or Southern Asia. Their hair was slightly curly and their skin color was slightly dark. The bald man, who seemed to be the leader of these 3 men, held a dark golden bow staff around 3 meters long. The staff in his hand was like a swimming dragon. Every time the triangular head of the twin-headed black-striped snake hissed as it flew over to him, the bow staff would always be quick enough to smash the snake. Even if it couldn't smash the head, it would still smash the body of the twin-headed black-striped snake. Sometimes, the point on the head of the bow staff would connect, causing the twin-headed black-striped snake to hiss in rage. As for the other 2, they both held a rectangular shield in one hand and a gigantic scimitar in the other. These 2 were close together and attacked as a team. Their coordination was amazing. Pung. The rusty fitness machines that filled the sector from long ago were all smashed open by the swinging tail of the twin-headed black-striped snake, and the bald brute also retreated rapidly. The bow staff turned and formed a whirlwind that blocked all of the scrap metal, and the master of the staff retreated rapidly. Great bow staff technique. Gao Feng couldn't help but to say quietly, this bald guy is probably an advanced level warlord. The other 2 are probably medium level warlords. Luo Feng nodded. This brute dared to go head-to-head with the twin-headed black-striped snake, so it's easy to tell that he's strong. Si. The twin-headed black-striped snake was enraged, and the cold eyes of the 2 gigantic snake heads were enough to send chills down your spine. It repeatedly widely opened its mouth as it attacked under the attack of the twin-headed black-striped snake. The 3 of them retreated rapidly and started to exchange words. After hearing the conversation between the 3, Luo Feng and Gao Feng instantly determined Indians. After the battle, one of the heads of the twin-headed black-striped snake was bleeding. It was smashed by the bow staff of the bald brute. However, this wound was clearly not fatal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 Indians swiftly headed towards the direction of Luo Feng and Gao Feng. Feel free to fight it if you can. The bald brute squeezed out some Chinese. At this time, the twin-headed black snake was hissing as it charged over. Luo Feng and Gao Feng laughed coldly and didn't say much, and then swiftly dodged to the side. They weren't stupid enough to charge directly at a twin-headed black, striped snake. The leader of the three Indians, the bald brute, couldn't help but to curse under his voice, and then shot his 3-meter-long bow staff at the twin-headed black striped snake. Now is the time. Luo Feng already grabbed his black throwing knife as he dodged, and this was a 9th series throwing knife. He threw it with lightning speed. The throwing knife formed a cold light as it shot towards the left head of the twin-headed black striped snake. As an existence that is almost a dragon, the twin-headed black striped snake is extremely intelligent. It saw that the insignificant human threw a throwing knife, so its left head swiftly waved. The brain of a snake has always worked extremely quickly. The left head of the twin-headed black striped snake instantly became blurred. Its intellect was used against itself, laughed Luo Feng coldly. Change. He purposefully threw his throwing knife to make the wiseacre twin-headed black striped snake to think he used hidden weapons using common sense. Throwing knives can't change direction in the air. Sadly, Luo Feng wasn't some hidden weapons expert, but was tens to hundreds of times stronger than a hidden weapons expert. When there was just barely a meter left between the throwing knife and the twin-headed black striped snake, the knife slightly changed direction. Just this slight change caused the knife to charge towards one of the eyes of the twin-headed black striped snake's left head. Hiss! The twin-headed black striped snake hissed out of rage, and in that short moment, actually made a dodging movement with its left head. Know that Luo Feng's throwing knife was already going at a few times faster than the speed of sound, even faster than a sniper bullet. A distance of 1 meter and a speed several times the speed of sound, not even 1/1000th of a second. And since the throwing knife was moving so quickly, even Luo Feng couldn't be sure that he changed it at 1 meter or 1.5 meters, since the throwing knife was so fast. A slight delay means that the knife could have moved forward by 10 meters already. Even if he reacts quickly, in that short moment, Luo Feng can only change the knife's direction once. And in just that short moment, not only did the twin-headed black-striped snake react, but it also dodged, of course, since it was such a short moment. The twin-headed black-striped snake dodged under extreme circumstances. The throwing knife shot at the mouth of the twin-headed black-striped snake and drew out a gap, and grazed the twin-headed black-striped snake's scales. Chi. It only left a white mark, and the throwing knife directly reflected into the ground. Such horrifying defense! Luo Feng was startled. Such amazing dodging capabilities! It changed direction in such a short distance, and this twin-headed black-striped snake was still able to dodge. This is going to be a problem. Luo Feng knew that getting rid of this twin-headed black-striped snake by himself would be extremely difficult. Hiss! The two heads of the twin-headed black-striped snake both turned towards Luo Feng. Its left head had a huge gap in its mouth, and a deep, green-colored blood flowed out continuously. The bald brute who wielded the long bow staff laughed loudly, and as he retreated, he yelled in his awkward Chinese, "Team up!" Split half. His gaze was on Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Gao Feng exchanged glances. "All right," said Luo Feng. "Okay." Gao Feng even purposefully made a gesture. The three Indians and Luo Feng and Gao Feng, both groups instantly made their Decision to cooperate. The bald brute's strength earned Luo Feng and Gao Feng's recognition, while Luo Feng's throwing knives earned the three Indians recognition. Only with strength can you earn others' attention and respect. And outside of Wanku Dream City was a fighter squad of 9 that was currently slowly heading forward. In this squad of 9 were the members of the Tiger Fong squad. That's the sound of a snake, and an extremely powerful one at that. Out of the 9, a veteran whose hair was white spoke. In Wanku Dream City's ruined, barren land was a sound of rumbling. A snake as thick as a person's waist charged like lightning towards the 2 scimitar-wielding Indians. The 2 Indians leaped with a whoosh 5 or 6 meters high and grabbed the window railing of an apartment building. The snake's tail then cruelly smashed into a tree on the side. From around 5 or 6 meters up the tree was a cautious sound as it directly split open and rumbled as it fell. Haha, trying to kill me at this time. Luo Feng was sprinting quickly with a shield in one hand. The 2 heads of the twin-headed black-striped snake were crazily chasing after Luo Feng. Whoosh whoosh. He swung his arm and 2 throwing knives came out. It seemed like Luo Feng used his arm to throw them, but actually, the throwing knives were completely controlled by spiritual force right when they were thrown, causing the 2 throwing knives to accelerate to an amazing speed, and I would barely be able to see 2 blurred, cold lights headed towards the twin-headed black-striped snake. Hiss! The twin-headed black-striped snake roared as it tried to dodge. Change. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. The 2 throwing knives slightly changed direction, but not by a large amount. Since the throwing knives were way faster than bullets fired from a sniper rifle, the others couldn't even tell that the throwing knives changed direction. Puchi-chi. One of the 2 throwing knives grazed the left head of the snake as it flew by, but the other throwing knife hit the left head. Ever since they started fighting, Luo Feng already let out 6 throwing knives, and all 6 of these throwing knives were attacking the snake's left head at this time. The snake's left head was covered with fresh blood, and its wounds were shocking. Luo Feng's body was extremely light, and his sprinting speed was startling. The bow staff-wielding leader of the Indian group made an excited shout and chased the snake, as if it was a running dog, while it was chasing after Luo Feng. One hit after another, he fiercely shot his staff towards the twin-headed black-striped snake's right head. The twin-headed black-striped snake didn't dare to use its head to block the alloyed staff, so it could only dodge. Know that, even though this staff doesn't seem powerful and isn't sharp like a spear, once it makes contact, all of its power will be focused on the tip. The area of the tip isn't large, so that small tip is like a blunt weapon. Come on, Indian, keep at it, howled Gao Feng. The other 2 large scimitar and shield-wielding Indian fighters, with Gao Feng, closely attacked the body of the twin-headed black-striped snake first. Doing this prevented the twin-headed black-striped snake from using its tail to attack Luo Feng and the Indian leader. Second, they also wanted to attack this giant snake at around 7 inches. The snake's weak point is at 7 inches. Of course, 7 inches is an abstract number. The main point is to attack its vital organs. TL note: refer to the end for more information. Even though the snake was confident in its defense, it still didn't want to let Gao Feng and the other 2 aim for its vitals, so the snake retracted its tail and wrapped it as it tried to think of a way to deal with Gao Feng and the other 2. Whoosh! The shield in Luo Feng's left hand was affected by spiritual force and, after Luo Feng exerted force in his foot, he intensely flew straight towards Captain Gao Feng's position. When he was near Gao Feng, Luo Feng whispered, "Captain, when you get near the snake to attack, use your hammer and smash right towards this snake's left head." He understood. Gao Feng immediately understood what Luo Feng meant. Luo Feng's movements on the battlefield were strange and erratic. He never got close to the snake, he just relied on his amazing speed to hover around the battlefield. "Ya!" the Indian leader suddenly shouted, and his face reddened. The blood in his body was pumping to its limit. For a moment, his body looked like a legendary Buddhist arhat. The bow staff in his body rapidly and ferociously increased in speed and, as if he was throwing away his life, he charged straight towards the twin-headed black-striped snake. The speed of the bow staff reached its limit and, in a blink of an eye, dozens of shadows were smashing towards the snake. Bang bang. Two of the dozens of shadows smashed directly into the snake's right head. The right head of the gigantic snake couldn't help but to shake, as if it was going to faint. With a rumble, the snake's right head directly fell onto the ground. Hiss! The left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake immediately let out a horrifying growl, and its large, soft body suddenly moved. It actually shot up and speedily ran in a wavy motion. "Hurry!" the Indian leader, the bald brute, quickly roared. Gao Feng, who always stuck close to the twin-headed black-striped snake, roared. He used all of the power in his body to ferociously swing the heavy hammer in his hand. The heavy hammer was like an artillery shell as it cruelly smashed towards the left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake. The left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake immediately dodged away. Luo Feng, who wasn't too far away, saw this and concentrated all of his spiritual force on the heavy hammer, instantly accelerating it by a huge margin. Pung! The twin-headed black-striped snake instantly dodged away, but even though the heavy hammer didn't directly hit its head, it still hit the neck. With Gao Feng's extreme power and Luo Feng's spiritual force as support, the force of impact of this hammer was unrivaled. The left head of the twin-headed black-striped snake also couldn't help but to fall to the ground with a dizzy motion, but right when it regained consciousness and was going to raise its head back up, Luo Feng let out a smile. Poochie! A black knife instantly came out of the ground, went along the face of the left head of the snake, and directly shot into the head. The left head didn't rise up again. The alloyed bow staff of the bald brute Indian leader shot like lightning towards the eye of the right head, destroyed it, and then pierced the right head of the twin-headed black-striped snake. The twin-headed black-stripe snake already lost its life, but its gigantic body was still twisting around. Unconsciously, the movement slowed down, and then it never moved again. "Haha!" the Indian leader couldn't help but to laugh loudly. Beautiful Gao Feng was also happy as he went to pick up his hammer. Luo Feng was also smiling as he went to pick up his throwing knives. From beginning to end, the Indians probably never realized that their weapons were being controlled by spiritual force. Especially the last hit, only until the head of the twin-headed black-striped snake fell on the ground did Luo Feng's throwing knife come out of the ground to pierce its head. "Friend," the bald brute smiled towards Luo Feng and Gao Feng and made a greeting. "Good. TL note," he said, "good in English." "You aren't so bad either," laughed Luo Feng as he said he could tell that the Indian staked his life on his final move. Even now, the bald brute's face was completely flushed and his veins were still bursting. "You guys get half, we get half," spoke the bald brute. Luo Feng pointed at the left head of the snake and slightly smiled. "The scales are half-half too." Both sides felt each other's strength, whether Luo Feng's squad or the Indian squad. Both probably have heated weapons aiming from a hidden area, and both parties are powerful, so both of them were in a good mood. Luo Feng and Gao Feng started dissecting the left head of the twin-headed, black-striped snake, and the Indians dissected the right head. "Luo Feng, that blade was cruel," whispered Gao Feng. Luo Feng laughed as he took out the black throwing knife from the head of the snake. After dissecting it, it was indeed that strike that killed the left head. Suddenly, Luo Feng and Gao Feng quickly turned over to look, and the faces of the three members of the Indian squad also changed as they looked. 9 human fighters from not too far away started walking towards them. Most of them were yellow. When these 9 people came and saw the gigantic snake in front of them, they instantly determined the price of it. A few $billion. With such a huge amount of wealth, quite a few people would show their inner greed. "Please go away," the bald brute leader of the Indian group squeezed out some Chinese. "Who would have thought that we'd meet the Tiger Feng squad here too? You sure linger around us." Gao Feng's gaze scanned across the group in front of him. Luo Feng looked silently out of the 9 people in front of them. Other than the 6 members of the Tiger Feng squad, there was an old veteran, a huge white brute, and a mixed youth. "Haha, Gao Feng, you guys actually teamed up with Indians. But for you guys to kill this twin-headed black-striped snake, how rare." The captain of the Tiger Feng squad laughed coldly. "If you're wise, you'd hurry up and off. If so, our Thunderbolt squad might spare your lives, or else don't blame us." "Oh, Senior Lu here is the captain of our Thunderbolt squad. Mr. Ka Long here is our vice-captain." Senior Lu was that old veteran, and Ka Long was that white brute. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. "This is my first time here in 003 City. This prey is mine. You guys can leave," said the mixed youth as he smiled. The old veteran and the white brute stood on the 2 sides of the mixed youth as they scanned Luo Feng's group. "Whoever dares to steal my prey dies," said the bald brute leader of the Indian group. The 2 scimitar-wielding Indians beside him were also displaying their killing intent. "Do you think killing this twin-headed black-striped snake was easy? First of all, this valuable, mutated monster was already rare in the first place, and the battle was bitter too." Gao Feng also held his twin hammers with a fearsome gaze. "If you want to steal it, then come." Luo Feng stepped on the head of the snake and gave out a cold laugh as he looked at the group in front of him. "If we can kill this twin-headed black-striped snake, then your group, oh yeah, our brother's sniper rifle is aimed right at your group." "Our sniper rifle is also aimed at you," said one of the scimitar-wielding men of the Indian group, coldly. "Sniper?" Quite a few of the 9 couldn't help but to raise their heads to the surrounding residential apartments, but not even a shadow could be seen in these ruined buildings. But because they couldn't see them, they became even more afraid. The Tiger Feng squad was clear. The Fire Hammer squad had Chengu as their sniper, and would the Indian group not bring their own professional snipers too? TL note for the 7 inches part. Okay, for those interested want more information, this is actually a saying. If you want to attack a snake, attack at 7 inches. I heard there are variations like 3 inches too, but there are two meanings for this saying. First, don't attack a snake if it isn't at least 7 inches long. Next, 7 inches is the best spot to attack a snake. Refer to the photos below, although I'm not sure if these photos are exactly correct. I'm sure that it varies for different types of snakes. Usually, a heavy sniper rifle can barely threaten a low-level commander level monster, but monsters are different from humans. Humans are powerful, but the defense of their skin and muscle is much lower than the defense of the monster's fur and scales. This is also why human fighters have to wear battle uniforms. If an intermediate-level warlord fighter gets shot, even if he doesn't die, he would still suffer a heavy wound. However, a sniper rifle is much less threatening to an advanced-level warlord level fighter, and as for a war god, a sniper rifle can't even threaten a war god at all. It looks like the old veteran and the white brute are protecting the mixed youth, so he's the most important member of the squad. Luo Feng's gaze scanned across the Thunderbolt squad. Some of the members of the Thunderbolt squad were raised towards the residential apartments, searching for the snipers' locations, and some of them exchanged glances. Silence. Luo Feng, Gao Feng, the Indians, and the Thunderbolt squad were all silent for a bit. Senior Lu, the Tiger Feng captain, looked towards the indifferent, balding veteran. This balding veteran frowned and looked at him, and the Tiger Feng captain immediately shut up. The old, balding veteran then said quietly to the mixed youth, young master, since you want to come here to train, you should fight against the monsters personally. The mixed youth looked at the veteran and then turned his head to the white brute. The white brute also slightly nodded. All right, let's go, ordered the mixed youth helplessly. His father has seriously warned him. After entering the wilderness, he must listen to his 2 bodyguards. Even though the leader of the squad is technically the old veteran, but the actual leader is this mixed youth, and now that the mixed youth gave his order, the members of the Tiger Feng squad stared at Gao Feng and Luo Feng with a look of dissatisfaction. Zhang Zhe, who even cursed under his breath, Luo Feng kid, you got lucky this time. Zhang Zhe, who didn't even try to hide his hatred for Luo Feng. It has always been clear that the Tiger Feng squad and the Firehammer squad weren't on good terms. Very quickly, the 9 members of the Thunderbolt squad left. Wanku Dream City is gigantic in area, and the Thunderbolt squad continued to move forward in this small sector. Panya, as they walked on the road, the old veteran frowned as he spoke. Senior Lu, the captain of the Tiger Feng squad, neared and lowered himself. The old veteran named Lu spoke solemnly. Since you Tiger Feng squad members accepted this mission, you should know that the young master's safety takes priority over everything. That twin-headed black-striped snake is indeed a treasure, but is not even close to the importance of young master's safety. If something happened to the young master, not only will I not be able to escape, but all of you Tiger Feng squad members will die too. The Tiger Feng squad captain froze, and soon nodded understood. Okay, as long as you understand, said the old veteran named Lu coldly, we'll soon arrive at a ruined JJ liquor chain store. The young master will then kill the monsters in that area. If you guys want to steal others' prey, do it yourselves, don't drag in the young master. I understand. The captain of the Tiger Feng squad replied that, but was cursing in his heart. Which fighter squad in the vicinity of 003 City is weak if it wasn't for the 2 advanced-level warlords, the old veteran named Lu and the white brute? The Tiger Feng squad doesn't even have the power to steal prey. The Tiger Fong captain slightly nodded. I understand. The Fire Hammer squad dared to enter 003 city, so I understand that their skill has increased. Captain, we can't delay any more, especially that Luo Feng. He just became a fighter not too recently. I heard he's already a beginner-level warlord said. Zhang Zehu hurriedly. Zhang Zehu is clearly the one who holds the most hatred for Luo Feng. This kid does have surprising potential. The Tiger Fong captain said lowly, leaving our enemies like that will just make their threat to us larger and larger since we met them in the wilderness. This time, well good, I'll think of a way in these few days to kill them directly, or else I'll spend some money and ask Senior Liu and the other senior to help. On the grass of the residential apartments filled with the scent of blood, Luo Feng, Gao Feng, and the three Indians were dissecting the gigantic snake. Not only did they take out the poison sacs, but they also took out things like the bladder. Of course, they'll have to skin it. The skin of this twin-headed black-striped snake is worth quite a bit. Half. The Indian group and Luo Feng's group quickly split apart the large amounts of material. No matter toughness or hardness, the scales of this snake is amazing. Gao Feng couldn't help but to say as he touched the scales, these scales are definitely important materials for battle uniform production. The most important invention by man, Koluo alloy, is mainly made from all sorts of monsters material. Of course, it was the blue gold metal found on the moon that finally made the Koluo alloy. Koluo alloy allows human fighters to wear battle uniforms with extremely high defense and wield blades that are unrivaled in sharpness. Even some heated weapons gain a huge increase in power. Cooperate, great. The Indian leader, the bald brute, squeezed out some Chinese as he greeted Luo Feng and Gao Feng. Haha, great. Gao Feng also laughed. Luo Feng and Gao Feng both carried their bulging bags and headed upstairs. The snake scales seemed to have a huge area, but they were actually very thin. Half of the snake scales stacked together can't even fill up one bag, and fighters' bags already had amazing elasticity. With the bag's mechanism, you can adjust the size of the bag. At its largest, you can make it as large as a regular man. However, that size isn't needed for these scales. They quickly arrived at the 12th floor of the residential building. Right when they entered, they were greeted with cheering. Warm welcome, shouted Wei Tai purposefully. Welcome back, Captain and Luo Feng, from your battle. Chengu also said. Purposefully, of course they were happy since Luo Feng and Gao Feng came back successfully. They would get quite a bit of money too. Gao Feng didn't have such a happy look on his face. You guys saw the members of the Tiger Fong squad, right? We saw them. The faces of Chengu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing immediately sank. Chengu even grit his teeth. I even wanted to shoot them in revenge for old Zhang. Out of the entire squad, Chengu was clearly the closest to Zhang Ku, since they were both from Mingyu sector. Together, throughout the life-threatening times, together as they went back home. All these years, they're even closer than brothers. But Chengu knew he couldn't fire back them even if he was able to kill someone. The Thunderbolt squad would certainly immediately take action at that point. There's no turning back. Chengu, where's the Tiger Fong squad right now? Asked Luo Feng. We've been watching them the whole time. At the northern window, Wei Qing held his binoculars as he looked down. That group just walked out of the Dream City sector and are walking east along that street. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Feng and the others immediately went. Luo Feng first took the binoculars and looked downwards. Indeed, the 9 members of the Thunderbolt squad were walking along a street a few miles away. Thankfully, Luo Feng and the others picked a good residential building, a tall building that was farthest up north in their sector. In front of their residential building, towards the northern sector, were just some short buildings, so they could freely look towards the northern area. "Captain," Brother Chen spoke. Luo Feng. The members of the Fire Hammer squad all looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng couldn't help but to clench his fists and say with his teeth clenched, "I'll never forget what they did to Brother Zhang. I swore long ago, once I meet the trash of the Tiger Feng squad in the wilderness, I'll destroy them." "Luo Feng, your point is," said Gao Feng in a surprised tone. "I'll go after them secretly and find a chance to kill all the members of the Tiger Feng squad. Since they were prepared to kill all of us, of course we have to strike first." Luo Feng will never forget the 2 sniper rifle bullets. One of them was barely dodged thanks to his spiritual force, but the other one handicapped Brother Zhang. "Luo Feng, I'll go with you. We have to avenge Brother Zhang," said Chengu, with his teeth clenched. "Brother Chen, going alone is best for me," Luo Feng said in a low tone. "With my spiritual force, I can escape even from a war god just by flying. This is why spirit readers are horrifying. Even if a war god fighter is tens to hundreds of times stronger than them, even a weak spirit reader can fly. Other than spirit readers, only existences that surpass the war god level can fly." "Chengu, Luo Feng is right. You'll just be a burden," commanded Gao Feng. Chengu clenched his teeth. The captain said it in a bad way, but he knew the captain said it for his own good. "And if we want to destroy the Tiger Feng squad, then wouldn't they try to destroy us too?" said Gao Feng. "Ever since their scheme from last time, of course they wouldn't want us to live. However, they just haven't met us in the wilderness. Now that they've met us, they'll take action for sure." Everyone there was surprised. Indeed, with the way the Tiger Feng squad handles things, they'll definitely do something like this. "We killed enough monsters this time anyway, and our bags are almost full. The other members of the squad will first return to the resupplying base," said Gao Feng, and then looked towards Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, you're a spirit reader. No one knows how many times better you are at escaping than us, but you still have to be careful and not let your guard down." Luo Feng nodded. As they talked, the members took up their binoculars and observed where the Thunderbolt squad was headed. "They entered the JJ liquor chain store," said Chengu excitedly. "Looks like that'll be their temporary base." "No delay, let's go now," said Gao Feng clearly. Luo Feng also stood up and saw the captain and the others off. This was already the border of the city, so Luo Feng saw the captain and the others off in just 2 to 3 miles on the highway. After leaving the 003 city section, there were barely any monsters. It'll be weird if something happens to the Fire Hammer squad on the highway with their current strength. "Luo Feng, be careful." Gao Feng and the other members of the Fire Hammer squad looked towards Luo Feng. This time, Luo Feng is going to take up the Fire Hammer squad's task alone. "Captain, don't worry, none of the members of the Tiger Feng squad will make it out alive," laughed Luo Feng, and then he became a shadow and disappeared into the distance and towards the city densely filled with buildings far away. At times, Luo Feng would sprint, and at times, Luo Feng would suddenly hide behind a wall, waiting for the hungry monsters to pass by only until they pass does Luo Feng start moving forward again. With his spiritual force scanning the area, Luo Feng can correctly determine whether or not there's danger ahead. This house then, like a cannonball, Luo Feng directly flew into the third story's window of a 3-story villa. Since no one has lived here for dozens of years, the room was long filled with dust. However, a few electronic household appliances could be discerned with just a look. It's just that most of them were already split apart and broken. Luo Feng quickly flipped the Simmons mattress, since the opposite side was much cleaner. After a bit of cleaning up, he can sleep on it. After putting his bag down, Luo Feng took out his binoculars and went to the northern window. The window had tons of dust all over it, making the once transparent window seem like a black window. After opening the window halfway, Luo Feng took his binoculars and looked towards the north. His current position is within Wanku Dream City's inner sector. From here, he can clearly see the northern JJ liquor chain store. He can also see the street in front of the liquor store, since there's only a difference of 2 miles between the street and his villa. With Luo Feng's eyesight, he doesn't even need binoculars to see what's happening on the street, but with the binoculars, he can see more clearly. JJ Luo Feng stood in front of the window and watched silently. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng let out a face of happiness. It was originally that building. Through the binoculars, Luo Feng could see 2 people standing on the rooftop of the 6-story liquor chain store 5 miles away. They were both currently holding binoculars, and the 2 were Zhang Zhehu and a gunner named Li Xiao. I have to wait for my chance. Luo Feng put down his binoculars and started his days of observation. At this time, inside the JJ liquor chain store, the Tiger Feng captain said coldly, "Tiger, Xiao, both of you look closely. We must find out where the Fire Hammer squad is hiding, since their team's Chen Gu has to use his sniper rifle, then they must be at a high location, so you guys look towards the higher levels of the tall buildings and search for them." Yes, Captain Zhang Zhehu and Xiao stood on the rooftop and, through their binoculars, continuously searched the tall buildings in Wanku Dream City. "Panya, the information you told me about the Fire Hammer squad is correct, right?" The old veteran, whose hair was gray, frowned. The Tiger Feng captain followed. "There is definitely no problem. The information for these 6 people are extremely accurate. Only this Luo Feng's info is changing. He was scouted by the Dojo of Limits and is extremely talented. His strength has already reached the beginner warlord level." "Okay." The old veteran named Lu slightly nodded. "If so, Panya, find me after you have located the Fire Hammer squad's position." "Okay," the Tiger Feng captain responded as he smiled. Unfortunately, the Tiger Feng squad couldn't even find the Fire Hammer squad's shadow. Dawn of the next day. "Young Master, according to the plan, Young Master's goal at dawn today is that low-level commander monster. That monster is high in power but low in speed at that time. Call Long and I won't help," smiled the old veteran Lu. The mixed youth laughed. "Okay, you and Call Long watch on the side. I'll take care of it myself." The white brute also smiled. "Panya," the old veteran named Lu turned his head and commanded. "The 2 members of the Tiger Feng squad that were on night watch can rest today. The rest of the members will come with us." "Understood," the Tiger Feng captain. Panya smiled. As of now, the Tiger Feng squad consists of 2 intermediate level and 4 beginner level warlords. Steelhead, Dong, you two were on watch last night, so rest here today. Commanded Panya. Protecting that young master is their first priority, so naturally, the members they leave behind are the weakest two and of course, the two are picked from the 4 beginner warlords. Today it was Steelhead and Dong, tomorrow it'll be Tiger and Shao taking turns. Understood. The bald brute, and Dong, who was cleaning his gun, smiled. Let's go, commanded the old veteran named Liu. The mixed youth, the old veteran named Liu, the white brute, and the 4 members of the Tiger Fong squad, the 7 of them left the liquor store, leaving behind the bald brute and Dong in the spacious room. Damn, having a powerful father is just great, the bald brute couldn't help but to say. To gain experience with fighting against monsters, 2 advanced level warlords can be summoned as bodyguards. Even our whole squad is here to cover him. When I came out here in the wilderness the other year, I had to bring out everything I had with my life on the line. Dong laughed. How can we compare with him? Didn't you hear him, that senior Liu, or whatever he even said in a tone of a butler, the young master's goal for today is a low-level commander monster who is high in power and low in speed. He even has the training session all scheduled out, which monster to kill first and which monster to kill next. In a dangerous place like the wilderness, when does the fighter ever have the chance to decide anything? If you encounter a powerful monster, can you just immediately shout, I'm not fighting this monster? If you don't fight, then the monster will chase after you and force you to act. But that young master is different. If they encounter a powerful monster, then that senior Liu can just take care of it. They'll especially wait for a low-level commander monster for their young master to practice on, laughed the bald brute as he shook his head. Luo Feng, who woke up early in the morning and was already squatting in wait, quickly saw the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad walk out the liquor store. 7 wasn't there, 9 in total. Luo Feng immediately thought, then the other 2 must still be inside the liquor store. Luo Feng understood his strength well. Against an intermediate-level warlord, he can certainly wipe the floor with them. However, it's hard to say about what will happen if he fights against an advanced-level warlord. For example, he might be able to instantly kill his opponent if he attacks them by surprise, but if that fails, then there'll be a problem, since in a frontal fight, an advanced-level warlord can immediately dodge away from a sniper rifle bullet. An advanced-level warlord's reaction speed is much higher than his own. Out of the 9 members of the Thunderbolt squad, that white brute and the old veteran named Liu are most likely advanced-level warlords, or else they wouldn't have been so arrogant and have tried to steal the twin-headed black striped snake's corpse. Let's say that I go alone and face all 9 of them with a surprise attack. And some luck, I might be able to succeed. However, only one of them has to spread the word that I'm the murderer to the world via their communications. Watch, and once that happens, I'll be in huge trouble. Luo Feng understood that from the old veteran named Liu and the white brute's attitude towards that mixed youth, and how they call him young master. That mixed youth's background is extremely horrifying. Since that person can get 2 advanced warlords as bodyguards, then that big person behind the mixed youth is at least a war god, or maybe even a position higher than a war god. Right now, there are only 2 people in the liquor store. Should I kill them? Luo Feng hesitated, and then decided against it. I can't kill them. If I kill these 2, then the other 7 will be on guard. If so, then it'll be much more troublesome to kill the tiger Fong. Captain and Zhang Zehu. I don't believe that my chance won't come. Day after day passed, and the Thunderbolt squad never found the fire hammer. Squad and Luo Feng never found a good chance to strike every time the Thunderbolt squad left the liquor store. Only the two people who were on night watch remained. First its Steelhead and Dong, then its Tiger and Xiao. And they took turns. Luo Feng waited for 9 whole days. Their too systematic Luo Feng had a bitter face on. This Thunderbolt squad is just that young master's nanny squad. Not only did Luo Feng watch the liquor store, but he also watched the 7 people that came out to hunt. These past few days, he tried to see if he could find a moment where the Tiger Fong squad was separated from the old veteran named Liu and the White Brute. But not even one moment was found. The Thunderbolt squad was always protecting that mixed youth and never strayed too far, giving Luo Feng no chance at all. The 10th day. If I keep waiting like this, then I'll probably never get a chance. By the time they start to return to the headquarters city, I can't wait anymore. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Today is the 10th day, so it should be Zhang Zehu and that gunnerly Xiao guarding the liquor store. Zhang Zehu, humph, I'll destroy both of you two today. At the JJ liquor chain store. Tiger, Xiao, you two haven't slept all night, so take a good rest, now said the Tiger Fong captain, and he smiled. Understood, Captain. Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao both smiled as they replied. Let's go. With a command from the old veteran named Liu, the Tiger Fong squad and the others followed him. A total of 7 people left the liquor store, and Luo Feng, who saw that the 7 people have left the store, quietly left his own spot and went along another road headed towards the liquor store. The dawn of winter was quite cold, and some of the monsters' corpses on the ground were freezing up. Luo Feng slowly walked on this road, and there were 2 shadow cats enjoyably feasting on a wild boar's flesh. However, right when they realized someone was coming, they quickly hid. Monsters had some intelligence too in 003 City, all the humans meddling around here were very powerful, so 1 or 2 soldier-level monsters can't stop them at all. Those 2 shadow cats probably went to summon the other shadow cats. Luo Feng swiftly went through the road and continued going forward, going around in a huge circle on purpose to waste some time. He slowly moved forward, and took around half an hour to arrive at the northern door of the liquor store. The door to the liquor store was extremely dirty, and there was some black colored blood that not even rain can wash away on the ground. Luo Feng stood alone there. It's been half an hour already, so the 7 members of the Thunderbolt squad have probably walked far away by now. Luo Feng looked at the door in front of him that has been long broken, and immediately focused his spiritual force onto his armbands, the shield on his back, and his blade. This powerful force made Luo Feng's body extremely light. Every one of his steps became light. Upstairs. He went along the staircase step by step without making even the slightest sound. Luo Feng was extremely careful, but right when he reached the 3rd floor, with a glance, he saw that there was a huge mastiff tiger that was slowly moving forward. That mastiff tiger also instantly found this human fighter. Luo Feng, both of them practically noticed each other at the exact same time. And Luo Feng was so scared he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Whoosh whoosh. 2 black shadows basically instantly drew across the mastiff tiger monster. and its gigantic head fell off before it even had the chance to roar. The two throwing knives flew around in a circle and then landed in the outer pockets of his pants. Phew, no problem. Luo Feng was relieved. Thankfully this monster didn't remember to roar. If it attracted Zhang Zehu and Li Zhao's attention, then there would be some trouble. Even though killing Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao is as easy as killing chickens. But if Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao were cautious, then they might be able to contact the other members of the Thunderbolt Squad right before they die. Once the other members of the Thunderbolt Squad know that there's a human fighter targeting them, then Luo Feng's next action would be tens to hundreds of times harder to carry out. 6th floor. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile when he reached the 6th floor. Luckily, he only encountered one monster on the way to the 6th floor. The Thunderbolt Squad probably quickly scanned the building the first time they came here, and that mastiff tiger monster probably just entered the liquor store not too long ago. On the hallway of the 6th floor, Luo Feng slowly moved forward. In the room with the window pointed towards the south, the 8th window from east to west, Luo Feng couldn't be sure as to which room this 8th window corresponded to. It's probably one of these 3 or 4 rooms. Luo Feng held his breath and his light body made no sound. He walked into one of the rooms and stopped, then put his ear near the wall and listened. Carefully indeed, he could slightly hear some chatting sounds, which made Luo Feng determine that those two were in that room. He then quietly walked outside the room. It should be this room. Luo Feng scanned the situation of the room with his spiritual force. They're just chatting there. Luo Feng laughed. Inside the room, Zhang Zehu was currently sitting against the broken sofa, while Li Xiao was cleaning the machine gun in his hand. Both of them were nonchalantly chatting. That fire hammer squad sure has no balls. Last time they met us, they directly ran straight back to the resupplying base. No wonder we couldn't find them no matter how long we searched. Insulted Zhang Zehu as he said. Li Xiao laughed coldly. They can escape for now, but not forever, since we're enemies. Now, they're dead for sure. Zhang Zehu sneered. They think they can fight against us, with just them. Zhang Zehu's face slightly changed, and Li Zhao's face also slightly changed. I felt like there was something just now. Zhang Zehu looked towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao also frowned as he said, I also felt something. Since fighters are always on the border of life and death, they'll have some feeling in their heart when they encounter danger, and they had such an obvious feeling, because Luo Feng scanned the room with his spiritual force. When this spiritual force spreads out, regular people have a hard time noticing it, but powerful fighters will still have some feeling of it. Could there be a monster outside? Said Zhang Zehu quietly. Probably. Li Xiao nodded. Even though we cleaned up all the monsters in the entire liquor store when we first came, there could still be some monster horde that just entered the store. Ka. Li Xiao held his machine gun while Zhang Zehu held his machete. Both of them stood up and headed towards the door. After several dozen years of corrosion, the locks of these doors were long broken. With a light pull from Zhang Zehu, the door easily opened, and outside of the door was neither a human's shadow nor a monster's shadow. Not many sounds. Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao exchanged glances. Zhang Zehu then took in a deep breath and cautiously started to exit the room. And then, whoosh whoosh, 2 eerie, black lights instantly appeared in front of Zhang Zehu and Li Xiao. One of the eerie, black lights instantly drew across Zhang Zehu's left arm and instantly cut his left arm off. After cutting the arm off, without slowing down, it instantly drew across Gunner Li Xiao's neck, causing Li Zhao's head to fly up. And the second eerie, black light instantly drew across Zhang Zehu's throat. Poochie poochie. Fresh blood poured out. As Zhang Zehu's eyes were wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. These two black lights were way too fast. There was probably only 1 or 2 meters between Zhang Zehu and the black light, and Li Xiao was only 3 or 4 meters away from it in such a short distance against a speed even faster than a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. How could they dodge? Maybe an advanced level warlord would have a chance of survival, but, as for them, they didn't even have the tiniest chance. As Zhang Zehu wanted to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. He wanted to press his tactical communications watch, but his left arm was already cut off. And the tactical communications watch was on the ground. I'm going to die. How could I die? Zhang Zehu grabbed his throat with his right hand as fresh blood crazily poured outside from his throat. He could clearly feel his life slowly fading away. How could this happen? How could this happen? Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the door, wearing a fighter's battle uniform, alloyed boots, and had a shield and blade on his back. His 2 eyes were coldly staring at him. As Zhang Zehu's eyes instantly became round as he stared, as he couldn't believe which fighter was in front of him. Luo Feng. It was actually Luo Feng. It was actually that rookie Luo Feng who he didn't take seriously at all. You go on first. The other members of the Tiger Feng squad will join you soon. Enough. Luo Feng's voice rang. Zhang Zehu's mouth was wide open, but with his throat slit, he couldn't say anything at all. And as Zhang Zehu felt his vision starting to fade, the 2 eerie, black lights returned to Luo Feng and hovered in front of him. Clearly, they were 2 throwing knives. The 2 throwing knives just hovered like this, and then landed inside Luo Feng's thighs pockets. Zhang Zehu's eyes were wide open as if he wanted to say something. But his body froze and instantly, lifelessly fell to the ground. Before dying, he finally realized Luo Feng's biggest secret. Luo Feng was actually a spirit. Reader, before dying, Zhang Zehu saw the grave, nightmarish future of all the members of his Tiger Feng squad. Silence. Only the drip sound from the blood hitting the ground rang throughout the room. There was no other sound. The 2 corpses just lay there, and Luo Feng silently stood there as he looked. Zhang Zehu. Luo Feng lowered his head as he looked at the person in front of him. Right from the start, Zhang Zehu thought he was a seasoned veteran, while Luo Feng was just a rookie, so that's why he didn't lower his head at all when they were discussing about Zhang Haobai's case, and it was then that Luo Feng's spiritual force awakened. That argument was just a small case. If you want a reason, then blame the time where the Tiger Feng squad tried to kill everyone in the Fire Hammer squad. Thankfully, Luo Feng managed to save everyone in the end, but even so, Zhang Ke still lost his arm. Because of that, the Fire Hammer squad clenched their teeth as they swore for revenge. The Tiger Feng squad also feared that the enemy would grow strong, so they tried to destroy them completely. Both of squads wouldn't rest until one side was dead. With Zhang Zehu and Li Zhao's death, there are still 4 members of the 6 Tiger Feng squad members remaining. Luo Feng stood at the door as he thought to himself, once they come back here and realize that these 2 have been killed, they'll certainly get cautious and think about the various Possibilities, then I have to decorate this scene and trick them, it's up to the heavens whether or not this works.